just give us a second because we also don't have the ability to
investigation right now. We're trying to fix this, okay? So give us an opportunity. At least we're doing an effort to fix it.
Right.
Like Kaz is not that important, but I just want to make sure that we don't do this tonight because this is just not fair. When I
So one of the things when Matt Cool and I was messaging each other, it kept saying the system is having issues, and none of the mods had him blocked. Not Sandra, because he was able to message everyone.
Yeah, he said he was blocked. Matt Cool said I'm blocked.
I know, but if you could message, like if someone blocks you, you can't message them. That's part of the block features. Like you can't send them a message. So with that being said, my only other logical explanation is that there's something going on with the app. Again, remember the app was down yesterday, if y'all remember.
Mm-hmm. And it's still messed up.
And it's still messed up.
I made sure. Yeah, I made sure that I don't have anybody blocked.
Okay, so good. So can we just let these people know?
Yeah, we can let them know. Kaz is, if he was kicked out,
man,
it would show.
It would show in the chat. Happy to be talking, and no one.
And I was the one that had.
It's happened to kick him out.
Lord Jesus Christ, stop, please.
He just happened to get kicked out.
Well, Lisa, I'm gonna move down because I had Matt Cool blocks, and if you open a new room, just wait. Give me about 5 minutes before you mind me, John.
I can't open up a new room. I'm driving. It's gonna have to be when I get home.
Okay,
but wait till you get home. Let's wait.
Does anybody know if he chatted? Because his chats would be gone too. But if it doesn't show it in the little clipboard, I mean, maybe he can't get in now because somebody hasn't blocked. But it's also anybody on stage. So tell him to go, because I had to do this. If someone is on, and you can we can get back to Misa's conversation. If someone just on stage has you blocked, you can't see the room in the hallway. So like I had to go in the house.
Does anyone have a backup account that you can bring in?
No, just tell him to go in the house, click on the room, and then he should be able to get in that way. But it's not going to show up in the hallway.
Oh, okay. So can you tell him? Oh, you're not following Kaz, right?
Absolutely not.
No, Amari.
I follow Kaz.
Okay, so give him those instructions, babe, so I won't have to break this room down and start all over again. And if you guys are wondering why we're doing all this for Kaz, it's really not for Kaz. It's out of respect for me. If I asked them to do something, I would just love it if they would just do it. That's it. And you had a room, if you asked somebody to do something, just out of respect for you, I would more than certainly do it, okay? That's what we're just saying. So anywho, let's get it all straightened out so we can get back, because I know some of y'all gonna need to go back to slavery. Some of y'all need to have the whip and chains, because you can't follow instructions. Really.
Lisa, this is weird because people keep coming into the room, and then I go to see, like Michael just came into the room, and he disappeared, like before I could bring him up or invite him up or anything. So there's still stuff going on. Yeah, there's still stuff going on from last night.
Does anyone have a burner?
No, I don't. I can't afford a burner.
I don't. It might be shadow banned too, because I have a burner. Let me see if it's in the hallway. I always go to the house, y'all, because the hallway is spent. No, I can sit in the hallway on my burner.
I don't know why it would be shadow burner.
It's not shadow banned. I can see it in the hallway on my burner. But anywho,
so yeah, anywho, we're having a good conversation, and I wanted to continue. It is so juicy.
You know what? It's not. You know what? I just looked. It doesn't show you if you did drop someone, because we had. You had that naked guy on the stage. And
I had a naked.
No, not if you drop them. It shows if you kick them. No, it shows if you remove somebody from the stage. Because see how it says Tiffany Denise removed, Tiffany Denise reformed, removed, reformed. It shows if people are moved or kicked from the stage.
So she had a troll on stage that came up. And we removed them, and it doesn't show that we removed that troll.
Oh, well, maybe something's wrong with the app. But anywho, I mean, yeah, there may be something wrong with that.
Yeah, it doesn't show.
Omari, you should try to ping him then.
I just sent him a message, and I told him to try to do go in through the house. Oh my God, I just got a message.
But in the meantime, I would like to
It's in
respond to
the
the.
hallway. I seen it. That's how I came in.
I would like to respond to the comments that were made in the video.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So first, from the person that was speaking, that was Nick Fuentes. I'm not really sure how another major recession a la 2008 would help make the country white. For example, there's technically more white individuals that are on food stamps just because of the sheer number of them. So that would not make the country white. That would contribute to making the country impoverished. People are
talking about his level of sacrifice, not that.
Well, so is he conjecturing? Because how would that happen? I don't understand illogical the economic consideration. So I'll just respond as if I'm taking him seriously, which is to say that wouldn't happen. So I don't understand why that Nick Fuentes person would like theorize that there would be some sort of sacrifice when literally people are sacrificing right now because they're poor. It's not a choice. It's a condition of their existence. That didn't sound right, but y'all know what I'm saying. So then I'll bring it into the other person, what the other person was saying, Kaz. So he's saying that we all addressed the slave thing, but honestly, the slaves were a form of payment. Like their labor was paid. It just kind of went to the person that owned them at the time, which was the master. So I'm not really sure how he doesn't understand that if slaves were paid, they did not own their wages because they did not own themselves. But anywho, just in case anybody was unclear about that. And the last thing, the poorest states in the nation are actually red states. So I'm not really sure, again, why we seem to confuse democratic economies versus, Republican economies. The red states are literally the most lacking in education, lacking in literacy, lacking in jobs, lacking in all the things. We know what Republican leadership looks like. I'm not sure how we continue to be confused about that. Back to the state.
Can I respond to that?
Can I respond after you,
Because
sir?
I think you're missing the point. I think he's not trying to make this a matter of fact. He's just saying, I hate not having a white country so bad. I would love to do this instead of that. It's not an idea to say like, oh well, this is better than that. This is better. He's not saying that. All he's saying is he wants a white neighbor so bad. He's willing to be stupid, to be ignorant, to be poor, to be everything that is deplorable if he can have more white people. That's what he's saying.
I mean, okay, I'm going to take one last stab at it, Romus, because I get it. I'm taking him too seriously. There are literally places in this country that are majority white. I mean, like, really majority white. Like, white. Like, I don't understand if he's in Idaho and the black population is not that high. If he wants a white nation, why can't he just take his ass to live in the country in Montana or something? So that's all I'll say there. Like, Nick Fuentes, like, just the way that he framed it would let me know that they need minorities and immigrants, because that's a really stupid theory. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I'm done.
I agree with you. Not only that, I live in Texas, right? And actually, Texas is a red state. It's the second most populous state in the country, and it's a red state. And then the most populous state would be California, and then followed by New York. So those are your three biggest states, and then Florida and Georgia, whatever, right? But number one and number two, right? It's going to be California, which is obviously very, blue. It's what, like 54 electoral votes, and I'm not quite sure we have in Texas. I think it might be like 38, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, I digress. The reason why I did want to say this, when I'm in Dallas is a very cosmopolitan place, right? I live in a predominantly white neighborhood, right? I can count my black neighbors. But it's an upper middle class neighborhood. There's no freaking Confederate flags in my neighborhood. Now, are there white people that prefer white people? Well, it's a predominantly white neighborhood. Sure they do. But would they come out and bust a grapefruit? Probably not. Because guess what? Because they're working. They're working a lot of hours trying to get their kids to top schools. Here in Dallas is probably going to be UT Austin or maybe Texas Tech, A&M. I mean, they're living real lives. I remember when January 6th happened. I was just like, you know what? Let me take a peek out and see if there's any white people, doing anything crazy. I don't know. Maybe got freaking.
I'm sorry, is this addressing either my rebuttal or the original
It's not,
point?
I'm not even responding to your rebuttal.
Oh,
Because you basically said that you don't take him seriously. And I knew you didn't take him seriously, so there was no need to respond. I'm kind of speaking on the overarching, about the Nick Fuentes guy, so I'm not even responding to you at all. If that makes sense. I'm not centering you at all. No offense. But you even said you were just kind of like...
oh no, continue speaking. I was just asking for a point of...
Yeah, I completely disregarded what you said. Because I knew you was like just...
You can continue, thank you. You may
But
continue.
you came off the app to speak to me, and I just felt that I want to go
all right.
overemphasize.
All right,
Take your
child.
medicine. She was just talking.
No, so am I. Miss Patty.
Well, you keep going and going. Just go with whatever you gotta.
Well, she interrupted me, and I lost my train of thought.
Oh,
And she did it on purpose, too.
I can
All right, so-
assure you you're not that special, but continue, please.
Ma'am, neither are you. Two of us. You're not that special either.
All right, well,
You actually had nothing.
okay, Jesus Christ.
You had nothing to say, but you said something. But you had nothing to say.
Do you
Nothing
talk to the
say.
white people in your neighborhood like that?
I'll
No,
talk
I
to
never responded there.
I'll talk
You know
to
this.
anybody like that. I'm not scary like you. You're scary, not me. You're scared to die, not me.
You think the
So
white
what you
people are gonna kill you?
Ma'am, shut up. You sound like a fucking retard.
But you actually are one.
Off to the goo he goes.
Wait, is that him in his PTR, y'all?
you know, I don't care.
Well,
Oh
if
my
it is,
God.
he's too old to be talking like that.
But I really
No,
was
Hurricane, you gotta
asking
go over.
Oh,
So this is what we have to look forward to. This is what is about to happen. We're gonna deal with this every day. This is bullshit.
But I really was asking him what point he was referring to because I didn't understand, and I was going to interject that Texas has blue cities, but it doesn't matter. I'd rather people be annoying us on this app than out irritating old people, in their neighborhood. So I might just start yelling at an old black woman and call her a bitch or something. I don't know. I'm sorry, Misa.
shit.
Were there additional clips?
No, those are the two that were just, I think, were spot on point to what our conversation was. But yeah, to your point, what would a modern day Jim Crow look like? That's what I'm trying to contemplate. And of course, the fight that's going to ensue to try to dismantle that as we did in the original Civil Rights era. So I think we got a tough fight ahead of us, but we can win this. Just gotta focus in, stop calling each other niggas, and overcome.
But don't we already have a vestige of a modern day Jim Crow? Didn't we just witness that just in the last couple of days that the state of Virginia had a state vote and then it was shut down, and then we find out that the Supreme Court shut it down? Didn't we just witness Tennessee months before primaries literally say that they're going to remove black districts, and we're literally removing duly elected people out of office? Isn't the same thing happening in Louisiana? Was Jim Crow not actual legislation that was put in place? It was not just sentiments. It was not just MAGA. It was actually legislation. Wasn't a core part of the Voting Rights Act struck down? Haven't pieces of legislation that have been in place for over 50 years been struck down? So I would wager that we are facing a modern Jim Crow. And this president hasn't even been in office for 2 years. So what else is going to come?
That is the question, but I think that we are going to respond, and I think now we are catching up to understanding, how this is being happened, how this is happening to us. And I think that we're at a point now where we're about to get activated, and the strategies need to change because they change. We need to change with the strategies and come up with new creative strategies.
So, Robert, tell us, what do you see? You say we're catching up. So, what do you see coming down the turnpike since you know what's going to happen? What do you see?
I don't say that I know what's going to happen. I think that we are going to be in a position where we're going to have to sit back. How do we take this shit down? Clearly, they have moves. Clearly, they came with a plan. 2025, they came with a fucking plan.
So, Rhombus, 1 second. So, Rhombus, I asked you a question because you're rambling. You're talking. You're being vague. You're not giving specifics at all, and I'm afraid that you're going to continue doing that for the next 10 minutes. That's why I asked you what you see coming down the turnpike. If your answer is I don't see anything yet, or I don't know, then that's your answer. But I don't need we need to sit down and strategize. We just need to get ready. That's not saying anything.
Okay, so let me.
It's okay to say you don't. It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay.
Okay.
To say you don't know.
I did say that, but what I'm suggesting is we are going to start early. The Republicans, and I mentioned this months ago, the Republicans started breeding these monster Republicans, these right-wingers, since elementary school. They have had them in programs, in clubs, making speeches. They started early. And what I mentioned a long time ago is, when are we going to start to do that? I think we have a reason now to do that, to start fucking in elementary school, right? While we're fighting now, we got to build.
To start what in elementary school? To start what?
Building some coalition, building some training, something to keep our ability to vote at the top of the list of things to do. I think civics, certain civics started maybe in high school. I remember in high school we really started to learn about government. Other than that, it was like social studies, talking about history. I think we need to start talking about making a change, understanding what our positions are, knowing how to support it, being in volunteering for registration.
Who's the we?
Elementary school.
Who's the we? So you say we need to do X in elementary school. Who's the we?
We are the opposition party to whatever the.
Wait, so we have elementary schools run by Democrats now, by the Democratic Party.
I'm saying we don't have a plan to engage them. We only take them serious, really start teaching it when they're about to graduate high school. That's way too late because the other side.
And you're still talking about the Democratic Party when you say we.
Let me be specific. I think it's not just the Democratic Party. I think it's anything that's not a far fascist right.
Why don't get this school off the damn stage?
Rhombus, I don't understand why you feel comfortable being this vague when you talk. It's hard to follow because you're just not specific enough.
Okay, I'm gonna step away. Please.
No, I'm being honest.
Take it over. That's it.
Okay.
I've said my 2 cents. If I don't translate, then I'll just try to find some other things to.
So, Hurricane, what is Hurricane? What is that you're looking for?
You know,
Hurricane, what is that? Oh, go ahead. Hold on.
I was just telling Rob that she should speak his truth, you know, and that's good.
Yeah, Hurricane, what is it that you are specifically looking for him to respond and which, like, what would satisfy you?
Oh, just something intelligent and meaningful. That's all.
What is I mean, like, so give us an example. If you asked yourself that question, how would you respond?
I wouldn't ask myself the question that he was trying to answer.
So, so he was trying to make his point, and then you asked him a follow-up question to his point, but you were clearly looking for a specific answer to respond. Like, how would you respond?
Okay, Omari, if you believe that his answer was sufficient, that's fine.
I wasn't paying attention really, but I just wanted to know what would make you happy because you said that he was rambling. So
I'm happy now, Omari. In my real life, I'm not used to grown men sounding stupid. When they talk, they bring meaning. And so when I hear a grown man bloviating but not making sense, I'm going to ask questions. It's not the sort of thing that I expect from adults.
But maybe you're around a particular group of men who are just different.
No, they're not special. They're not special. They're just regular people with regular jobs who like to think before they talk.
Like the devil.
Hurricane doesn't get it. He don't get it. It's fine. There's no sweat off my back. It's not meant for him. It's meant for somebody else. And if he wants to ask for clarity so he can get closer to it, I think it's absolutely fine. But if he is not willing to take a step forward and to try to understand or to try to elaborate or try to get a better understanding of what I'm saying, that's okay too. I'm fine. I hope that somebody else listening to this can at least understand where I'm coming from. As vague as it may be, it may trigger somebody to be very specific. I'm not, look, Hurricane, I'm not talking to you now, right? I understand you. I respect that you don't speak my language. What I'm saying makes no sense to you. It's fine, dog. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, Angela,
I hope that now you can.
Oh, is
You
that
can
you,
continue
Marlene?
on the conversation.
Yeah, that was me. That's okay.
Okay, go ahead. No, I want you to go.
No, actually, I was saying, Angela, I think Angela has something to say, and she can go after Rhombus.
That's what I was going to say, and I'm not at home, you guys. I'm in a public domain. What I was going to say to Rhombus, he usually is quite clear. There's no clarity needed. But today, believe it or not, I was going to ask some of the questions that Hurricane was asking. But maybe, Rhombus, I'm not in a place right now to be able to listen with clarity because I am distracted here. But yeah, Rhombus is usually a person that comes in with succinct thoughts and you might not agree with them, but most of the time I understand. But like I said, I'll repeat it. Some of the questions that Hurricane was asking, y'all wasn't even looking at the screen, so I don't know who was talking, but I recognize the voices. I would have asked those same questions just to keep the conversation, bring it to where it needed to be. Because anybody else want to ask Rhombus a clarifying question before we move on? Because Rhombus, you know, you're a good dude. You come in here and you give us your ideas and your thoughts almost every day, and I appreciate you. So, anybody else want to ask Rhombus any? No? So we good? Okay, so Marlene, who is that wanted to talk? And
yeah, we done with Rhombus. We done with Rhombus.
You got nerves.
I thought Angela had something to say because she was interrupting.
And for me, you guys, I'm not too clear on how we're getting to Jim Crow, and the room was open for that reason. After we heard Clybourne, I'm still not too clear what Clybourne was saying. You might have to play that again for me because maybe I was in transit getting from out the car into the store, and I didn't really hear the whole clip. So whoever played that, you might have to play that again.
It was Rhombus that played it. Yeah, Rhombus, okay. You want to play that clip again? Just
play it again if you want.
Yeah, because I'm not clear, Rhombus, please.
And stop with that
someone
Clyburn.
wants
Don't
to
play no
speak.
Nick
Wait,
Buckley.
somebody
No,
wants
she
to
she
speak
left the
first.
stage, so it's all good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We should have let her go.
No, she was actually interjecting in between.
But then when you put her on the spot, she was like, "Nah." I'm
saying,
good.
yeah, exactly. So it's all good, I guess.
Okay. All right, you guys.
So Ron, play the clip and stop at that Clyburn because he did not say what you originally said. But go ahead, let me determine.
Okay. Playing now.
During Reconstruction overturned the Civil Rights Act.
Yes.
So I.
Supreme Court did. Civil Rights Act was overturned by the United States Supreme Court. And what if this happened with the 1965 Civil Rights Act? The first, they're doing it a little more sophisticated, but they're doing that. The Supreme Court is overturning the Civil Rights Act.
To be really clear,
Okay, starting.
your view is the moderate Republicans are explicitly racist and want to turn the country back toward the time it approaches Jim Crow, if not achieved.
I don't know that I would call all moderate Republicans that. I'm very circumspect about using the term. There are racists. Don't put that label on any one person, but I know what the word means. It's sitting there in the dictionary for anybody who understands it. There are white supremacists, and there are people who are supporters of this president who admit to me that they are white supremacists. I'm sorry, hold on. This is not the same place. This will be going back. Like this thought it was a good thing.
Well, that is some of the same clip.
They were denied that this exists. I don't know why we would do that.
You've had people tell you to support the president that they thought slavery was a good thing.
Absolutely. Right to my team. Absolutely. In my congressional district.
What's that like?
Sometimes I keep things to myself.
Stop it right there for me, please. So in my.
You write at one point in the book.
Can you pause it just
the
for a
moderate
second?
Republicans and their supporters who want to make America great again want to be.
Yeah, we heard that clip.
Are you saying you think they want to read?
Hello, Rhombus, you good? I don't know what's going on with Mr. Rhombus. But I do have a question for him. You when you first came on, you said that there were lawmakers that said this, but we just heard a clip where he mentioned people in his district. I didn't hear anything about current Republican lawmakers that are trying that actually made that direct statement to the Honorable Clyburn. So I don't know if you want to clarify your statement, or maybe we misunderstood. You have an opportunity to go and clarify.
This is not the clip, or maybe I misinterpreted, but what I remember the first time I heard it was like people told him to his face that they're going to try to get as close as they can to Jim Crow. So at that point, I was like, okay, let me see if I can find that clip. I thought this was that clip. He's saying something very similar, but it's close enough, right? So if I muddied up the language a little bit, my apologies. I still think it's worth discussing.
Yeah, we can play.
Now that we have.
Let's play the rest of the clip, because I think there could be something that he states, and I was going to say that, Tiffany. Thank you for that. If we can hear the rest of maybe, I don't know how long, but maybe we could pause it. Like if it's longer than 5 minutes or 2 minutes, excuse me, you can pause it. But can we hear what's said after? Because there could be some other additional nuggets in there.
Well, to be honest with you, Rhombus, it's so disjointed for me now. How long is the whole clip? How long in entirety is this clip with Clyburn?
Okay, so this is, I don't know how the full interview, this was a Instagram clip, right? And so I'm trying to find out how long the thing is. I can't find it.
Do you know who's interviewing him? What's the name of the individual? The lady's name?
Yeah. Hold on. This is a PBS conference, so let me bring this
So Clyburn, CBS. I mean PBS.
No, I think this would be, Amari, this is important enough for us to listen to it in its entirety because for us, we can chop it off every 5 minutes. But for us to be listening to out of sequence clips that are not going to give me any understanding because he's in a different spot this time. You notice that?
So let me, I do apologize. Let me see if I can bring this up in the YouTube on format. And just so that you know, it's called Firing Line, right? With Margaret Hoover, all right?
Oh, okay. This is with Margaret Hoover? Okay, I know Margaret. That's okay. She's a good one.
Okay, so I would like us to be able to hear. If no one has any place to go, this is Friday night, and if they're talking about Jim Crow, and Clyburn is a good, he's a good interview. I mean, he's gonna say something right off the cuff. I mean, you know what I mean? He doesn't hold back too much, so I think it's worth us listening to it. Anybody disagree? And then we can move on from there and continue having this conversation.
I think it's worth saying. So South Carolina. I mean, I think I don't know who said. I think Amari said this. I mean, and then another lady who was another part, Sandra was another part of the country. I think it's worth noting that. I mean, the United States is a pretty big place. There's a lot of different people, a lot of different views and ideas. In South Carolina, I mean, there's slave ports there. My great grandmother was from Spartanburg, South Carolina. It's a pretty racist place. I don't think South Carolina is representative of all of the United States. And I think there needs to be, we need to take that note. And we're looking through the lens of a Jim Clyburn, who actually happened to be the first Black American in 1971 to be an advisor to a governor in South Carolina, right? That's Jim. We're talking about the same guy.
Hey, Daryl.
Yeah, so Lisa, I have an answer to your question about the clip. Okay, I found the clip on YouTube. The interview was done in January this year, so before the Supreme Court issued its decision in the Calais case.
Hey, brother, I just wanted to correct you on that fact.
What?
So the Jim Crow laws didn't come before 19.
Oh yeah, Dave, I'm talking, and so there's nothing to correct. Just mute up. Let me finish.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
No.
Sorry.
Mute up. When I'm done, you can talk about what you want to talk about. Okay. I'm talking about a YouTube clip. Mute up, please. You too, Chris. Mute up.
You guys mute up on the stage if you're not.
Don't mute. Don't yell at me, gay boy.
Mute.
Whoa. Stop, you guys.
We're not gonna do
down.
that.
This is a long night. Y'all already hyped up and thinking.
Yeah. So, Lisa, the clip was posted on YouTube in January this year. It's about 30 minutes long. I can post a link in the chat. I don't know if you guys want to listen to 30 minutes, but it's Jim Clyburn talking about America, race, and where we're going in terms of civil rights. It's a bunch of stuff. So here's the...
Okay, you guys have the link. Amari, you have the link.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can play 30 minutes of what's that, but we can try to, because, you might not got nowhere to go, but I definitely got to run up and down those stairs.
Right here, brother.
I just posted the link. Because it said firing order with Margaret Hoover, and that's what I found.
I'm going to settle in and go to a cigar lounge and just listen.
All right, so 27 minutes.
Talking?
You don't have to play the whole thing, but I believe that's where Rhombus got the clip from. So.
Yes.
And we can just stop it. Okay, so we can stop this clip every. It'll take too long every 5 minutes. I'm not sure. So you want to run? Amari every 6 minutes?
I think Rhombus said he'll run it.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I'll run it every 6 minutes.
Okay, so every six.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what do you guys like? No, seriously, because I'm trying to get to the 3 minutes. We'll be forever.
Well, we're not trying to get through this whole. You're trying to get through this whole thing today.
Oh Lord. Okay, go ahead, Rhombus. Start it. Do every 5 minutes. Is 5 okay?
Oh yeah, 5 times 6 is 30. So yeah, that's fine.
All right, it's 5 minutes, y'all. You guys need this. ADD is for real, and I think RFK. Just relax. We might hear something that's going to help us with the conversation. Maybe help you make some informative decisions about what's going on with voting and should you vote and what's actually happening. This is informative. Look at it that way. Informative.
Not if you're listening to mentally ill people.
Who are you considering mentally ill, sir?
The homosexuals.
Oh my
Go,
God, I can't.
go.
I can't.
Stop,
I
bro.
just cannot.
I'm gonna say
I just
stop, bro.
cannot tonight. Sir, can you keep your
I moved him to the audience. That was absolutely called for, and that's not what this room is about.
okay, this is just too much. I cannot control the crazies. So, all right.
Don't even try to control the crazies.
No, I'm not. You see what I'm doing? I'm trying to find something to eat. And I'm just trying to get you guys to have a room until I get home. That's
Some of the
viable.
mods agree with what I say. That's why they brought me back up.
Oh, okay. Well, those ones are not going to speak up. So, and can you just not talk until we get through 5 minutes of this?
So the mod that dropped you
Fix
approved you
that.
to come back up.
Yeah, and I just realized that, yeah, so I dropped him again, and it will stay that way. My bad. I do apologize, everyone.
Talk about hypocrisy.
You know, I make mistakes. I am not perfect.
Okay. We're playing at 5?
Go ahead, Robert. Man, calm down. Go ahead, man.
What?
Let me get Little out of here first.
And a warning for the future. This week on firing.
My cautionary tale is this: anything that's happened before can happen again.
South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn is talking about segregation.
All it takes is a rogue Supreme Court, and I'm not so sure that we have not gotten there.
So you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow?
Absolutely, and I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that.
Clyburn's recent book, The First Age, is a reminder of Black Americans' political advancement and deliberate political suppression. It tells the story of the 8 Black Americans elected to Congress from South Carolina immediately following the Civil War. There wouldn't be a 9th until Clyburn was elected in 1992, close to a century later. And you say that it became more urgent to you to tell this tale after January 6th.
Right. I am convinced that whoever put January 6th together used a roadmap that they came right out of the bill.
Thank you.
At 85 years old, Clyburn is a national power broker. His famous fish fry is a mandatory stop for any Democrat with presidential ambitions. What does Congressman Jim Clyburn say now?
Firing line with Margaret Hoover is made possible in part.
Make that mistake.
Well, I think that White Washington history has always been a part of this country, especially since the Civil War. The people who came out of the Civil War, having lost the war, decided that was just a battle. They would continue to fight to redeem the South to its pre-Civil War days. And in my book, I refer to them as redeemers.
The Redeemer Democrats were the Southern Democrats. They wanted to redeem the South.
They wanted to redeem the South to pre-Civil days. And constitutionally, they couldn't get it done. But you will see instance after instance, they made the decision. We're going to take our society back as close to slavery as we can get without violating the Constitution. So now the 13th Amendment was there, which meant that the formerly enslaved were now free. The 14th Amendment gave them equal protection of the laws and, of course, the 15th Amendment, the right to vote. But the implementation of constitutional amendments rely on legislative action, and that's where they made their attacks. Went straight to the legislature, and then they got the Supreme Court to interpret these things the way they wanted them interpreted, and that's how we got Jim Crow.
The first Black Congress in 1993, there was practically zero evidence that he had ever been in the same halls you were walking.
That's correct. And I set out to change that.
And later, you were able to hang his portrait in the Capitol, have a meeting room designated in his honor.
Right.
Why was that so important to you?
Well, I believe history is very important. It should not just be informative, but it should instruct. And because I believe that so strongly, I think that the extent to which we are left out of that history takes away from the foundation that our children and grandchildren can build upon.
Okay, we're at 5 minutes. Any thoughts? Am I continuing on? We need to fast forward more.
So,
are we good?
Hold on real quick. I just give people a chance. I don't know, Misa, did you hear? Okay, so it looks like they clipped the part where he talked about Jim Crow, and then they seemed like they mashed it with another section of your original clip. Did you hear that?
I was hearing the conversation, and it sounded like the original one, but still, listening from here, the conversation is, do we really think this is viable? Like what he's saying, because this is what the room is about. He is coming out of his mouth. This is somebody who's been serving for a long time. Hopefully he won't be reelected. But
85 years old, right?
Yeah.
Time to retire, buddy.
Time to retire, buddy.
But he sounds good though.
He does, but he should be, what do they call, emeritus right now.
Yes.
He should be bringing somebody up behind him.
He should be on his porch drinking lemonade, riding away until...
No, he should be pouring all this knowledge into somebody who can come up behind him.
While drinking lemonade.
Don't forget the lemonade.
You guys are just
or sweet
really
tea.
Silly tonight, right?
I really
That's
like
gonna be the
sweet tea.
silly room. This will be the silly room, or
In a hall mall.
I think that there's more. I think that there's more interview to be listened to, and so she will ask that the question that we originally heard again, and then that was when the rest of the context will kind of roll out. But she's kind of teasing out some of the conversation, and this is that kind of like the first time we heard the word slavery come out of his mouth, because the last one he didn't say slavery. He said they don't want slavery. They want as close to Jim Crow as possible. But what I heard just now, he said they want to get
about the
as close to slavery as possible. Right.
He's talking about Rainey though. He's talking about the congressman. So when he was talking about that, he was talking about in that context. That's what I heard. So I mean, I didn't realize he was the person that got the picture in the halls of Congress. So shout out to him. That was something that I wrote down. That he did, that he was a big part of. So shout out to him for that one. So. All right. Well, I'll roll out another 5 minutes. Go ahead and press play again if you quick. And then Misa, you got to mute up because I can hear them cooking the Chinese chicken wing with feathers on it.
Okay. Well, this piece theater.
But we said that that's what they said. So don't be surprised that he said slavery, because that's what we said earlier, over an hour and a half ago. We said, they said slavery.
But you didn't ever say Claremont. He said it. Yeah, so I get what you're saying. But go ahead. But he didn't say slavery and the Republicans trying to bring it back in that sense, though. So you're still distorting it. But go ahead, Rhombus. We're here.
Yeah. I have grandchildren. I've had a little great-granddaughter. I think it's important for her to know who she is and from which she came.
Robert Smalls was one of your first dates. He was born enslaved. He became a Civil War hero.
Right.
You call him, quote, the most consequential South Carolinian who ever lived.
Yes.
Why?
Because he was.
What'd he do?
Right. Well, Robert Smalls was born enslaved. His mother never told who his father was, but he knew that his father was not African American. And he put together a scheme to escape from slavery.
He met with Abraham Lincoln.
Yep, he escaped in May. In August, he was sitting by with Abraham Lincoln. Smalls had become a celebrity all over the country, having escaped slavery the way he did, having been rewarded with his freedom and with significant amounts of money, he was asked to go to Washington, sit down with Abraham Lincoln, and get permission for blacks to serve. And he left Washington having convinced Lincoln to do that, and Lincoln authorized him to go back to South Carolina and recruit 5,000 soldiers that turned into 40,000. And Abraham Lincoln said himself, and it's in the book, were it not for these soldiers, they would not have won the war. So I believe that war changed direction because Robert Small is pretty clear the facts are there.
There's one of the first eight whose story you say, quote, gives me the greatest pause, that's Robert the Large.
Yeah.
So how is he different?
He was born a free black. He's from family from Haiti. His father was a tailor, mother a dressmaker. They owned slaves because he was of mixed race. He was able to get an education, and he really joined the Confederate Army. He was a big apologist for the enslavers. And he looked down upon those who were enslaved until the war was over and the Union had won the war, and he flipped sides. He used his color to get an education, and he used his color to suppress those that he considered beneath him until he needed them to vote for him. He only served one term, and I think that was because people soon saw through him.
The history of these men, especially the heroes, the ones you most admire, it strikes me that in an era where there was a move to tear down Confederate statues and to contextualize them and put them in museums and take them out of public spaces, that there's a real opportunity to build statues, to build up these men and to remind this next generation of our history.
Yeah, these things evolve. You see various portraits of Robert Smalls in places, none really official. I have not seen, I have talked with the legislator that was working on putting his likeness in the Capitol. He represents Buford and happens to be a Republican. And his thing to me was, Robert Smalls was a Republican. Well, all 8 of these people
were Republicans. Well, but this is
my mother and father were Republicans. But this Republican Party today,
it's a little different.
It's a little bit different.
It's a little bit different. You say that, as a result of the tumultuous and challenging times in which we live now, this book has become much more than an introduction to heroic figures.
Absolutely.
Heroic figures have been lost to history. It is now a cautionary tale.
Right.
And you say that it became more urgent to you to tell this tale after January 6th.
Right.
You say that the Redeemer Democrats are echoing the tactics of MAGA Republicans.
Absolutely.
Tell me more about that.
Well, let's look at all the stuff that they did. A guy named Witherspoon Gary, a general in the Confederate Army.
Completely unrepentant, believed that Robert E. Lee should not have surrendered.
Absolutely. And he did everything he could. He, like the particular figure in the White House today, he overtook the entire mechanism. He wrote and did it. Given instructions as to how they should conduct themselves. And one of the things he instructed them to do, always wear a red shirt. The red shirts. Today, red caps. He instructed them rifle clubs, Ku Klux Klan used you can look at what's happening today. If you want to know
What the fuck
what
is
all this
content?
is about, you can get a nice, concise understanding from this book.
So are you saying these tactics echo the past?
Absolutely. In fact, I am convinced that whoever put January 6th together used a roadmap that they came right out of this era.
How far do you think the current MAGA Republican Party, because you say it's Proud Boys, which are different from run-of-the-mill MAGA, how far do you think MAGA Republicans, and you even Donald Trump as the leader of the MAGA Republicans, I mean, when you reference the echoes of history, how far do you think, or are you warning that they're willing to go?
All the way.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by all the way? Because you write at one point in the book, the MAGA Republicans and their supporters who want to make America great again want to be remaking it in the image of the antebellum era. I just want to be clear. Are you saying you think they want to reinstate slavery?
No. They wish to get us back as close to slavery as they can possibly get us to without violating, because the Constitution says they can't do it. Jim Crow? Yes.
So you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow?
Absolutely. And I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that. Remember, all of this started with a Supreme Court decision called Dred Scott. That's what defined and laid the foundation for all of this stuff. And then we got the case called Plessy versus Ferguson. That's established separate and equal.
Well, of course, the Supreme.
Okay, so that was what we heard the first.
Yes. Okay, I'm glad you told
me. We rolled into it.
And I can't wait to hear what comes after that, because that's the part that, like Tiffany and others were stating, we need to hear that second part. But he said slavery, no. Jim Crow, definitely.
Yeah.
He said definitely. Okay, I heard that loud and clear. I have a little bit of pushback. I think since I've been coming on this stages, come on, we're trying to have a conversation. I would say since I've been coming into space, I think people take policies disagreements as wanting to go back to a Jim Crow slavery era. He voting, because you want voter IDs, to have an ID to vote, that you want Jim Crow, right? Because you may have stricter immigration policies, right? That you want to go back to slavery. I'm not sure how you can put tens of millions of people in that bucket. And that's just my one pushback there online.
And not only that, Amari, it's a very abstract thing. It's like you can't approve or disapprove that statement, because it's just too abstract. It's too obtuse. And that's the issue that I have with it. I mean, he's just having a conversation, and we're hyper-focusing on this conversation, and we're all going to take away our own meaning from it. But, I mean, the guy's also selling a book, too. Let's not forget that, right? Like, follow the money, find the truth. I mean, I think this interview, obviously I understand who Jim Clyburn is. We all do. But I think things can be taken out of context or lost in translation. I want to know what time, where's his book? Did his book get published around this time? Is he on a book tour? What if we came out and found out this guy gave the same interview 30 different places at little Rotary clubs and Kiwanis clubs all over South Carolina? Would we give it the same amount of,
Okay, I got issues with that, because the thing is this: everybody who was going through this administration, even the first time, has written a book, right? There are, I think, multiple reasons for that. One, you want to get that person's perspective. It's selling. If you're living in a mega world, you're going to get fired, right? So this is going to be his last hurrah getting paid. Secondly, it needs to be archived from multiple perspectives, as many perspectives that have the closest to adjacent, direct, indirect as possible so that we can get the most accurate depiction of what is really going on from many different angles. It is of service that we get this black man's perspective down, right? And he can make some money on the side, okay? You know, because he doesn't lose it.
Let's not forget that.
His Friday. His Fridays. Come on.
Now, Robert, let me just have a little quick. I'm going to add to that, and I really want to pass the mic. But here's the other thing that's interesting. And it reminds me of the book that I was talking about earlier that people would say was so irrelevant to what I was trying to say. I mean, I don't know why, but how he described, because I just read about this guy, Robert Small. I didn't know this guy ever existed, and I went and I read about him, and I shared the link. I'm a speed reader, right? I'm like, damn, this Robert Small did that during actual slavery. I mean, this guy actually got a freaking Confederate ship and drove it to the Union side that had cannons and munitions during the slavery time, right? And not to mention, another little nuance fact that was just kind of mentioned there, he had kind of like a priority status or preferential status. He was Haitian, born free. I think they're saying here that he actually, one thing they're saying he's a slave, but then he volunteered to be a worker to get a better context. He had slavery, agreed, he was a freaking Confederate apologist. Let's not forget that part. And then he flipped sides after the Civil War. And then he served in the state legislature. Very interesting thing that any black person could do something like that back in the anytime after the 1860s or anytime. And then he served the U.S. Treasury, the U.S. Representative as well, during a time really right before Jim Crow, right? Jim Crow came after 1865, right? Because these were the things to put black people back in chains. This was mass incarceration. This was all these other things. So someone said, what am I insinuating? I'm not trying to insinuate anything. I'm like, look at the facts. Guys, I'm going to say it this way, I'm going to say it plainly. Nobody's going to give you shit. And it's interesting that we know that when it comes to our own macro lives. Like, if somebody is going to give you a degree, or you have to go out there and earn it, right? If somebody's going to give you freedom, or you're going to go out there and take it. Guys, white people didn't give us shit, okay? We fought for our freedom. We died for our freedom. And that's just the facts. We killed people for our freedom, period. And
you ladies, we heard a lot of the fellas. I mean, I don't know why some of y'all ladies as quiet as a church mouse right now, but what did y'all think about that last clip, that second round clip?
I'm happy that he made a distinction between the Republican Party of the past that his parents were and Mr. Smalls was in the current Republican Party, because no matter how many times people try to dispel that nasty little rumor, it will persist. I also think it's interesting that I actually just appreciate his perspective. I was reminded that this is an elder, and we don't really know what he's gone through. And it's kind of amazing that he reached that point in his life. And what struck me, and I put this in the chat, and honestly, it's quite infuriating, and I apologize to all of the non-melanated people in the room, but kind of the way that even at his age, with all of his accomplishments, that he still had a tinge of pride in his voice when he said, and it's in the book, that Lincoln said he couldn't have won the war without those soldiers. As if we're still looking for some kind of approval from people that we know largely are not even worthy of seeking such, or telling us that we're not enough, or telling us that we're not worthy. That just really boiled my bum, that this lovely elder, this esteemed, refined, elegant gentleman still has to say, this is what Lincoln said. Fuck Lincoln, respectfully. Fuck his little pat on the head, like, oh, the Negroes perform well. Fuck all of them. Thank you, I'm done.
And his motherfucking pennies. Fuck him and his pennies.
Oh, wow. With that being said, we should be at, the 14-minute mark, Rhombus?
Yeah, 13, 14. Yeah, so we're like halfway there. and I can squeeze in another 5.
Well, I just want to add real quickly to what Reformatory said. I mean, Reformatory, man, it's scary.
Reformatory.
It's scary.
Girl, I know. We're 20s, girl.
It's scary because I want to say this about Lincoln. Lincoln was a piece of shit. Lincoln had he did not want you guys to be free. He did not want you guys to actually be in the war, but he was pushed to it because they were losing so badly. He wanted to save the Union. And by saving the Union, if that meant sending y'all niggas back to Africa, if that meant sending you guys back to Africa, he was willing to do that. But as it turned out, he had started looking for some place to send you guys, and then he found out that they were losing so terribly in the war. Y'all look this up. Lincoln was not your savior. He started to grudgingly let you guys fight. And then when they were capturing the African Americans, instead of trying to tell them to treat them nicely, because once they caught you, they treated you worse than slaves, he refused to intervene. So just do a little backdrop on Lincoln and see how he wasn't that great emancipator that everybody tries to play him as. And I'll end with that.
Agreed, Misa. He freed the slaves to piss off the South. But anywho, we don't have to litigate that. But I want to get this book and read it for sure.
Okay, so good.
Thank you.
Play.
Yes, and 5 minutes so we can jump in. Thank you, I appreciate it. And everyone in the room, thanks for coming to the 420. Eventually, we're going to get to some other, but this was kind of intriguing to me. I hope you just bear with us and get through it, and y'all can get back to arguing and crashing out after this is over. Go ahead.
Or during Reconstruction, overturned the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
So I.
That's what the Civil Rights Act was overturned by the United States Supreme Court. And what had just happened with the 1955 Civil Rights Act? The first, they're doing it a little more sophisticated, but they're doing that. The Supreme Court is overturning now, and it is legal to use political results to redistrict. And that is eliminated more and more African Americans from the political process.
To be really clear, your view is the moderate Republicans are explicitly racist and want to turn the country back toward the time that approaches Jim Crow, if not achieving.
I don't know that I would call all moderate Republicans that. I'm very circumspect about using it. There are racists. I don't put that away into one person, but I know what the word means. It's sitting there in the dictionary for anybody who understands it. There are white supremacists, and there are people who are supporters of this president who admit to me that they are white supremacists. I've had people who support this president tell me that they thought that slavery was a good thing. And really, for us to deny that this exists, I don't know why we would do that.
You've had people tell you to support this president that they thought slavery was a good thing.
Absolutely. Right to my teeth.
Constituents?
Absolutely. In my congressional district.
What's that like?
Sometimes I keep things to myself.
In the period that you cover in your book, nearly all Black Americans were proud Republicans, as you mentioned. Your mother and father were Republicans. All of the first eight were Republicans.
Right.
The Redeemer Democrats did not want Black Americans in their party. This was the party of Lincoln. It was the party of emancipation. In 1992, you participated in a debate on the original firing line with William F. Buckley Jr. And the question of the debate was, should Black Americans come back to the Republican Party? In explaining why they should not, you invoked the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Here's what you said then. Take a look.
And so it seems to me that it's a Democratic Party that has come forward with those group remedies, such as the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act is not individually applied. It's applied to the group because it was the group that was denied the right to vote.
Do you remember that debate?
Yes, I do.
The constitutionality whether race can be considered when drawing congressional lines is coming before the Supreme Court this term. You write that you would not have been elected if it hadn't been for the Voting Rights Act.
Absolutely.
What is at stake 60 years later if it is not upheld?
If you retrogress, I mean, that's what happened. In the 1870s, South Carolina was allocated 5 congresspeople, 4 of them were black. And so, and in 1902, 0 black. So, look, a majority of the House in South Carolina during this period of time were black. These were black people.
Earlier this year, President Trump signed an executive order entitled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History. He declared that there was, quote, a widespread effort to rewrite our nation's history, replacing objective facts with distorted narratives driven by ideology rather than truth. You're a former history teacher.
Yep.
What do you make of this?
Hogwash. Hogwash. The facts are the facts. For some strange reason, this administration and a lot of people in this country have decided that we have alternate facts.
President Trump feels that that history intends to cause shame. What do you say to that claim?
But this does cause shame. But it's not the way he thinks. Slavery is shameful. Jim Crow is shameful. Lynching is shameful. All of that was made legal in this country. That's shameful. So he is correct. That history is shameful. But what he's attempting to emulate or to eliminate the side of that history of the victims rather than the perpetrators.
You've been in Congress for more than 30 years.
Okay, there's a little pause, and after this we have 10 minutes. But thoughts?
I don't believe anybody came to him and told him that about slavery to his face. I just find that hard to believe. What kind of person?
What?
I just said it. I said it. I don't believe that no one came to him and told him to his face that slavery was good. Who was that?
They could have been black, Lisa. Or Lisa, honestly. Probably on Clubhouse.
You
have to
didn't
put
have
that
to
in context. For some people, slavery was good economically. So if they're looking at it from that perspective, and not being sensitive to the other things that occurred and just the economics, then you can see that perspective. I'm not saying it was moral. I'm not saying it was right. I know it was wrong and cruel and all of those things. But those people were about economics and making money.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like me saying I came over and robbed and killed one of your family members, right? Although I came out beneficial, right? I came out with more money than I did. One of your family members is dead, and I think that's the thing. We can't allow ourselves to entertain and regurgitate the same bullshit. Who gives a fuck about your capitalism? If my head was the fucking head used as a damn stepping stool, fuck that. You understand? And that's what.
But you gotta remember who these people were. These were not the came to the Americas were who?
They were fucking not refugees. They were criminals.
Thank you.
They were people that had been kicked out of other places, and
thank you.
So they were people that had gone rogue. So ultimately, when you're looking at now a group of us as black people calling ourselves proud Americans,
that's almost as similar to somebody coming over, killing our family, and us now taking the opportunity to ride in the car with the same person that killed your family without saying a motherfucking thing. And that's where America looks at us as feeble-minded, right? Like these motherfuckers ain't got good sense. And rather than us standing up, batting the eye, fucking thinking any type of rebellious thought, we don't think that. We are still under the oppression of slavery.
You got a white baby mama, don't you?
Who you say, me? You say I got a white baby
Oh,
mama?
I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute.
Oh, wow. Hey, I got a question for you.
No, you didn't.
I got a question for you, Aki. You know, I find it, and this is not, I'm not trying to be disingenuous. You and I have had some good conversations in the 40 acre and a mule room. And, you know, we've bantered back and forth. You know, we're brothers, right? I'm going to push back on that, man, because my thing is.
Push back on what, bro?
Well, I mean, I don't think black people are like just sitting next, batting their eye. I'm just impressed by a press, regime.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear and understand what you're saying. You're saying that you don't feel like you think that black people are just sitting by being passive and being feeble?
Hell, no. I got examples on why that's the case too.
What does your political infrastructure look like here in America after we've gone?
I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means.
I'm just saying, when you're looking at a collective body of us as black people, what type of political involvement do we find ourselves in here in America? If we don't know what that looks like, yeah, you're proving my point.
I mean, I think there's a number of different things, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's too many things to mention. All right, like, so President Ferguson, right? That was what that was 1898, where they basically said separate but equal. And then you had the Civil Rights Act of 1964, right? The Voting Rights Act was the Voting Rights Act of 1964. Help me out, guys. I can't. My mind.
I mean, but you can simplify it.
Hold on. All right. Civil Rights Act got passed. We had a black Supreme Court justice. We had a number of different situations.
You say a black Supreme Court justice?
Yeah, I'm talking about Thurgood Marshall, of course.
Okay.
Right? You know, he was black. I mean, so black. I mean, right?
And that's a win for us. I mean,
is it not?
Don't
Considering the circumstances,
don't water down what could be an organic.
I'm not watering down.
Like,
I don't, and I'm not doing that.
No, I'm just going with you. I'm going with you. You said we had
Can you at least let him finish? Because
absolutely. I will. But I thought he and I were having a conversation.
We were, and I was okay. Me and IQ we were having a good conversation. I mean,
it was hard to understand you, Daryl, because you were in the middle of a thought. And
yes, sir.
Okay, you good, brother. Thank you. It's hard for us to have a conversation. So, hey, what I'm saying, we got Barack Obama as well, which is the pinnacle of any seat in this political infrastructure, right? It's the pinnacle, the top. What does that mean?
I don't know what that means. Go ahead, I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying, what does that mean? Because I've heard a lot of people that voted for Barack Obama.
I was one of those people.
Said that now in, the post or the aftermath of his service, that they are not pleased, right? That they don't feel like.
Can you give some a few, maybe 2 or 3 points on what people were displeased of?
Well, they feel like they didn't get anything for their vote. They didn't. They felt like Barack Obama didn't do anything.
What about the affordable care? What about the affordable care? What about the affordable care? I'm just asking. What do you think?
Now listen. I didn't ask them what about the affordable.
I'm asking you.
No, listen, brother. Listen.
Okay.
You asked me what did they say. You asked me what they said. So I'm giving you what some of the people that actually voted for Barack Obama, what they said.
People like
right? They said they didn't benefit any.
I don't feel that way.
From Obamacare or anything. So,
I don't feel that way.
So right. Okay, I don't want to cut you off, brother.
No,
I'm talking about Thurgood Marshall. And I guess us actually progressing via your eyes here in America in 2026, correct?
It sounds as if you believe, IQ, that that people wasted their votes by voting for Obama. It sounds as if you believe that.
I don't think I said that, so could you please go on mute and stop assuming things because you're kind of interrupting the dialogue.
Yeah, it has to be done because they're not going to play in my face.
What are you talking about, dude? Who are you?
Just go on with your point, IQ. You said that some people.
Who the fuck is this? What is your point?
All right.
Who the fuck are you?
You said that some people felt that Barack Obama did not perform well. And your next point was?
How do you feel about it? And he refused to answer the question.
No, right now I'm talking about the people that actually voted for Barack Obama.
Daryl says he's interested in
your Don't tell me what to say
about Barack Obama.
All right, we're going to move on with the clip.
Yeah, we've got 5 more minutes.
Let's go. Niggas are the worst.
Shut the fuck up with your faggot ass, nigga.
Okay, we're not going to do that.
Don't say shit about hotel for nothing if you don't want it, your bitch ass boy.
Yeah, you're the big ass. You're the
Come on, guys. We don't have to move y'all down.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps younger Democrats coming to play. You've announced that you will be making an announcement about your future in Congress in the coming months.
Right.
What is your perspective now from where you sit about a new generation of Democrats?
Well, I believe they're very strong with it. And people tend to forget, when I became a member of Congress, I hired a staff. My chief of staff was 29 years old, the youngest on Capitol Hill. So I asked the question a lot. Yeah, they're still with me. He's been with me for the entire 32 years. So I'm supposed to fire him. He's not too old. I got to get another 29-year-old. Is that what's true? I mean, come on. I got elected to Congress at 52. I wish the attention of the public was placed on why is it that Jim Corbin gets elected to Congress at a time when white politicians would be retired. Why was it I did not get to Congress? I was 52. Why was it there 95 years between number 8 and number 9? Nobody focused on that. Everybody focused on, are you too old to be here? Well, I don't think I was too old to be a freshman congressman.
And you say that this is a cautionary tale. This book is as much a history as it is a cautionary tale.
Right.
What is your precautionary warning?
The one that
Next generation.
My cautionary tale is this. It's really term. Anything that's happened before can happen again. That's the whole deal. Just remember, all it takes is a road Supreme Court. And I'm not too sure that we have not gotten there.
As you reflect on your own life and your work and your legacy, what message do you have for those who follow you, who are the next 8?
I make this a standard. Politics is not complicated. It is very, very simple. It's called building relationships. When you offer for office, build a relationship with the constituents you're seeking to serve. Get to know who they are. Get to know their families. Get to know their communities. Deal with their dreams and their aspirations. Not yours, but theirs. They're the ones that hold your future. Not you. They hold it.
Are you optimistic about the chances for Democrats in the next cycle?
After the most recent election, yes. But before the most recent election,
You weren't so sure
was not sure at all.
because of leadership?
No, because of the results of election after election. They kind of lethargic. View the action that people took on elections.
And Donald Trump had increased his share of black male voters by double, by 50%.
Simply because brainwashed.
You think the black male voters doubled their support for Trump because they were brainwashed?
They believe that's foolishness. When I first started in politics, I used to say that there's no substitute for substance. I used to say that a lot.
Do you still believe that?
No,
Why?
because style trumps substance, and that is an intended pun.
So what does that mean for the future?
It means we got to get beyond the style. We got to get back to substance. We got to say, I don't care how pretty the language. I don't care how forceful the language. What is the substance? When you have insulin costing $600 and $700 a month for a person, and you get that insulin reduced to $35 a month, what's the most important to that person? The substance of that decision or the style within which you make it? And you got a person with a lot of style now that's removing that cap and will let the insulin go back up to $600 a month. That's why I say we have reached a point in this country. The style seems to trump substance.
How do we get back, and what gives you hope?
We have to start electing people to office who believe in the Constitution, who believe in representative democracy. And I say that because that's what a republic is, a representative democracy. And when Benjamin Franklin first intoned that we've given you a republic, if you can keep it, he himself expressed a doubt as to whether or not this country would be able to keep this republic.
Do you think we can?
I think we can, but the question is, will we?
Really?
I have no idea. That remains to be seen.
I'd love to end on how you were going to reflect on your legacy.
Well, each individual got to take ownership of that. They have something to say about this. Gays who started Jim Crow won the presidency by a vote of 185 to 184. Reconstruction came to an end by one vote. Jim Crow became the law of the land by one vote. So I ask everybody, which will be one vote.
Representative Joe Clyburn, thank you for turning to firing me.
Thank you.
Firing line.
Oh wow,
That is
I did not know that. Oh my God.
You know what?
Really.
The one vote.
I think it's bigger than what these conversations actually. When you're talking about the substance, right? And looking at the title up at the top, this America that we are in was raised on the back, the blood, sweat, and tears of your ancestors. Not everybody is equal and everybody is the same. No, the fuck they're not. When you're talking about reparations, we've allowed ourselves to let these other people come up in the conversation talking about reparations. But nobody has gone through what our ancestors have gone through here in America. Fuck watering the story down, fuck trying to deny it, right? Even in our historical content, it's not a one where we get to tell the story and narrate the story. It's where they sell the shit to us.
That's right.
Right? So that's the reality of what we have. We have to question ourselves. When America used to call Negroes feeble-minded, you have to ask, how far have you advanced from that status? Who is teaching you? Who's teaching your children? Right? Are they the benefactors of slavery? The beneficiaries? 9 times out of 10 they are. 80% of the people that teach our children are white folk. So when we're talking about this, we are the world, no. When we're coming to the table, there's nowhere in the hell we can open up business as a collective if you've been stealing money from me. Before we open up that goddamn business, we're going to have to talk about this money you owe me. You understand? If we don't talk about that, then guess what? It's safe to assume that I'm just a feeble-minded motherfucker that's going to allow you to do the same shit again. So ain't no use of talking about dealing with damn near the whole system needs to be fucking destroyed, right? I do agree with what the brother said about being brainwashed, but that's on both sides. That's on the blue and red side. They are both wings of the same fucking bird. So I think the more that we understand that, we can get you.
Lord, I hate that saying.
Let me land real quickly. That's so very accurate. That's so very accurate. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I can tell you how I can prove that it's accurate. Because once
There's
you advance
on both sides.
when you advance all of the colors and shit, right? You understand that typically all those presidents have to go through some Ivy League school, right? Whether it be Harvard, whether it be Yale, they have those things in common. So what you find out that these motherfuckers are selected, not elected. You understand? How many 40-something of them are blood relatives? So we dancing around thinking this shit is just all by fucking chance. No, it's not. When we talking about understanding...
Okay, can you land in 30 seconds, Mr. IQ?
Yes, ma'am. I'm landing now. When we're talking about substance, and I know you guys are quick, so I'm ready to hear what you got to say. When we're talking about policy, we should be talking about things that are helping to progress the black man and black woman. But first, we have to have knowledge of self of who is the black man and black woman. This is where your education comes online. But I'll land with that.
Thank you.
I was on the bike. I thought that was BT at first. But it's like, okay. What do you think, Misa, about the clip? I mean, that was
actually very good, and I appreciate Rhombus for bringing that to the room. Thank you. I enjoyed it, actually. So, and I'm not a Clyburn fan, but I did enjoy that interview. So, this is what I have to say about everything. I listen quietly. I try as best I can to stay on mute. This notion that the Republicans and the Democrats are two wings of the same bird is crazy. It's crazy, not crazy calling you crazy, sir. It's just this statement that people have latched on and tried to make sense of it because it sounds good. You know, some KFC Golden Corral shit. It's crazy because the Democrats and the Republicans are nowhere near on the same. They might be attached to the same bird, the same ride, but they're just totally different. The Republicans have not put through any legislation to help anyone that is of need. Not one. If you bring one up, I will apologize. But other than that, the Republicans are for the rich. The Republicans are for the people who are already of means. They have not brought one social program to light that I'm aware of that helps people who are in need, that are in the throes of struggling, trying to make ends meet, trying to go to school, trying to get relief. Oh, none of that. So how can that same bird fly with a broken wing? And the Democrats are always the ones who are trying to offer what? Get your tuition, health care, equal rights. And I bet you that last Jim Crow vote was from some white Republican. Current day Republican. So it's just crazy to me. I don't even understand how you want to keep on saying that. And we're in slavery. Our minds are in slavery. Well, if our minds are such in slavery, then why are we constantly in so much dissension among us if we're in slavery? Because the slaves had to be together. Them slaves weren't all, only the people who were dissenting, like the ones who ran the rebellions, they were the few and far between. So we are constantly going against each other. Look at Clubhouse. Look at this room. Great on
destination, but we don't agree to get there. And some of y'all don't even agree with destination, basically. So I'm just gonna be quiet. Then, Ari, I'm almost home. If you give me like 20 minutes, I'll be able to.
20.
I'm sorry. I'm
20, just so people know, 20 minutes and Lisa is about 4.
An hour.
So you gotta multiply, because she's gonna then stop at like Lowe's.
I already stopped.
Stop at Ross. Then
No, I'm shopping Ross. I don't like Ross.
So yeah, okay. So you'll be home within an hour, just to be safe. I gotta. But again, I'm not trying to trigger nobody. And where's Michael at? Because I know he did. I try to be mindful when I say things that I'm not trying to throw anything out there to trigger anybody. But does anyone believe, like, if you look at us, like when you look at voting, like a place like California that has not had a black governor, right? I mean, when New York, I think, had deacons in the 90s, right? Who else? And you look at you have like 2 mayors in Los Angeles, I believe. Karen Bass, I think, and Tom Bradley. I'm going by memory, and they about to get rid of Bass. They literally. Okay, let me bring you back. Where's Sandra at? Sorry, she just messaged me and said bring her back up. So it can leave the red states, leave Republicans out of it. But do you believe that even the parties such as Claiborne Party can do better? Can we have an honest conversation that they do a better job than Republicans? Great, we'll give you a pat on the back for that one. Do you think they could do better in promoting black people? Oh, you're up, Sandra. Anyone on the stage want to?
The Democrats, you say?
Of course they could. There's wealth disparities, there's income disparities, there's educational disparities, there's literacy rate. I mean, of course, this country could do better. They could start with reparations. They could start with anti-black laws. They could start by, just that they could keep the laws that they've somewhat put in place to protect and assist us. Of course. I think that's a pretty easy question to respond to.
Have we even gotten an apology at this point? If we have never gotten, not to say we need a payout, have we even gotten an apology?
I think so.
Hey, you say you think so?
Yeah, I think, I forget when.
In the 90s, they wrote an apology about
Clinton did.
Yeah.
America wrote an apology.
I don't want no
They did in the
apology. My ancestors are dead.
It was something they not passed, but it was something in Congress.
That is very performative. We don't want no damn apology.
Right, but I mean, just even insisting when we're talking about now trying to make it right for these people. Do you feel as if they are the ones that are now trying to make it right for those people that still suffer from disparities that are plaguing black folk residually from slavery? So when they talk about these Fortune 500 companies now being able to get their substantiation from slavery, right? You wouldn't see them as
They're trying to give us every symbolic opportunity to say they're sorry and to ask for forgiveness. They will not give us anything material. It is
I don't even think they're going to see what they're going to say. I'm sorry, genuinely.
But he asked, could they do anything better?
And you know what? Can I Hurricane, you there? Because I think Hurricane, this might be a good question for you.
I'm thinking about holiday.
What is 2 things that if Democrats take the House, the White House, and the Senate in 2028, what is 2 things that can really make things better for Black Americans all throughout this republic? Hurricane.
He must not be there.
No, I see Des is on stage. Des, can you respond to that?
Yeah, sure. So I know there's a lot of issues with holding certain companies accountable.
in terms of like Flint, when you talk about the water and quality and individuals who live in impoverished neighborhoods. We're going to talk about urban planning. Housing and urban planning has a idea to pinpoint Black people in specific areas, and also medium wealth and income of those individuals, and knowing that, hey, Black people live in this area, so we're going to give them access to certain food sources. We're not putting a Whole Foods in a Black area. We're putting, this check cashing place, this strip mall, and this check cashing place here. But we're not gonna. Exactly. So that is a big thing.
And the liquor store.
We're correct, yes, sir. So that goes on. And what I wanted to kind of get into that kind of help with that, kind of build on my point from an economical standpoint, was this idea that the Republicans are going to implement legislation to help with trickle-down economics back from 2017 Reagan era to the 2025 Trump era. 2017 Trump's first term, that extends the tax cuts from previous Republican administrations, and then also in 2025.
Don't forget the Bush tax cuts.
Yes, sir. Bush and Reagan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But Obama did actually continue them, just so you know.
All right. So yeah, I'll come back to that later. But basically, what's going to happen with that legislation? If that legislation continues, and with the compounded with AI, right? The first thing to go when maximizing and optimizing a company in terms of income is labor. So individuals who are at these high median incomes in Washington, D.C., where I live, $100,000 median, Black Americans making the most money you ever seen in PG County, they're no longer making that money because Doge comes in and cuts and kills off the incomes of historically a lot of Black folks who live in those counties. So now those individuals who are pinpointed PG County, Black people live here, we're going to give them access to this. We cut their income primarily in this area, so now there's a housing crisis in this area. A lot of this legislation is compounded together and absolutely is attacking African Americans. It's like legislation that is passed between Doge, AI and automation, gets rid of tier 1 analysts in the government, and primarily African American women working at Booz Allen Hamilton and PricewaterhouseCoopers, and they were cut tremendously. And a lot of government jobs, Parsons, gone. Black women, gone. Like, it's primarily. And I've watched it happen. I used to work in the White House. Literally, like, a lot of Black folks who were working in these executive positions are cut completely. And they're not held accountable. I mentioned Flint, Michigan first. Elon Musk was head of Doge. He was being sued by the EPA for Tesla dumping in waterways. And then while he was being sued, the Trump administration removed the head of the EPA who was responsible for heading that investigation. So that lawsuit went away. So now they can continue to dump. And who are they dumping on? Primarily Black areas, right? So the trickle-down economics. Trickle-down economics does not work because you're cutting taxes for the rich one. Then you're not holding them accountable when they cut corners too, which is why I mentioned the EPA. Cutting corners, dumping waste, reducing your cost, right? AI. So now you're reducing your cost with cutting labor, right? And now you're increasing automation, and then you're going to keep the surplus from the amount of money that you would not have paid in taxes, the amount of money that you're not paying in labor, the amount of money that you're not spending on research and development, and then you're going to take that income, and then Bernie Sanders pointed out that the highest paid manager is 192 times paid less than the highest CEO, which means that these CEOs and these owners and these tech billionaires are not 190 richer than ever. And that means that service is not going back to the people. It's going in their pocket.
That's what America was built out for.
Thank you, Des. I'd forgotten about that with Elon Musk. And wasn't he under investigation by at least 5, right? 7 different federal agencies. And all of that went away. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yes,
Thank you, 'cause
so
we've
many.
forgotten about
Him
that.
and Trump
Yes.
together, both of them were on. There's a ton of at least there's a page. I'm gonna try to drop it in the chat. 13 different government agencies all had investigations and lawsuits against Tesla, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump, and they all got dropped because every last one of their I guess like whoever runs that agency was removed.
And Des, I want to follow up on a question. So Andy Bashir and then also even Wes Moore have talked about governors have to govern as well, right? They have a responsibility to govern and not just blame Trump for everything. Again, I go back. I know Trump is always the kind of the conversation, but is there anything you would like to see, again, like legislation-wise, if they take the House, the Senate, and then also the White House, and then in addition, do you think governors and blue states should try to do more? Because I'm looking at Los Angeles unemployment, I'm looking at California black unemployment, it's high, and they have the trifecta in the state when it comes to the House, the State House, the Senate, and the governors.
Yeah, I would like to see breaking up of the banks and breaking up of large companies. Because once we have this concept of, remember, the 2008 savings and loan crisis, possibility of it happening again and happening worse. If the Democrats were to take the House and I start to see legislation that was passed in order to improve the lives of an everyday American, we need to see the breaking up of these massive companies. Right now, the way things are going, Nike just laid off 30% of its workforce when it comes to making shoes. Didn't like Amazon lay off a large portion of their workforce? Facebook laid off a large portion of their workforce. I did a contract, I'm in tech. I did a contract for Eli Lilly. After we finished building out their IT service intelligence, they fired 80 to 90% of the people after we're done. So they automated the processes. They fired everybody and kept like 10%. And then increased their profit margins because they no longer have to pay that labor. So if you break up these companies one by one, and then you start to make them compete against each other again, that's simple economics. When they have to compete, it reduces the prices. And when it reduces the prices, it makes it a little bit better for all the everyday Americans. If I can see legislation passed and also the redistricting and stopping of the gerrymandering, stopping of the redlining that we're seeing, that primarily affects African American districts or that are inhabited by black people of color, that needs to happen as well. And I think that Wes Moore is going to do a good job as governor of Maryland. Hopefully he steps in and starts to make some changes as well, and some other governors as well. But yep, I land on that.
So there was a question thank you, Des. There was a question in the chat. Shout out to an educated black man. There was a question in the chat about, and I quote, "What the fuck does a big company have to do with oppressing black people? Nothing." Does anybody want to respond to that?
I mean, you're the economic lady. I mean, sure. I think that'd be a good question for you.
Dan's just an economic man. He has the actual degree in economics.
I think that's really sad. So, what the fuck big company have to do with oppressing black people? That is so sad. So here's my thing. Okay, so here's what I'll say. All right. To my brothers and my sisters, black, white, whatever, it is very important to sit down and read, right? So we got to understand, if large companies come together and say, hey, you know what, we're going to cut labor. They're cutting labor, and then that affects the job market. So now you have less jobs that are readily available to us, right? When large companies eat other companies, so let's say, Amazon originally, but I think it was like 3 different companies. And then, Verizon was Bell Atlantic and 3 or 4 different companies. My father worked at Bell Atlantic, and then when they merged, it became Verizon. He lost his job. So now you have less opportunities with a smaller number of companies. Now leveraging automation, those jobs that used to be available to us are no longer available. So now that loss of income and a loss of opportunity because automation will take over your job. And now when you have less companies, instead of one or two or three different companies automating everything, they're eaten by a larger company, and then that company automates those tasks. So now you have less granular jobs on a one-to-one basis, which you can step in, put in your resume, and get a job. So there's going to be less availability. So that's what I'm trying to kind of illustrate to you.
So Des, would you say, breaking up the big companies, okay, that's one option. But if AI is here, and a lot of there are plenty of small companies as well that are implementing artificial intelligence into their work stream. So wouldn't it be to do something where you actually have some type of universal basic income if these companies are going to lay off, instead of just breaking them up, but yet maybe designing a tax system or something to make sure that the people in this country have the basic needs, at least, while we're going through this?
Elon Musk mentioned that. He mentioned a utopian society after all this automation is to be optimized.
Right.
I just don't see it. There's no way. It doesn't make sense. And they're creating a society, which original topic of the room where I joined the room was what, we talked about the Republicans bringing slavery. Well, I see, what I'm seeing here is a massive barrier to entry for every company. If me and you wanted to start a business to get into hair, right? Black women, we love our black women's hair. Me and you want to start a business to get into that. There's one or two companies at the top that are so big that if they're too big, we can't enter the market to compete against them because we cannot create a product and then charge a price that can compete with their price, and we can't make it cheaper than they can make it. So now we have a barrier to entry, and now we cannot enter into any market as we please. So that's why we want to talk about breaking up these companies, one. And then two, we talk about slavery. We talk about the fact that we have less options, which is very important.
And I just want to add to that point. Thanks, Des. Sorry, I'm just putting the spotlight on you tonight. Is that an example of a corporation oppressing someone? So, for example, Barack Obama, with the Affordable Care Act, actually, I believe that was around that time of that legislation, mandated that 30 hours was, could be considered full-time and that you had to qualify for benefits. That doesn't mean that the company has to pay for those benefits. That just means that they have to offer benefits. So one of the ways that a corporation might oppress you is literally in the middle of your shift, before it approaches 30 hours, tell you to clock out because they don't want you to go over that hourly limit, even if they schedule you, let's just say, for those 30 hours, right? An example of oppression is Amazon. We have heard stories of Amazon workers that have literally died on their shifts because the metrics that they have to keep up with are literally logistically impossible. We've heard of them having to pull over and to urinate in bottles, so much so that at the Met Gala this past weekend, there was literally a display that had, fashionable water bottles that were basically there to represent all of the Amazon workers and the contract workers that don't even have time to go and stop to the bathroom. So if you don't understand what oppression is, those are just two examples that come to the top of my head, right? Not having protections in place. Since we're on Tesla and Elon Musk, when he moved to Austin, there was literally an employee, I believe he lost fingers or a hand because there's no OSHA enforcement. I won't say protections because they're supposed to have it. And just to follow up on what Des said in terms of the economy, just to further prove to you guys that this is not a sustainable model, I agree with everything that he said. You guys hear me say this all the time as a reminder that we are a very consumer-driven society. 70% of gross domestic product is literally what you and I buy every day. Now, the wealthy
buy more and more, but we don't want that gap to widen because then we're completely dependent on the wealthy. So can anybody on stage, if y'all bear with me for 1 or 2 more minutes, can anybody on stage tell me, do robots get paid? Does AI get paid that takes over these jobs? Does automation get paid? Just a guess, yes or no?
No, they do not.
They do not. They don't get paychecks. So another question, are they going to go out and put those paychecks back into the economy, of which lower income and middle income people pretty much spend, about 70% of their paychecks on necessary items such as housing, clothing, shelter, food? I'll answer that one. Yeah, the robots aren't going to go out after work and go to happy hour on the weekend. We literally saw what happened during COVID when downtowns in major cities, I'm in Houston, do we know what happened to a lot of those little mom and pop shops, the cleaning, the dry cleaners, the little happy hour bars, because people were working downtown and they were working from home? Do we not remember what happened? We thought that we were going to have a commercial real estate recession. A lot of medium-sized banks are basically who are the ones that take care of a lot of those commercial real estate loans, are literally drowning in a lot of debt. But nobody really talks about that because it's not sexy, it's not being in a tweet, it's not fun. So what do y'all think is going to happen when the robots are working, when AI is doing our jobs? They're not going to be going to those little places downtown, right? So what do we think is going to happen to the overall economy at that point? Because it's not going to be able to sustain itself.
So that goes back to my point. So like if you have too much AI or too many robots, no one's getting a paycheck. And the domino effect would be no one's going to be out spending money because you're not going to have any money. So
pretty much.
So I can't imagine that our lawmakers at the local, state, federal level will be like, okay, all these products that we are importing, because remember we're importers, it's just going to stop, right? We're going to now become a third world country.
Well, I'm not saying we're going to become a third world country, but if you're not familiar with dark enlightenment, I suggest that you read up on that theory. I suggest that you read about Peter Thiel. And the people that are in charge, guys, guess what? They don't always make the best decisions. We know that a lot of economic theory is just theory, but here are a couple of things that we know to be true. A lot of people think that the stock market is the economy. But let me just read a couple of things to you from an email that I got from something that I subscribe to from the New York Times that I get my daily and the title is, it's looking an awful lot like a tech bubble. It's not a tech bubble, of course, because a lot of these companies are doing well, but let me just give you a little bit of numbers. Qualcomm, I'm not giving financial advice, by the way. Qualcomm is up 1,200% in the past year, 1,200%. SanDisk is up 915%. NVIDIA, 390%. Lam Research, 460%. And MicroStrategy, 1,260%. This is insane. Just FYI, throughout the third week of March 2000, this is when we had the tech, boom, the top performing 10 stocks in the NASDAQ composite were up an average of 622%. Through this Tuesday, they were up 784%. So there's a lot of people that are very, very happy right now that the market is performing very, very, very well. But as we're happy to go into, but I do not want to change this into a, market room. When companies lay off, right, what does that mean pretty much for their profits? What does that mean for their bottom line? Do their expenses increase or do they go down?
They go down.
They go down. So I'm a shareholder. Am I happy about that? What, your expenses have decreased? What? Yay! Let me go buy more stock. Woo, woo, woo. You mean government is partnering with, Intel and you're going to put $100 billion where? Oh my God, this is freaking awesome. Yeah, so everybody's all excited. The president is tweeting about the stock market, but does the average person participate in the stock market? No.
So
So maybe there's a question.
Do you get the point? They don't know what they're doing always. And then, of course, we have the president. No, I'm going to land here, but you got me going here. Then we have the president that also decided to invent. Well, thank you. Then you got the president, right? Because we're just people. We're just Americans. We're just consumers. We're just citizens. We don't really have any power. We participate in the process, and we hope that our guy wins for the most part. But then you have the president that decides to invade Iran. Can anyone tell me, has that had an impact on your daily finances, expenses, anything like that? Anybody? Has that impacted jobs, transportation, commerce, cost of goods and services, supply chains? Anybody?
Oh, but I thought he was supposed to lower the cost of eggs. Isn't that why they voted for him?
I thought he was supposed to lower the cost of eggs too, but hey, $5 a gallon for gas ain't bad. Anyway, I'm not.
I think Russ had a question for you, and welcome to the stage, Russ. Never haven't seen you on the stage. Welcome.
Hey, thank you very much. Really appreciating this conversation. As you were sort of describing platform and rationale for voting for the left as distinct from what the right is doing, and I'm left of left. I've been concerned that the climate crisis is not being perceived as a social justice issue, where the evidence base is it's going to disproportionately cause suffering amongst black and brown people. There's a clear evidence base about that. And it's not just in the U.S., it's worldwide. It's sub-Saharan Africa. And so, to my mind, this needs to be part of the platform. And I was wondering what your thoughts are about that.
100% agree with you. Right now, I'm actually in conversations. I have a lot of friends who are government contractors working at DOD, and they're discussing the data centers that are currently being proposed to be built in Prince George's County, which is a predominantly black area down just outside of DC. So there's a lot of gentrification going on in DC. A lot of people that used to live in DC who are African American moved out to Prince George's County. Right now, they're in proposing legislation to go ahead and move forward with building out the data centers, which they believe, based off of preliminary build docs, that there's going to be a increase in the amount of pollution and a decrease in the air quality in that area due to that. So there's a lot of pushback from those individuals living in that area, some protesting as well, and those conversations are continued. So I definitely appreciate you bringing that up, because yes, that is not something that is just in the U.S. It is also worldwide. Down in Caribbean Guyana, the largest oil installation of Exxon, right off the coast of Guyana, right down when Venezuela and Guyana are fighting over that oil. There's a lot of pollution there too, affecting the people, as people at the very top are making money while everyone else's borders getting polluted in that area. But yeah, I 100% agree with you. Thank you for that.
And I appreciate that. Let me just add, if you look at the demographics, who lives coastally? It trends younger and, more impoverished and more black and brown. And who do you think is going to have the money to decamp the high ground as the ocean rises? Because that's happening. That's going to happen. And that's white people. Anyways, this is, I'm really interested in, this becoming part of these conversations, because I think it's, bullseye.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Des. I don't know if you want, or also reformatory. What do you call her, Misa? Reformatory?
Only Misa can call me reformatory.
I thought when I saw reform and reclaim, I thought I was true to twinning up in there earlier. But do you have anything for Russ?
No, I think that question was answered honestly, and thank you for bringing that up, because I never thought about that. There's just so much that's happening, because I say this all the time, because we're such a globally and nationally connected economy and society that, there's just so many variables now, right? We know that in Florida, a lot of people are being priced out because the insurance companies are running off. Didn't they do the same thing in California? Didn't the governor literally had to
legislate that the insurance companies couldn't drop a lot of those homes that were burned because they were making claims on the policy. In my opinion, y'all, when we have to have government intervene for just basic, I won't say human decency with corporations, but just basic enforcement of their laws, of their arrangements, of their agreements, of their products, of their offerings, we got a fucking problem, right? Because climate change is real. I'm in Houston. We went from 100-year flood to like another 100-year flood to like 1,000-year flood. We had major flooding within areas 3 times in 2 years. We can't sustain that. We have flooding in areas that were not previously considered flood zones. When you have a flood zone, you live your house in a flood zone, then you pretty much have to pay extra for flood insurance, and the average age for people to purchase a home now is 40. So we're going to have people start buying houses when they're 50? I'm not really sure that we've thought this through as a nation, as communities, as the people who put politicians in office, because y'all, we're about to get screwed. We're already oiled up and in position right now. Sorry for me being explicit, but hey. Did that answer the question?
Oh, I totally appreciate that. And listen, if it's newly occurring to you, I'd say spread the word.
Thank you, sir. And thank you guys for being in this space. And shout out to Amari for modding the space as well.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It's Misa has opened up a space, and Rhombus brought up a point. This is not what we were going to talk about tonight, but it kind of worked out and kind of grew its own legs. So shout out to Rhombus on this one. The Rhombus.
Okay, so catch me at where you guys are, where I need to take off.
So right now we're between MLK and 134.
I have no idea what that means.
No. Right now we're just waiting for you. We were just talking about economic, things that Trump has actually caused issues in regards to firing a lot of the black folks within the government, talking about that struggle and how AI is going to make things worse. In addition to that, we kind of talked about the slavery, Jim Crow stuff, and Republicans again trying to gut the Voting Rights Act. And Clybourne's book that he actually predicted it before.
Excuse me, I'm gonna stop. And how is AI gonna negatively affect the black community?
I think if you're looking at, let's say, customer service jobs, or jobs that maybe, and I would say black. I know a lot of people want to put black in it. I look at what I call jobs for that are people who are generally within like the low income range, class, and so customer service, things of that nature.
Low income, we're not
low paying,
low income.
No, I'm talking about jobs. You're talking about jobs, right? That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I don't. When people say black, I think you're gonna have a lot of people, including white people.
Income?
Yeah. In addition to that, it's gonna kill the transition jobs. So what happens now? When I step out of college and I graduate, we also talk about social class, not just African Americans, but individuals in the working class. What happens is when I step out of college, I graduate. Boom, I try to get a job. I take a job as a tier 1 analyst. I take a job in help desk. I take a job in something that is what we call transitional. I take like a year, 2 years to get to my feet wet, understand the system, how it works. AI is doing what I would have done to start my career. And then there's no social mobility. So the lack of social mobility and the lack of not being able to move to the next level, because whatever I used to do in order for that transitional job is now automated. An automated process utilizing Ansible and Linux and going in the back end command line. The command line, someone's doing that on the back end, and that's automated. And they'll have a seasonal worker come in. He'll work for 6 months. He'll build out the automation tool and then leave. And they'll pay them an exorbitant amount of money, and that automation tool will continue to run, and it's cheaper for the company to do that as opposed to pay me labor and health insurance and 401k health and dental. So.
Okay, so with that in mind, why would an employer want to do? Why wouldn't an employer not want to do that? They're in business to make money.
They're saving money.
In business to They're in business to make it and save it and keep it. So as with us knowing that, or we should know that, or we should be getting to know that, what is going to be the response to it besides talking about it?
Can I add something to what Dad said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so one of the biggest impacts on us is that AI, they don't want to regulate it for 10 years, right? So if it's unregulated, the data that's being put in, the data sets that are being put in, is going to be bad data. Like, let's say, for example, you go criminal justice. Well, what we don't see in the criminal justice system, we see all the numbers for black men or black people committing crimes. What we don't see extracted from those numbers are the number of black people who are exonerated. We're the highest exonerated people in the criminal justice system, but those numbers aren't subtracted from the crime stats, right? So it still makes us look like we're the highest, we commit the highest level of crimes. So when you start to put those data sets in and AI starts to teach itself, right? There will be nobody accountable or responsible. So then you end up having like predictive policing, which didn't go well here in LA because they were operating off of bad data sets, right? So then when you look at the medical profession, AI has produced really good results, but it's also produced false positives. So I'll just go back to criminal justice so it makes sense. So when they did facial recognition, they did it on white women. When they when they activated it, people ended up getting arrested for false positives, right? So when you look at the medical profession, you look at fintech or the financial industry, you look at criminal justice system, you look at all of that, there's things that they call an AI, they call it a black box, right? So these are all the things that are working in the background. And why it's bad for black people is because we don't have a seat at the table. So we don't have a seat at the medical table in the healthcare profession where we're talking about AI and how the data sets need to be based off of the black experience or our physical makeup and our medical issues, right? We're not sitting at the table when we're talking about the justice system. There's no audit system put in place for it. There's no transparency clauses in that, right? So there's no real governance. So we're talking 10 years that we're going to let this system run without any real governance, and then we're going to try to reverse it 10 years from now. That's where a lot of black people are like, oh, AI is this and it's this, because they're speaking from the perspective of the end user, right? But we need to really focus as a community. We need to focus on what's happening in the front end, like how it's being developed, how the data sets are being put in. What's his thinking? Because, for example, if you take a person from Japan or anywhere from Asia, and you take a person from Africa, you take a person from Europe, and they're programmers, and you give them India, you give them data sets, they don't know enough about the nuances of Americans, of blacks, of Latinos. They don't know enough of the nuances in order to challenge the data sets that's being given to them as they're programming AI, right? So they're putting that information in. Well, what happens when the wrong person gets killed or something happens? Who do you hold accountable? The system basically becomes, they make AI the new they. And like, who the fuck is they? Right? So that's why AI is good in one sense, but it can have a hell of an impact on us from another sense. Not just losing jobs, but our health, our finances, our freedom.
Thank you. This is a great conversation, guys. Thank you, Lisa.
Speak. This is my first time in this room.
Welcome to the 420.
Welcome to the 420. So, anybody else? Misa, sounds like you are at home
I think she said she wanted to speak, Pretty Red. Lord, I'm calling.
Oh,
Did you want to say something, Pretty Red?
I just wanted to speak in regards to the guy that was just speaking about the justice system, in the database, so forth. The AI, such as like Chat GPT and so forth, like that, that's still artificial intelligence that still comes from actual real people. So when we talk about this justice system, do you even care about, or do you even know what's the data for black femicide or even just black homicide? Do you know the data on that? Because I do. And I've noticed that we, as black people, we talk about how other races of people, especially white people, are the ones that are killing us at a high rate and so forth like that. I'm not saying that's what you said, but I've noticed a lot when we have these kind of conversations about things being, there's no justice and so forth like that for black people and so forth. But why isn't that we're not talking about homicide that's being committed against black women and children? When I looked up that database, it's not a good number. It's also not a good number, too, that black men have a high homicide rate for not only just being victims at a high rate, but also you guys are at a high rate of being offenders as well.
Yeah, so I don't know the exact numbers because I've been retired for about 10 years, but I worked in the profession for 25 years, right, in Compton and Watts. And, in the FBI task force, if you saw The Wire, I did that for like 2.5 years before 9/11. And I'm currently getting another degree in AI. So my passion has been really about making sure that we're represented at the table when it comes to these numbers. So yeah, you're right. But if you take that data, if you take what you just said and then you amplify that and you put that into a system, that system, all it's going to do is teach itself that that's correct, right? And all I'm saying is that we need to be sitting at the table so that we don't become a victim of our own, the other things that are happening in our community, right? So we got to make sure that the data that's being put in, because when you look at the crime rate, when you look at sex offenders, violent crimes, most of those are committed by white people. You got to remember that black people only occupy certain parts of the United States. Pretty much in the interior of the United States, black people don't live, right? So they're giving us stats based on areas that are populated by black people, but when you cut away the statistics, when you go into the Department of Justice website and you start looking at statistics, then you begin to realize that white men are the more violent, they're the more predatory, right? And it's not a black or white thing, it's just these are what the statistics say. But the message that out into the world is that we're the most violent, right? And the government statistics don't show that, but they promote something else. Well, I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't valid, that black men are killing black men at a high rate and that they're going to prison for it. I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm just saying that the statistics are skewed so that it looks a particular way because it promotes a narrative about a demographic, right? So that people in the world are afraid of black people, right? And I'm not trying to make us we're like the goody two shoes and we're the victims of. But what I'm saying to you is that the system is turning that way, and then when you start putting that data when you start to put these sets of data, so data sets into AI, who do you then argue with? You can't argue with the machine, right? Then who do you hold accountable? Do you hold the government accountable? Do you hold the programmer accountable? Do you hold the company that he works for or she works for? Do you hold them accountable? Do you hold the company that sold it to law enforcement or to the healthcare industry? Do you hold them accountable? Do you hold the surgeon accountable? Who do you hold accountable? Because they're putting this stuff in place where there's no transparency and that there's no accountability. So then it comes back to the thing, which is AI and automation, right? Nobody ever gets held accountable, but a whole lot of people die or go to prison or lose their homes or lose their finances as a result of it.
But how I would kind of sum up you guys'
Sorry,
exchange.
can I finish having dialogue with Des, please? Thank you.
Sure.
I do want to say this. See, we keep talking about these systems, right? And how these systems are being stereotypic. Okay, I get that, right? But when are men, especially black men, going to take accountability for all these homicides? Is it the system's fault that men are out here unaliving 8 of their children?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt because this sounds like a great convo, but that's not the topic at hand, and we don't want to stray too far. And
Yeah,
plus,
I get that, but I'm just speaking in regards to what I was talking about, and it's not going away from the topic. It's not going away from the dialogue that he was originally having about the justice system.
Right.
Because I don't think it's a...
Just 1 second, Pretty Red, I'm sorry. We welcome your contributions to the space, but with this line of direction of follow-up, and I defer to Misa, who is the mistress of the space, but we just don't want the conversation to get too far away from what the focus of the room was. Misa, are you there? Omari?
So this is what I wanted to say, ma'am. In regards
I'm just looking at Chuck video.
away from the conversation, because once again,
Thanks, Omari.
When it comes down to slavery and Jim Crow, I know those things exist, right? But when is it going to be accountability for what we do in our own community, right? We keep blaming and trying to we keep trying to blame racism as if it's an issue, right? And I'm not saying that it's not, but when is accountability going to be met within our own homicides that are being committed in a black community? Because we can't keep sitting here saying, oh, well, these white people are killing us at a high rate, but we're killing each other at a high rate.
Okay, if I could respond, I would like to respond.
We'll have one response, and then we will move forward.
Yeah, I'll respond to her. And young lady, the answer is very simple. Create families. Okay, if you want to end femicide, if you want to end violence against children, if you want to end violence against women, you want to know how you do that? You create communities that have families and that have strong families. And when you have that, it makes it extremely difficult for someone to come into that situation, okay, and do harm to women and children. A big part of why so many children, unfortunately, get victimized, and this is backed up by statistics, is children are highly in danger when there's a man, when the child's biological father leaves the home and is replaced by a man that the child is not related to. Because, and times again, we've seen in those type of instances, that's where we see a very high rate of abuse.
Nikki, this dude is smacking in our ear, man. This is
things like
all right, mister.
But it's crazy how I got cut off in the middle of my sentence just to hear this
child molestation, and also murder, okay, they occur at a high rate when there is a child when there's a father, when there's a male in a home that a child is not related to. So again, it goes back. You need strong families.
All right.
There you go.
That's not what the topic was about. AI, and he just used the how crime statistics can be affected by AI. That was the topic, crime statistics. That's not the topic. The topic we were talking about was AI.
Right, and I think that we can absolutely, just to pivot this back to the main topic, we know that
when people smack in my ear.
And no smacking. Shout out to late night snacking. I think
snacking or smacking, which one? Both.
Omari, smacking like smacking you in the head. How about that? Marlene, can we hear your lovely voice?
I mean, threaten me with a good time.
Because Omari getting on my nerves.
And for anyone that want to be upset at me for steering back the topic of conversation to the conversation. Understand it's not to disrespect what you're saying. It's just that that's what we do as moderators, because we do have a topic and it was kind of going off. And to all due respect to Mr. The only reason he was allowed to go on long as he did, because he's going to be the only response to that subject, because it's not on. It's not. We can go down a big rabbit hole if we really wanted to, and that's not the purpose of this room. So please don't feel disrespected. That's not the point. It's just that we just want to not steer away from the actual original topic, okay? Because I know you guys have pink tickets, so you may not be used to this room. But that's what's going on. It's not about disregarding what you're saying, okay?
And that's cool. Like I said, it's my first time in this room. I just noticed the biasness that's going on because once again, you let C rant, which had nothing to really do with the title. And then you also interrupted me in the middle of my submission because you thought I was going off topic, but it actually does have a lot to do with the title. And then you let Mr. smacking the phone and go on a whole rant about nothing. Y'all got it. I see that black people don't like the truth. Y'all got it.
Let me ask Freddie a question real quick. And it's just
I'm trying to figure out what just happened. Go ahead.
Hold on real quick. Let me ask it. So,
We're not sharp
slavery.
100%. Lord.
So pretty red. Do you believe that Republicans bring in slavery or Jim Crow back?
No.
Or do you follow politics? Okay. Why do you say no?
I actually speak to Republicans every day, so.
Tell me about it.
Tell you what you want to know.
Well, with the topic, this title, there's people who believe that they are with the gutting the Voting Rights Act. You've seen you've seen the Supreme Court decision. You've seen what happened in Virginia. Why do you say what you say? Tell the people why you think they're not.
Omar, did you go in the Matrix? You said that they're not, and then you cut off.
Oh, I'm sorry if I did. No, I was saying
cut off.
Oh. Tell people why. Just provide some information. What do provide some examples or something that Republicans are not trying to put people back into Jim Crow or slavery. Can you do that? And if you can, that's not a problem. I'm not trying to put you on the spot by all means. I'm trying to be fair to you and
I don't think they're trying to put us back in slavery. Do I acknowledge that racism and slavery did exist? Yes. But unfortunately, we had ancestors that did what they needed to do to make sure we did not have to go through these type of things. But now we're in a system now where you got some people that didn't even go vote and let alone educated themselves on who they're going to vote for. Instead, people are just voting for name recognitions. Let me give you an example for that election that we recently had with Kamala Harris and Trump. Do you not know majority of men wanted to vote for Trump and really didn't know much about Trump, but they wanted to vote for Trump because they were against the abortion. They were against abortion. And they also didn't like Kamala Harris because they thought Kamala Harris was just locking people up. So this is another reason why I say a lot of black people aren't really into politics, and they should if they want to see change, because you need to go out here and know who you're voting for. People are just voting for name recognition, and they're not voting for people that are going into office and actually doing their jobs. Not even that. You don't even have a lot of people that are actually trying to volunteer to get to a point where Kamala Harris and Trump really don't know much about politics, but he obviously know enough to get people on his side and represent him. Because I'm going to tell you now, the Republicans are 100% backing up Trump. They support that man. Now, are they happy with what's going on in office? No, they're not, because they feel like the other conservatives that are in office aren't doing shit, because they're giving their donations and they're not seeing a SAVE Act and these other laws that they want passed. They want them passed, and they're saying that they're not donating any more money until they start seeing that SAVE Act passed. So when it comes down to the Republicans, I don't think they're trying to bring slavery and Jim Crow back. Did it ever exist? Yes, it did. But it's to the point now we have rights to go vote. shouldn't be nothing stopping y'all from going to go vote, or even helping anyone else to educate them to know who they're voting for.
That's fair. Okay.
You got people that are so mentally involved in all this other celebrity bullcrap like Megan Thee Stallion and Clay, and that has nothing to do with what's going to happen in the next 2 years if the Democrats get in office. Because so far, Governor Newsom out there in California, he's a Democrat. He don't give a rat ass about those people in California. Most Democrats don't. They just talk about what they are going to do, but when it comes down to the results and the money that's being donated and given to them, they're not using it for the economy. They're using it for their own pockets.
Thank you so much for that submission.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Manfinity, Drew, Cuban, welcome to the stage. Any questions, comments, or contributions?
Well, at this time, I'm just listening. I'm waiting for my the point to get in. But at this point, I'm just listening. Thank you for the warm welcome. I appreciate it.
It's warm and hot in hell, but you are quite welcome, sir.
All right, if I could respond. First off, and my whole thing is this, is that I think that the young lady feels like, what you need to understand, young lady, is that people have all types of reasons why they vote, and it's not up to anyone to judge how another person votes. How another person votes is their business. And some people vote some people are literally single issue voters. Some people just vote based on things like Second Amendment. Firearms. They're just really into their firearms, and they don't want any new laws to be passed to curtail their firearms or anything like that. And there's a lot of people that are like that. A lot of men that are like that. They just only vote on one issue and stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't think you should worry yourself about what other people are doing or how other people are voting. Because at the end of the day, you can't control other people. You only control yourself, and you know what I mean? You have to just worry about yourself. So
do you think someone who votes like that is a responsible voter?
It's not my job to judge how another person votes. Everyone has an enfranchisement, a vote to do whatever the hell they want to with their vote. Okay, if I go vote and I write Pikachu's name in for the president, then I have the right to do that.
But
and can nobody judge me?
Do you have the right to complain about what happens and,
Yeah, I have a freedom of speech. I can complain about whatever the hell I want to.
Just never mind. I can't with this nigger.
We have a constitution, right? We have a First Amendment, right? I can complain about whatever the hell I want to.
Okay, you're right.
Or I can choose not to complain.
I'm about to complain right now, actually.
So, as far as like the slavery is concerned, I don't know. I do think they got some type of agenda. I don't know if it's slavery, and I don't think it's just going to be black people. I think they are going to like capitalize on poor people and put them, a lot of people are not going to have a choice. Poor people, uneducated people, they're not going to have a lot of choice in where they're going to be able to work and how they get money, even if it's that universal income. And they're going to make you work for that. They're not about to just give it to you. And so that is going to be like some type of system. Who says slavery, and I think it's going to affect black and white and whoever's poor. I think it's going to affect everybody, and because they feel that also that less education that people have, that women, especially women have, that they will have more kids, and they want some races that have more kids and stuff. So I do think there's an agenda. It's a part of that 2025. There is a thing in there about that. So
yeah, and it's called the One Big Beautiful Bill in July 2025. Right. The One Big Beautiful Bill is exactly what it was, legislation that was passed to fulfill exactly what you just said, right, Mimi? So, but maybe basically everything you're saying is correct.
There's your own point, because that's why I was saying about knowing the back end of AI, because once you put all that stuff in the system, like right now, when Doge came in, they took all of our information and combined it into one database. So if you watched ICE when they were out there pointing cameras at people, they were taking pictures, like trying to, one ICE agent is arguing with somebody, but the other guy is trying to take a picture.
Yes,
what they're doing.
100% agree. And I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is. It's Palantir doing it.
Well, it's Palantir, right? So what they're doing is they put a new software in. They're testing the software to see. So when they get your picture, it pulls up all of your DMV information. It pulls up all your bank records. It pulls up all your IRS stuff. So they have everything about you, because when Doge came in, they combined all those records. And then the Trump administration showed or contracted with Palantir to use all of that information, right? So this is why I'm saying we need to be proactive and have a seat at the table when they're putting these systems in place. So, because they could kill you. So just a side note, when I was working in the field, when I was still a cop, I did this thing on the amount of people killed by the police versus the amount of people killed by the medical profession. Right, and more people were killed in the medical and going to the hospital when they had already done triage. They already had the person's medical history, and so then if you remember the angel of death, I think it was, I can't remember the dude's name, but he was killing black people in the hospital, and black people don't really challenge that because they go, oh, well, he had diabetes or he had sickle cell, and we don't really challenge those systems, right? So if you want to put somebody in the medical profession to kill black people or Latino people or poor people, you could do that and nobody's really going to challenge it, not unless the murder is egregious, right? So I say all that to say that when you start putting systems in place and you're putting AI into healthcare, it's good. It has a lot of benefits to it. But when you start putting in things that allow them to unalive people in a clinical way, or you start to have a system that starts to rob people from their wealth or whatever money they have, or take their homes away from them because you put in an algorithm that does that, right? We won't know that if we're not sitting at the table. We'll find that out later, but it's too late 10 years later down the road to try to fix a system that's moving at the speed of light. So that's why I'm saying AI is so important, that we right now are sitting at the table and not waiting 10 years and not just be seduced by the end user effects of AI.
Right. The people sitting at the table have to understand what's going on too. So asymmetrical information is also problem one. The second problem is implicit bias in AI. So there's certain, I think what the issue, which would resolve when I think Pretty Red made a comment, was there's databases out here that AI doesn't have access to and does have access to, due to whether or not it's programmed with an algorithm of supervised or unsupervised learning. What happens now is you have AI programs who are unsupervised and unregulated, and we have no people sitting at the table, like you mentioned, to say, hey, this is wrong, we need this supervised. Because what you just said about Palantir, if I have, and then this is what Doge did, and then also the Trump administration did, through the Republicans, when we talk about slavery, so it goes back to the premise of the room, is that if I have Palantir and I allow all of the Facebook data, and then all of the data from Starbucks, and all of the data from American Express, and then all of the data from Capital One to be in one big ass database, then I can track and see where you have your coffee every morning, to everything you do on Instagram, to where you drove your Tesla. Everything is in one biometric key. And one biometric key can unlock your entire life. And Palantir offered me the job. It was $325K. I said no, because I didn't want to go back on site. That's one reason I said no. But in reality, it's like, this is what they're doing, is an invasion of privacy, but there's no legislation to govern it. So what happens here is that slavery, right?
Honestly, and I see that people are confused in the chat, but I'm glad it's kind of come to AI, because I have a couple of examples where there is that idea that as Black people that, we are, as someone just put in the chat, the Dems are fear-mongering and, we're just overly cautious. So we can point to recent examples of where people have actually had to sue because their houses were undervalued. Do y'all remember these stories that are coming into the news? And I think there was like a college educated like professors, black professors, and what they found is that the individuals, that implicit bias, the individuals that were inspecting their homes, by virtue of them being black, even in the same neighborhoods, even if they were the lone black couple or whatever, not even in black neighborhoods, that they were valuing houses hundreds of thousands of dollars less. How long do y'all think that it's happened? This is 2026. How long do y'all think that that has gone on all over the entire country? How many millions of dollars is that lost in equity? That isn't even really being tracked, y'all. I'm going to bring you to that reality. Do you know now that there are realtors that are even recommending to their clients that they remove pictures of themselves from their homes and to literally put up pictures of white people? This is not even AI yet. What do you think that AI is going to do when all of this information is input, and how is it going to now do these valuations and these scans? Because let me say that again. We don't even know, because if you are a melanated person and you sold a home, how would you know what the comps were unless you're actually working with some kind of professional? How would you know what your home is properly valued at if you're getting a home equity loan or you're making some sort of a sale? But we know this to be true. The other example in terms of medical racism and oppression, because someone was confused about that earlier, the maternal rates for women when it comes to maternal deaths. Why are black women literally almost at third world country rates when it comes to simply having a baby, which should be one of the most basic things that occurs in this country? Do you guys know that there have literally been studies that they can attribute it to a medical racism that occurs, or simply the trauma that we engage in as black people in this country, as pregnant women in this country, because they looked at certain demographics, and I'll try to put the study in the chat. They looked at certain demographics of immigrants that are considered black, Africans. They do not have those mortality rates that black American women do. And what they found is that after the immigrant black women had been here and then gave birth, that their rates were similar to American-born women. Do y'all not know that this is actually happening right now? Like, seriously?
Yeah.
So when I hear people say, oh, we don't need to talk about racism, and oh, you're on the Democratic plantation, are y'all freaking kidding me right now? You don't even know when you've been discriminated against. You don't know how much money that you've lost. You don't. They've already done the studies.
Other people's responsibility to care about that.
May I finish my rant, please? Yeah, I'm not asking you to care, brother, but when you take dollars away from the black community, here's the problem. Unless you are a billionaire, you're impacted too, and you don't even know it. When you take dollars away from the black community, when you take opportunities away from the black community, you are literally harming yourself.
Same as every community.
You are harming this economy. You are harming this country. You are taking away dollars. You're taking away ingenuity. Like I said, are you a billionaire? Are you even a multimillionaire? Do you make $500,000 a year? If not, you need to shut the fuck up and let me finish. So it's already, the data has been there. Look, bitch, I don't, go your ass somewhere else in 2 seconds. You know what? One mic's on you, motherfucker. Go ahead.
You're so
One mic on you.
pathetic. Why don't you just finish, loser?
Look at here, you little broke bitch. You going in the goo.
I'm sure I am, because you can't take it. Bye-bye.
Oh, well, that's what she said, ho.
Kick me.
Oh, whatever. That's why you're mad. Because you white and some white person, black person,
oh,
now
girl. You're racist. I'm sorry.
Bye, bitch. Yeah, I'm racist. Fucker. Racist against crackheads. I am so sorry for that display, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm going to have to cash at Misa because I definitely did remove somebody.
No, we love it when you do that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to defer now to Marlene and to Patty and Omari because I'm on timeout. Thank you.
Lisa's not here, so I was getting up.
Someone in the chat said that how does this relate to Palantir? But I can answer that. Pretty much what you just said, certain data that AI can't read. And AI and databases that would have the sensitive information of what you just kind of shed light upon about the disparities and inequalities that we see amongst different social groups, social classes, and races. Those are things that are left out, right? A lot of the data is not going to be readily available to a lot of AI platforms and large language models. So what happens is, if I have a large company like Palantir, which is giving or providing the database very, very selective information, is going to have selective output. And it's going to know and see that selective output as truth after that data has been trained for 10 years, not being tuned to the point, or not being accounted for 10 years. And now you have implicit bias after 10 years of data and leaving out the disparities and inequalities that we face.
Yes. Hey, back to you, Des. You like, man, it's like we like playing tennis right now. A lot of people don't understand when it comes to like your credit score, that so there's things that you won't see that AI is using. So when your credit score, or you go to apply for a loan, it may be harder for you to get 850 because of your zip code, not because of your credit history, but because of your zip code, right? Because if the people in your zip code are loan risks, then they consider you a loan risk, right? All of this is happening through data, through AI, and it's not like it's explicit bias, it's implicit bias, because that data has been put in there. So that it's just another form of redlining, right? So when you talk about Jim Crow, you talk about all of this is inside of that. So it's all a plan, and it's not a Republican or a Democrat thing. It's the have and have nots. And people, a friend of mine, before he passed away, owned public storage. And one of the things he told me, he said, man, we were riding through Santa Monica. If you've ever been to Santa Monica, he owns a 3rd Street Promenade. He owns all the buildings, and just people pay him rent. And he says, and he drives he's driving a Volkswagen Bug with $300,000 in the trunk. And we pulled up next to a Rolls Royce, and he said, Clyde, you see the rich people want you to know they're rich. Wealthy people don't want you to know they're wealthy. Right? And so the people who think they're rich, that think that it doesn't apply to them, the same thing applies to them that applies to the person who's a 5-figure earner, a 6-figure earner, because they're not wealthy. They're not in that elite class, right? So it's a certain amount of people who are controlling the majority of people, right? Now, it may not look like a plantation, but then the world becomes a plantation, because it's not just central to the United States. It's a global thing.
Yeah, they say it's about 500 people that control the world, and the rest of us are just workers.
Exactly. So my thing is if we're aware of these systems that are being put in place, it's not necessarily that you're going to stop it, but if you know what's coming, you can better deal with something that you're aware of than something you get blindsided by.
Well, see, wasn't there like a big deal? Elon Musk was going to court and getting sued for his grok, whatever.
Yes, he was.
Discriminating against black women and black people, and he wanted the right to be able to do that with AI. Like, I guess he was saying it was freedom of speech.
Right.
Can you break that down? Because that's a big deal.
Like Des was saying, because I know a little bit about AI, I go in and challenge the system sometimes, but it's very biased. Like sometimes if you go in and ask it something about Trump, it'll say, we're busy, it's too busy, come back at another time, or it'll just render, but it'll never give you an answer, right? Because Elon Musk went in and changed some of the protocol so that it will answer certain things and it won't answer certain things, or it'll be ambiguous, right? And so then when you say, well, AI is supposed to be impartial, it can't be impartial because the people who program it aren't impartial, right? So whatever biases the programmer has, those biases going to be put into the system. Whoever's paying, like Des was saying, somebody's paying you $350,000 to go do this job. If they tell you to put that data in the thing, then you're going to put that in the thing. But here's the thing. It's easier to hire from outside the country because they don't know the nuances of Americans. So when you give them data, they don't challenge the data because they don't have enough knowledge. They don't have enough knowledge of the data to challenge it. So they don't know that this is not true for black people, or this is not true for poor people, or this is not true for black women's health. This is not true for black people when it comes to money, or we shouldn't do this because a person lives in a certain zip code, or we shouldn't do this because a person's, on this side of the street, the house is worth $250,000, but on the other side of the street, it's worth $1.5 million. Right, but it's the same fucking neighborhood, right? So AI, those people don't know that. They don't know the nuances. So it's easier to hire people from outside the system, and then give them the data so they can put the data sets in. And now, and like Des was saying, and I was saying earlier, when you let that system run for 10 years, it's built up a network. And when you start talking about not just us putting information into AI, but when AI starts to teach itself, it no longer needs human beings for anything. So who are you going to tell to stop it? If we're not
AI, only billionaires have access to.
Right. Well, here's the thing. This is why, and I'll land here. This is why I say it's important. If you're in the medical field, if you're in finance, if you're in criminal justice, if you're in any of these systems, this is where we need to start insisting that we get a seat at the table, or we put together teams that will go in, that can go in and audit, challenge, and where there's complete transparency. And you still may not get it, but at least it can delay the system, or at least hold the system accountable. And instead of saying the system, somebody needs to say, okay, every time we put these systems in place, there needs to be somebody accountable, because whoever signs off on it, they should be held accountable, right? Not only the hospital, but the doctor, right? Go ahead.
I want to jump in too. I want to say that, listen, no one's accountable now in the black community. We got to talk about Al Sharpton. We don't have any black leaders. And the thing is, I agree with you, bro. CT, bro, you hit some great points. But what I want to say, what you said about like the redlining or the zip code, like, listen, when you think about gentrification, like, you think Elon Musk cares about his credit score or not? No, they don't. That's playing a completely different game than the elite. The elite creating that we think we're playing. They say, hey, you got to vote, you got to have a good credit score, but they exist outside of the system that we live in. We're playing in their system. They're not accountable to anybody. They're looking at us like, look at these people voting, thinking that they're going to vote themselves out of oppression. Look at these people voting, thinking that they're going to, like, it's all a fallacy. That's why I said in the chat, I was like, we got to be solution driven. Like, we got libraries that have resources where you can go and get help for like your LLC, your business. There's a lot of free resources and stuff that we have available, but because we cannot have community, or we cannot have these, like, this is a great conversation, man. Everybody needs to give it up for themselves and clap for themselves, like, just for even being in the room. Like, I like unity. I don't like dysfunction. I don't like, chaos. I like these conversations.
Give it about 2 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, like these are the conversations that we need to have more often. But unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, what happens is that people just want to be heard, but they don't want to listen. I've listened for a long time. I've read the chat, and I see there's a disconnection from the chat and from the stage. Like, nobody on stage is really reading the chat. They're just talking. And then the chat is going crazy. Like, the chat is wild. Like, people need to, like, on stage need to read the chat, because there's a lot of people in the chat that are talking, what they talking, and it's completely disconnected from the stage. So that's what I noticed, like, one of the kinks in Clubhouse. But anyway, credit scores are irrelevant when you have money. I guarantee you. So we got to think about gentrification. We got to think about when they have, like, AI right now, like, I think it was CT or your man's, he was saying something about the input. We got to look at all of these things from a big macro level and look at, they're right. We can think about Terminator. We can think about Skynet. We can think about all the movies they done told us about AI and Minority Report. We're here right now. This is it. And this is the moment we all come together. We can exchange, email addresses. We can create a network, look at your back channel. This is a time to network because yesterday when Clubhouse was malfunctioning, people started losing their mind. They was like, oh man, Clubhouse is malfunctioning. This is an opportunity right now to get your networking skills, together. Back channel people, network with people, and I land my plane.
All right, let's. I appreciate it. I think did we lose Misa? I think we may have lost Misa, but I'll say this. Great conversation. I know, Man Affinity, you said you've been waiting to get a chance to come in. Butter, Massey, C, thank you for your conversation. Gaiman, thank you. Alette, you and meaning you too, my friend. Alette, I know you in. Hey, you know, I like you in Silicon Valley, I believe, and doing some tech stuff. Have you heard anything that you agreed with or disagreed with based on some of the things that you've worked on? Alette?
What's the conversation about again?
I had a question.
Go ahead, man.
So I don't know. Have you guys seen? It was an episode. It was a while back on Black Mirror, and it was like this computer, and then they got all this data, and I don't think we're gonna have credit scores no more. You're gonna be a score, and how y'all saying it? It could be face recognition. They're gonna already know everything about you. If they can do AI 10 years unregulated, like they're gonna have so much data on you, it's gonna be crazy, and that will they can give you a score to be like, let's say if you get this is just an example, it's gonna be extreme, so you guys just it's late, have some fun. But let's say if you get sick, and let's say if you needed a kidney transplant or whatever, and they may be
Did you say a titty transplant?
A kidney.
I thought you said a titty transplant. Are they getting my titty transplants in 2026?
Implants. Okay, but so let's say, but then they can go look at you, score, and be like, well, this person drinks Starbucks every day. They never exercise. They only step, 1,500 steps a day, and they've been doing this for so many years. The likelihood of this kidney really being affected, and then there's this age, and then they live in this neighborhood. There's another chance of them being shot and killed. I don't know. We need to put you at the top of the list. This may be a waste of a kidney. They'll have all that data to be able to analyze that and give you a score. Be like y'all may think I'm sounding crazy, but that is what computers are. That's what AI is numbers. So.
No, there was a whole conversation about this with my good friend Dr. Adams. I don't know if it was in this space or another space. I can't remember, but it was basically he was stating about people with obese and high cholesterol that they should, if they're not following the protocol, then they don't deserve health care. So that was a whole conversation.
Exactly, but if they put that already in it, well, they'll be able to just instantly evaluate you. But then, like he said, what if AI make a mistake? What if it's a glitch or a mistake or stereotype you? Be like, well, maybe let's say you're only 10 pounds overweight, but you're black, and majority of them just so. All it's gonna have is overweight black,
and then
they won't give you you won't get on the transplant list. They'll put you down at the bottom. I know this sounds crazy, but that's how data works. That's numbers.
Are you talking about a social credit score? Is that what you're saying?
A social credit score, but
in the name of that Black Mirror episode was called Nosedive. That's what
it was good. Yeah,
it's called Nosedive. Yep.
I'm a Black Mirror, but I would say I can see that. I think that's coming. I think some type of social credit score is coming. I think I've heard things that people will say credit scores are racist and stuff like that, and they're trying to already condition the people for that nature. So look for that. A couple of things have already came true, like the dog, the Neuralink situation, the date, some of the dating stuff that is going on that you see, the dolls that are out there that look human. They always display those now. So
I think they got the social credit score over in Beijing or China. Yeah, like they already have that system. Like you can look at China as an advance, like of what technology could take us, and then you can look at a third world country and say it's an interesting take on it. Like you can look at a third world country and say, okay, here's what it looks like when we revolt and the government falls apart. And you can look at China and say, here's what it looks like when we're technologically advanced, like when we have like the subways don't look like New York City subways, like they got like digital, like so when you can just look at everything for what it is, there's some place in the world that already has what we think we want, if that makes any sense. What we think we want, there's somewhere in the world that already has it. So that's kind of like the mirror. Like we don't like. Somebody said this earlier. They said that African Americans represent the mirror that America doesn't want to look into. Like they don't want to look into the reflection. I'm like, and yeah, you see what I'm saying? And so it's kind of like one of those things. Like this stuff has already happened. I told somebody the other day. I said, listen, we're coming on the 100-year anniversary of the Great Depression. Like back in 1926, 27, 28, and 29. Where were black people at in the economy in that time period? They were already depressed 100 years ago. Nothing's changed. We're 100 years from the Great Depression, and we're still depressed. That means that I can look 100 years into the future and say that I can pretty much predict that what we're talking about on this call with AI and all this stuff, we're probably going to be still depressed 100 years from now. But the thing is that are you going to be depressed? Are you going to leave the Matrix, so to speak? Are you going to, like the black woman that created the Matrix and the Terminator, she said that was supposed to be one movie. Like, and she sued and she got her money and everything like that, but they stole her script. She said the Matrix and the Terminator is the same, like that's supposed to be the same movie. Like Neo and all that is John Connor and all, whatever. I ain't going into all that. But these movies have already shown you like what they're planning, like the elite and all this stuff. We just have.
So what is? So let me ask you a question real quick. So before we get down, I'm gonna take it back. So we have a two-party system at the Democrats and Republicans, blue, red. Who's going to be the party that's going to be better at making sure we the people, us citizens here, are not in like a Terminator type of situation?
All right, so to answer that, right, so watch this. So you got blue and red, right? You got Crips and Bloods. But let's say you're an arms dealer, right? And you supply weapons for the Crips and the Bloods, blue and red, or Democrat, Republican. That's the niche. The niche is you are the supplier. So what happens is that all of these things are social constructs, like black and white, you're this color, you're that color. See, before the whole color thing, like you're black, you're white, it was based on tribes, right? It was based on tribal things. It had nothing to do with color. So your question is there a solution in the middle, or is there a solution? Like, should I
literally just like two parties, right? Yeah, like if you looking at two parties,
you got independence. Go ahead.
We're looking at lawmakers. Independent lawmakers is what, a few? Literally, on one hand, how many people Bernie, I think the other guy, King, and who in the House does it. And so I would say this. In reality, we have two parties. Who's the best party that's going to probably protect the people?
Let me answer that. So right now, we're going to have to rely on the Democrats to do it. Reason being, when Donald Trump was elected, who stood behind him? When he was inaugurated, who stood behind him? When he created Doge, who headed Doge? Who was the head of Doge? Who stood to benefit and gain from creating a glass ceiling on the rest of us? Who stood to benefit from automation and automating out low-tier, low-level, white-collar work? Who stands to benefit from creating more inequality in our system and also increasing the wealth gap between us and everybody else? Okay. Who stands to benefit from that? So that's your answer.
So let me ask you a question.
I just said the arms dealers.
Mari, is it
Man, what was the first thing he did? We got in that White House.
Mari, can you put me in the queue, please? I don't want to go over nobody. I'm about to.
Hold on. Okay. Let's let these ladies. Let's let some of these ladies get in there with it, because we haven't heard from a lot of ladies who've been the men. Who's that? Pretty Red?
Oh, I just wanted to say, because like I said, I've been noticing patterns, right? When it comes down to this title, right? When it comes down to Republicans bringing slavery and Jim Crow, like I stated, I am acknowledging that slavery and racism did exist. But when it comes down to, if we are trying to, get where we need to be in order to be wealthy and create generational wealth, it needs to start by us creating our own wealth. Building requires ownership, saving, investing, and financial strategy. Communities such as communities grow faster when they own businesses, control assets such as home, land, stocks, and circulate money locally where possible. That is supported by economic research. So what I'm trying to say is, if we want to see a change as Black people in our community or just overall for our race, then we need to do better as individuals in the household, because based off of what I'm seeing, we're not making enough in the household, which is also reasons why we are slacking outside of our household when it goes down to the economy. So what I'm saying is, where we complain, and I'm not saying it's complaining, we complain about these certain concerns of not having education or not, where we're being, separated from certain things because of our color. But honestly, I don't think that's what it is in 2026. It's to the point now where we have access to a lot of resources. It's how bad do we want it? Because when it comes down to in the household, we're not even making enough money to where we can fund for ourselves, where we can go out here and create banks, where we can go out here and create hospitals and 24-hour emergency cares and so forth like that. I also noticed within the education, right? I get it. I'm in Houston, okay? So within my ISDs, how it is out here, if you live in Cypress, you're gonna have more access to education out there in those, country areas that are further out from the cities. But I've noticed in the cities area of Houston, if you go to if you're not going to a private school and you're going just to a regular public school, they don't give you much funding and access to education when you go to those schools, because the schools look like prisons. If you go to the schools and you go out there in Cypress, the schools look like a whole damn college campus. So we're not even funding our schools correctly, because we're not making enough money in the household, because it does go based off of property taxes, meaning we're not owning enough houses, we're not owning enough land, we're not owning nothing, which is another reason why we're not going to see no fucking results.
Okay, so Pretty Red, you've said this twice, that racism did exist. Are you saying that racism does not exist now, and there's nothing in the system that actually is causing the same scenario that you're...
Nope, that's not what I said. Nope.
I know, I never said that you said that. I'm asking...
You're asking me a question, and I said no, ma'am.
No, you said that's not what you said, and I'm saying to you, if you want to
clarify. Ma'am, are you asking me a question, or are you going to tell me what I said?
I'm telling you... please don't be exhausting.
Oh, I'm not being exhausting, ma'am. You're exhausting yourself.
Okay,
you're exhausting yourself. How am I exhausting you?
Kindly do not interrupt me. I'm
No,
trying to
stop
clarify.
talking to me
I'm
like
asking
a
you a
child,
question.
and that's the problem
Then
right there. We
please do
can't even
kindly
get along,
not act like
let
a
alone
child.
come up with money
Pretty
for our
red.
own resources.
Please do not
to
come up
have
like a
access
child.
to
and be-
resources. Girl,
Okay.
that's our problem now.
Again,
This
so
right
again,
here, what you
you
doing
cannot
right here,
control
that's
yourself,
another
can
reason
you?
why we're not gonna have unity.
Okay.
That's another problem.
Yes, because you're literally being
No,
belligerent for
you're
no
just
reason.
overwhelming yourself, and instead of you having
That's
a
what you said.
conversation
You're
and
being
letting me
exhausting.
answer,
Being
instead of you trying to tell me
unnecessarily.
what my answer needs
Absolutely
to be,
unnecessarily
I
is it
answer.
for you to be speaking
Girl,
over another
whatever.
moderator.
Let's move the conversation along,
Yes,
because I don't want to
and
answer
will.
any more of your questions,
Well,
okay?
then,
Because you don't want to have the conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
You don't want to have a conversation.
I'm not going to
clearly.
go back and forth with you, ma'am. Do you want to move the conversation
Why do you
along, or
keep
do you
moving?
still want to keep
Exactly.
making
Why do you
yourself
keep going back and
overwhelmed?
forth?
Do you want to keep
But
making
you seem
yourself
to be going back and
overwhelmed?
forth.
Do you want to keep making yourself overwhelmed?
Honey, you're not able
I
to
think you do.
overwhelm me.
I think
just
you.
said
I don't think
you're
you
being
want to have the
exhausted.
conversation.
And it's not the only.
I don't
I'm
think
not the
you
only
want to
person
have the
listening.
conversation.
For what
Because
reason?
if you did,
You don't know
wouldn't
anything
keep,
about
you
me.
wouldn't
So
keep
I was
overwhelming
literally
yourself, ma'am.
asking you a question.
Yeah, no, and I
You said
answered
did.
it.
Then,
And I
then
answered
therefore,
it.
why did you not
And
say
I
it
answered
does?
it. So you didn't like
You know
my
the
answer?
difference between did and
You
does?
didn't like my answer?
I didn't care about whether I liked your answer.
Okay, so what do you
You
ask
said I
me?
didn't like your answer.
Okay, so why do you keep
Why are
asking
you
me the
making the
question
assumption
over
about
again
it's
when I
about liking your
answered it the
answer
first
or
time?
not?
So
I asked you
why
a very
do you
specific
keep
question and you
trying
still
to
have
ask
not
me the
quite
question
answered.
when I answered it the first damn time?
And you did not actually
I
answer.
did. You just sat here and said I did answer it.
Oh my gosh.
Girl, are you
answered
stupid?
when I said I
Are
didn't
you
say
dumb?
that. That's what you answered.
I don't think you want to move past the conversation. I think you want to go back and forth.
You do not want to have this conversation
you
with
don't
me.
want to have this conversation because you're mad.
I would be glad to have a conversation
want to
with you if you really want to go there, honey. If you'd like to, because perhaps you don't understand the English language. And we can do this all day, but it will not be very fun for the rest of the audience members. Yeah, because you know what? I don't know why you believe that you need to have this overwhelming myself. You're clearly not qualified to do that. You are not qualified to do that because you apparently do not understand the difference between did and does.
This is the number one thing.
Did and does. This is not the no. It's ignorance such as yours that's really gotten us through. Because for some reason, even though I allowed you to speak, and I'm now again about what you said, you're not going to acknowledge what I'm saying to you, now are you?
Are you gonna move along? Or are you gonna keep
I
going
will
back
when
and
I
forth
feel
with me?
like it.
Yeah.
When I feel like it, we'll move on.
When I feel like it,
or you can
I'm
just
done
literally
with this
stop
conversation
speaking.
with
You can stop speaking, and I won't address any further.
Because
you
wanna
can't stop
argue.
speaking,
You're
right?
looking for an argument.
All right?
I'm not gonna stop speaking.
Am I, or is it you that's looking for it? Because you do not seem to understand very simple English.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop speaking.
Very simple, very.
Girl, find somebody else to argue
Again,
with.
do not girl
Find
me,
your dog
okay?
to argue with.
I would if I would. Unfortunately, I'm actually speaking to you on the stage.
Bernard to argue with.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I got a
But I don't know what you're even saying because it wasn't even necessary. You are literally getting belligerent for no reason.
You're belligerent.
Don't girl me. You don't understand English. You don't understand English. So then, okay, you don't want to answer questions. You don't want to have discourse. No.
Don't ask me no questions.
All right. I have a question.
I'm done with that.
Better.
Hey, no questions yet. Hold on. Let Butter. She's been waiting. Go ahead, Butter.
Thank you. I think that a lot of times when we're in these conversations, we spend a whole lot of time talking about things that we cannot control instead of the things that we can control and strategizing. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for now. I have more to say, but I like to step a little bit.
You want to say it now, or you want to let Quantum go?
That's why.
Yeah, I'll let it go, but I want to get back in the queue at some point.
Okay, go ahead, Quantum. You came on stage. Did you going to speak to the title?
Yes, sir.
You want to ask Marlene a question?
I want to speak to the title, and maybe it's going to be a hanging question, but I respect Butters for making room for others as you ask questions, especially for people who are knowledgeable. Just go ahead, put it in front of the table and watch how the room reacts so you could learn from what you want to get feedback for. Republicans are taking away our civil rights, trying to take us back to Jim Crow, one-party system. Are you ready? personally, because I try to be objective about a lot of things, choosing to be Democratic is not going to make it the situation any better. So if anyone's going to choose a party, or if they feel that they're being put in a situation to choose something that's against their beliefs, stand on what you believe in, because that's your barometer. That's what makes you decide whether you're in alignment with God or not, or you're not, and it's going to give you the agency to choose whether to participate into what policies that someone who does not believe in the same stuff that you do. So we can't demonize the other side just because you don't like what they're doing, because you'll find out the nigga you think you're standing behind is probably going to lead you somewhere that is maybe even a little less dramatic than the person that you're hating on. Me, I stand with the Republican Party, right, even as a Haitian man, because my God says that we're not going to put no homosexuals in front of our kids to teach them.
Well, what happened? What's going on again?
Republicans are taking away our civil rights, trying to take us back to Jim Crow and one-party system. Are you ready? I'm trying to convey.
It sounds like you.
I'm giving context as to why I think we should remove ourselves from the two-party and one-party system and look objectively for policies. Look for policies, not parties. Then you'll know where you really stand. Your alliance is going to stand with what's going to affect your life and the people that you love, not for what they think they represent. I yield.
Okay. So just to kind of, we talked about quite a bit today. We listened to the clip that Ramesh played. We actually listened to a whole 27-minute clip of Clyburn, Congressman out of South Carolina, where he talked about his book as well as Republicans and MAGA Republicans mainly. He didn't say all Republicans. So Rhombus, whoever had that clip, they actually paced together his words. So I'm glad that Tiffany and the other folks said, let's listen to the whole thing, because we listening to that, you would just think that he made some statements. So appreciate you playing the full clip. Ramona, welcome. I haven't heard you all night, Ramona. I know you get on the stage as you have sometimes to say. I don't know if you're just chilling tonight, my friend. Or you watching sharks and whale videos like me. I like orcas, so I've been watching orcas videos while y'all been talking and listening at the same time.
She probably would have already chipped in if she wanted to say something. I'm going to clarify something, because unfortunately, the conversation got derailed a bit because someone thought I was attacking them when I really actually wasn't. Because let's just go to very basic English. You did pretty right, and this is directly to you. I'm not a passive-aggressive person. I'm not just aggressive. You said twice that racism did exist. That implies that it currently does not. Whether you intended to say that or not, I understand if that's not what your intention was. My point being, which I was not able to get to, was given that racism does indeed, of course, still exist, and it is ingrained in the systematic way that you see in your government and regarding the policies that are currently made, that mainly have affected, from what I understand and see, people of color and women, basically two marginalized groups. So historically marginalized. So if we're talking about improving the lives of Black people, or people in general, and we're talking about needing to, and I don't even disagree that we need to invest not just only in just real estate, in education and knowledge, and also in each other, and also in families, and creating nuclear families that stick together, because of course 2 incomes make more than 1, all that good stuff. However, my point being, which was I was trying to get to, if the system is rigged against people of color, particularly women as well, because we are, again, the foundation of families, how can you have an expectation for improvement? Because one, there's the social aspect of relationships, of what's going on, because unfortunately Black people have one of the lowest rates of marriage. That's a whole different room, of course, to go into the whys and hows and et cetera, with that. But that is one component. The other component is actually structural, because to think that was not created deliberately to cause this very same situation you see right now, I think that is naive and gullible and not taking into account history. And quite frankly, your country's not old enough to have really gotten and expunged any of the consequences from the past that bleed into the future. It's very easy to think that Black people, Black Americans, should be at a different phase in life. Individually, of course, and we can see that happen. There's plenty of there are Black millionaires out there. But is that converting over into the community as a whole? No, it is not. And when the government makes even simple changes, such as how to vote, so you're saying you can vote, can you? If your vote doesn't count? I mean, they've literally legalized gerrymandering. So that was my point. You can't just ignore this. What happens in the government, it always has a bigger effect on communities, and particularly in this one, as we can see, the American government, particularly Republican governments, don't make policies that advance people unless you were already rich. So you're talking about a group of people who have not started off rich. We all know that. So it's not fair to just ignore what's happening and not to understand it on a larger scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Butter wanted to jump back in. Butter, did you want to?
Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is a good place to jump back in. Again, I am one of these people who focus on what I can control. You can't control how other people think. You can control, though, how you think and how you strategize. So my question is, have you done your own personal SWOT analysis? Meaning, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your opportunities? And what are your threats? And those are things that are outside your emotions, but within your budget, within the type of job you have, what your short-term plans are, what your long-term plans are, your debt-to-income ratio, and things like that. Before you can get to a point where you can grow, you have to know where you are. I'm gonna pin that right there because, again, I don't like to be long-winded. So that's what I'm going to say.
I just want to say this. I'm so glad you said that, Butter, because where I am, I look around and I say, who's collecting the money in my neighborhood? And the people who are collecting the money do not look like me. They're not Black. When I go to the corner store, it's, Asian people, it's, Middle Eastern people, Habib, right? But guess what? That's the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is this, is that in politics, these people are quiet. They're not out there getting sprayed by wire hoses trying to vote. They're just collecting money. That's all they do is collect money. You never see an Asian person in real life unless they're collecting money on the other side of the counter. That's the only time Black people see Asian people. So those are policies, right? So you got to think about going back to Sinners, the movie Sinners. That was kind of like a glimpse into like how the policies were put in place for, we're going to have the Asians go down there and sell to the Blacks because the white people didn't want to sell to us. They were spitting in our food. We're just trying to protest.
It wasn't always like that. It used to be Black people on in those corner stores and
Absolutely.
Middle class, upper class, all Black neighborhoods.
But those communities, all Black people. Hold on. Those communities got destroyed and burned down. We already know that. Based on history, every time Black people thrived in the community, it would be some white, he raped, he touched me. And then that justifies the Black community.
I'm not talking about way back then.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. My point is this. No. What I'm saying is that I was trying to speak on what I see around me. What I see around me is that the people that actually collect money at the store, they don't look like me. And they have all the businesses, and they're not even in the conversation right now. We don't think about the Middle Eastern guy at the corner store with the smoke shop and the liquor store. None of these people who take money out of the check cash in place, the payday loan, none of these people are black.
Are the moderators?
Yeah. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Or should I be silenced? Hey, should I be silenced?
Because you're not letting other
people. I'm saying my experience.
But you're going way back in the day, and I'm not talking about way.
I'm just saying my experience. I'm just
you shared it already.
I'm sharing.
Everyone, we cannot hear if everyone's speaking over each other. Can we all just finish our thought, mute, and let the other person speak respectfully?
Marlena, I was speaking. I was speaking at first, and then Galen just interrupted me, and then he's talking about something way back in the day.
That's right. I'm trying to rein this back in. Okay, I'm sorry, Mimi. As you were saying, Galen, can we, again, if you want to continue to speak after, just let her finish, let her land, and then continue, okay?
Thank you. I'm saying, like, this was in the, I'm going to say when, in the 80s, when I grew up, black people did own the corner stores, the liquor stores, and I'm from California, and black people, we had whole shopping centers full with nothing with black businesses. Everything in our neighborhoods used to be owned by black. It wasn't Asians, and I'm asking what happened from then. Not way back in the day when they were burning down things. Even now, Amari could tell you, like Crenshaw, all that used to be black. It used to be a big black shopping center full of nothing but black businesses everywhere. There were black businesses everywhere. But what happened? Why did they let the Asian people come and take over their stores, or the Arabic people? Because I grew up walking to the store with a black Harold's Liquor, and it was, a convenience store was owned by a black man. Our corner store, the market, was owned by a black man. So I don't know what happened then. Not way back in the day.
I can answer that. The reason why that economic implosion, I'll call it, happened is because the government strategically started bringing freeway systems through those neighborhoods, disrupting business, and a lot of those businesses had to close down, just like with COVID, and some of them were not able to open up again, and so they pretty much, and also a lot of those businesses did not own the property, they were leasing the property. So there's no just one thing, but basically it was an economic, I'll call it an implosion because I don't know what other word to use right now, that caused that shift in ownership and the inability to do business because of the highway system coming through in construction and people not being able to have access to those stores. That's what happened.
That didn't happen in my neighborhood, but I don't know. They didn't happen in California. They still there. They just owned by other race people.
So that means they didn't own the building.
I can tell you what people have told me is a lot of times people sold people who did own the businesses.
They inherited.
They sold them. Well, they sold it, and they got a lot more money.
Yeah.
They got money for them, and then what happens, like, for example, and when they built SoFi Stadium, a lot of the black people sold, like they came in, they sold their home. A lot of people didn't, but a lot of the people did sell, and then they built SoFi. What the fuck? And SoFi that brought in a lot of money, and so a lot of those people now are like, hey, like, fuck, why did I sell my home? I mean, my home would have been worth a lot more money in Inglewood if I would have kept it.
One thing that I figured out about this society and this reality, being someone who was born here, is that
born here.
a Muslim, right? Like, nigga gonna tell me like I don't know, bitch. I was born here and I've been attentive as hell in class and outside of class. And in my 36 years, is that if a motherfucker wants you out, they're gonna use whatever resources they have in order for them to position themselves so that you look like the bad guy and whatever they say goes. I think this is a time and place where right now, and me being a hypocrite for even saying this, let's be accountable for the shit we say, the shit we want to do, and the shit that God gave us to do. Because we're already knowing if we deviate, we're going to be put in position where you have someone who's not in your community going to be able to speak on some shit because you ain't in position to take reins on that. Now you're a fucking sideliner when the conversation you was supposed to be preparing for is happening. I think a lot of us are we're not lazy. I think we're distracted. A lot of us are distracted, and I'll yield right there.
So Cuban, sorry, about LH. Sorry, Rhombus. I'm sorry, Cuban. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say I wanted to touch on that what he said because basically by them, the voters' rights act, all this and that going on. I feel like they did that on purpose to distract us. Because it goes with the AI and all this and that, but it also is the people that distracted the people. They want to come up with a civil rights war. They want to come up with a distraction to be about black and white all over again when they know black people done progressed over the years. We don't have black business. We still do got some black business. We got a lot of black shit going on. We just not all black throughout the whole state. Certain states in America. So therefore, I just feel like everything is a distraction. We tired, we overwork. Hell, we working 2 jobs just to pay fucking rent. And then what's so crazy is that gas prices going up. They're doing all this and that. They done lunched out, $400 billion on a fucking AI? Half of this shit don't even, I work at a corporate office right now. They spent $45,000 on a fucking AI shit. I hardly can work how it's supposed to. Don't nobody want to fuck with it. White people don't want to fuck with it.
Quantum, please don't interrupt. Let her finish.
Like this it's going insane to the point like you said, people that have the haves and have-nots going back to that too. But they're making a distraction towards the people. So it could be all about black and white, and they want the black people to be unfocused. Oh no, we don't want y'all to take away our rights. Da 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 da. You feel me? So they gotta find a way to distract us. And have white people like, okay, yeah, we don't want them around, to break them up, whatever like that, because they know once we all together as black people, we all know this. Once we all together for real, it's unity in a whole community, as a whole, black police and black lawmakers, etc., District 9, and so on. Shit, we can be really unstoppable though, if we just all got along and be a real community together on all our shit, like Jackson, Mississippi. That's an all black ass community.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Cuban, I don't think we all gotta get along for real.
Yeah, I mean, we do, but at the same time though, only time we do come together, only when it comes to being black and white, against black and white. And that's the sad part about it. It shouldn't have to go like that every time. But at the same time though, they distracting everybody. No matter if you black, brown, yellow, white, they're distracting us. They finna do some shit, and all they had to do was start with the fucking rights. When Trump first got in the office, what's the first thing he did? Tampering with the discrimination law. That's the first goddamn thing he did when he got in office in 2025. But the whole thing is everybody not paying attention. Everybody over here trying to turn up. Everybody trying to goddamn live the life of a celebrity and this and that, and be on that type of shit. Like, y'all not, I don't think the younger generation understanding that. I don't even see why the boomers even still in the motherfucking goddamn office. They should got their ass voting that a long time ago goddamn ago. There's some motherfucking people that's vibrant, who's living, who's involving, and who's knows the change of America is involving all fucking cultures. This supposed to be the land of the free? Like, what the fuck? Get their ass up out of here. They the ones who taught about racism years ago anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, that shit crazy.
Okay, Cuban, I want to connect with you about this. Marlene, I want to engage with her. Cuban, I've come to the realization that, man, it's a lot of niggas that have been dictating how we supposed to move, and they don't even be on the ground in the trenches or even have ears to the streets. You know what I'm saying? And I do believe that a lot of black people who don't think that they have the acuity or the intellect to pursue politics, they'll be greatest because they're not into the lawyerism of using words to try to ball on somebody. And that's intentional for our community to say that niggas want to ball on another nigga. But the other end is that if you know how to talk to people and you know how people feel, people gonna feel you more, especially with God behind you. So I think a lot of us need to take some time to see where we land on what the whole economy of what heaven on earth look like. Because when you don't know what you are on high, you're not gonna know what to do on the ground.
But this the thing though, like we helped build America on our motherfucking backs. It ain't just been too long ago since we had that motherfucking law even made. Like that shit was that's when my great grandma was living. Like real shit. That's my granny's mother was living around this time frame when they was fighting for these rights and all. Well, I don't think they gonna listen about us protesting, to be real with you. I feel like the only way they gonna pay attention if we get out of motherfucking character. When we start, that's what they want. They want a civil fucking war.
Now, Cuban, you just said that's what they want. Why you think we gonna supposed to do that? No, bro, they don't expect us to actually be in.
And I understand. I don't want nobody to die. You feel what I'm saying? But of course they're gonna try any way possible to try to kill us. And that them gutting those rights like that is gonna go a lot more far downhill to where that black people is gonna get back to work. Black people can't do this, can't do that. Do y'all understand? Like I think it's in Memphis, right? I'm from Tennessee, but I'm not from Memphis. I'm from Chattanooga. But the whole point is that, like in Memphis, they over here trying to they trying to gut the goddamn bonding funding. So if you want to go to jail, you go to jail for some simple shit. So you telling me a motherfucker can't fund me to get me out of motherfucking jail?
Now, Cuban, we gotta look at the whole situation for what it really is. Like,
but it's getting deeper though. The laws are getting crazier.
I want you to hear what I'm about to say because I heard what you said. I want you to hear me when I say this, Cuban. Why the fuck do I need to go bail you out, Cuban? Now I do understand a motherfucker on a state.
You know what I'm saying? People got like to lose.
Cuban, real quick.
Like a lose.
Yes, ma'am. And what I'm saying is that the state trooper is definitely looking to run up the bag for the county and probably for his own pay raise for however many people that he done knocked down in crossing through his state, and he done bagged some shit, got some drug big bust or whatever. Now okay, cool. What I'm saying is that, Cuban, you understand that these young folk have an opportunity to take reins on a lot of these power positions, but I think the mothers are doing a terrible job of presenting them of their true opportunities because the mothers haven't given themselves an opportunity to learn what it is to even know who God is enough to lead them in the way that they're actually birthed for.
Okay, but listen though.
Hold on, both, please. Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted dialogue. Butter, you had something to say?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the things that we can control today and suggest that everybody on this stage who has a business idea to write it down. What is your vision? And what is your mission? Meaning, how do you propose to get to your vision? If you could just start there, and this whole idea of being, when we did have businesses, they knocked them all down and burned them all up. Well, we have a new way of doing business today. It's called the blockchain. And if you write down your ideas, you can actually develop a smart contract. No one ever has to know what color you are or who owns that building. So, again, there are ways. What do you mean by cap?
The smart contract has metadata.
Quantum. Please let her finish. Do not interrupt.
Yeah. So a lot of the things that we think about in terms of business that were done in the past don't look the same today. And the only way you know that is to get out of your own way, stop being afraid of what happened in the past, and start researching what's going on for your future. I'll yield right there.
Yeah, get low. You sound like you under the bed, bro. Can you speak up?
Yeah, is that better? Can you hear me out a little better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look, go to YouTube and type in the human map. All right, shows a globe, a bunch of people on it, stuff like that. Go to the channel, right? It will literally detail how each and every immigrant community made their money. It is fascinating because it's giving you multiple examples of what needs to be done in order for the Black community to generate wealth. This is stuff that we've done before, but again, it's been kind of beat out of us, burned out of us, legislated out of us, so on and so forth. But I do think that we just got to do it again. And the last thing I want to mention about LA, yes, there was a lot of Black businesses. There's a lot more Black people, right? But since the 80s, the numbers have dwindled. We were like 25% at one time, a little bit. Now we're less than 10, right? And that's San Diego too. San Diego's like 5. I grew up there. There is this researcher out of UC Riverside, Korean guy. He detailed and wrote about how they got a huge market into the liquor store type thing. And it happened after the Korean War, but they actually had a lot of their own money. They had a lot of their own talents. They insulated themselves, and then they just kind of slowly built up. But that was after the groundwork of the African American Black folks and the Civil Rights Movement, which actually opened up a lot of doors for immigrant people. They literally started over, but we was already coming into it, beat up and bruised up. So I just want you to just to remind ourselves of that and go to the YouTube Human Map, and there's like 6 different communities. I'm looking at the Nigerian takeover. I'm looking at the Nomads, the Patel cartel, the Indian population. They got like 5 different things that they measure it only, only, right? Israel, just watch it and be inspired, and just say we can do it too. So let's just bring it back.
That's awesome.
So
Yeah, I agree.
I've heard that we can do it too narrative, and it has always come from the lens of the Jewish people took over the Black community and owned the music industry and gave incentives for them to kill their own brothers, and they were able to amass so much wealth with all the industries over the 7 gates, which is religion, which is education, which is family. You have, don't be mad at them. Just do what they did.
yeah, be inspired. I agree.
I'm a creative I'm a 1990s baby creative that sings, I write, I engineer, I produce, I rap, I mix, I master. I understand the craft of what a creative is and the value of what the amount of time it takes. Up until you get the template. Once you know your template, like, it does become easier, and that's why a lot of people make it. But hold on, Cuban, let me get my point real quick, and you got it. Yeah, the point is, what I'm trying to convey is that the way that people have positioned us where they can siphon our energy and pull spirit and establish wealth by making us submit to them, it is a lot to learn from. Not to mimic it, but to understand when you get in a position of leadership that that's not the fuck you supposed to be doing. You hear me?
I'm telling you, we sound so traumatized. We perpetuate our trauma by repeating it over and over and over again instead of getting beyond that and start talking about where you want to be in 3 to 5 years. Why do we do that? Because if you can't help it, you probably need to go get some type of healing, some type of self-reflection, because it's not going to get you anywhere but to be re-traumatized.
So just real quick, I just want to make an announcement. I think Lisa might not be coming back tonight, so we'll probably shut it down about 11. That's 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, unless, you know, Lisa comes back and then she wants to.
Is that something you decided, or is that what the room decided based off?
I'm sorry, there's 3 mods. I don't know, unless Patty says, you know, she'll hold it open, but.
Are you being aware of the room that she gave you?
Excuse me. Quantum, don't get dropped.
I'm just trying to make you aware.
So Marlene and myself and Patty, I know you said, Child, if you agree, did you want to keep it open, or are you okay with shutting down at 11? Just, that's 2 a.m.
I'm fine. I mean, also depending on the comment, we're not going to cut any, just to be clear, we're not cutting anyone off. We're cutting off, if we're still in the flow of conversation, it will go as long as the flow of conversation will go. Yeah. But understand, we also are, you know, it's late for us. We all have lives, and there's only two awake moderators, so at some point, when this happens in this room,
I just got a life. I'm outside.
Yeah, see, Patty, finally, so I haven't heard you all night, girl. So yeah, so just in case, so we're just trying to say, like, to be succinct.
Yeah, Marlene, this is my shift, so this is when I come on the
app. Okay, Quantum, I understand. So this is your socializing time. I get it. I'm a night owl, so I mean, again, it also depends on the flow of the conversation. But we just want it to be open and transparent. All right?
Yeah, and then, look, most time people just be like, we out.
Yeah, exactly. Omari, this is like the latest Omari's ever stayed up. People that be in this house long enough know that I'm usually the one that's up late. Usually a couple people and Patty's usually up late. There's some popular another one, so it just depends. So I'm going to commend Omari for staying this long. Thank you for helping.
15 minutes past, way past. I'm trying to be in here and be like, yo. I got my headphones in.
Team Lisa.
So I'm trying to let my people know, like, hey, just hold on.
So let's be clear, I want to thank everyone, including Pretty Red, for contributing to the conversation, okay? I apologize if you think that I was attacking you. That really was not the intent. And that's never the intent unless, of course, you're like some crazy Zionist, racist idiot. So please continue the conversation. Des, you have something to say?
And, my bad. I came off the mic.
Hold on, Dan. Get out the way, please. Thank you. I appreciate your apology, and I apologize for the misunderstanding in the conversation. Yeah, I just apologize for even just attacking you, calling you out your name. Because it really is about unity. One thing about me is I'm a fire sign, so I'm always fire. But the thing is, what I'm noticing, Marlene, is I'm not a racist. But what I do focus on and what I'm aware of is patterns. And so far, we're in 2026. Yes, I'm acknowledging that racism and slavery did exist. I know my history. But what I'm saying is moving forward in 2026, we have so many resources, including AI, where you're working smarter and not hard. I'd be out in the field and picking all that being in that hot ass sun, picking that damn cotton. We in an evolution now where we can sit at home and work from home and be around our families, right? But the thing is, what I've noticed about politicians is they're full of shit. They take taxpayer money, especially with the donations that are being given to these committees. It's not being used for the economy. It's being used for fraud and all these other different things. So what I've noticed is if we are going to talk about unity within our own race, cool. We could do that. But if we are going to do that, we also have to hold ourselves accountable and have standards and morals and morality to do the right fucking thing. That don't mean go out here and have all these, crimes that you want to commit, such as stealing from taxpayers. And this is what I mean when I say it matters why you are voting and who you are voting for. So when I'm looking at the black politicians, let's see here. I have the black politicians. let's see. Hold on here, and hold on, give me a minute. We have about 67. Hold on. Oh, wait. Sorry, y'all. We have about 67 to 69 Black members of Congress, also 20 to 25 through 2026. This includes House plus Senate combined. That's a record high in the U.S. history. Roughly about 5 Black senators and 60 plus Black House members. State legislators, over 800 Black state lawmakers nationwide, also a record high in recent years. This is where most Black elected officials are state, House, and state Senate, etc. So what I'm saying is, if these people are also, when it comes down to the local politicians, we have, let's see, it is the largest category, but the hardest to track. Thousands of Black elected officials, such as mayors, city council members, school board members, and county commissioners. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if this is a high percentage of these people being in office, these are people we are electing and we're voting for. But at the same time, where's the fucking results? Where's the results? If we're going to complain about systems, right? These are the same people that are creating these systems. So if we have a lot of Black people that are in office, where's the money going?
That's the fucking problem, Pretty Red.
Okay. Hold on. Because like I said, I'm in a southern state. All I see is motherfucking Black churches corner to corner to corner. And do you know how much people are making in the church house?
Bro, Pretty Red. I've been talking about the
Do you know how much people are making off the church house? Matter of fact, we just had Marvin Sapp sitting here talking about close the doors because they didn't want to give a high tithes and offering.
I think that's a good spot, Pretty Red.
These people have lives.
I want to pick up.
Okay. And you know what I noticed with the Republicans and what I talked to them about? They feel the same exact fucking way, and they're white people. They're donating thousands of dollars. Do you know how much these people are donating within one day? About 29 to maybe the most 50K in one fucking day. These people are donating their money to these committees. But guess what? When it comes down to these committees, such as Democrats and Republicans, there's no fucking race with that. There's no color with that. There are Asians, there are Arabics, whatever race these people y'all are voting for are in fucking office, or are these same people who are your local lawmakers, your judges, your attorneys, your district attorneys.
Pretty Red. Sorry.
That's all I'm saying.
Quantum, before you go into
we can't be blind with that. That's all I'm saying. If we want to see unity, if we want to see evolution, that's all I'm saying. To me, they can't fool me with this race shit. That's also how we get conformed into slavery with that stupid ass mindset shit. They use that against us to forget all this other shit that's going on.
And you know what, Pretty Red? Okay, so I want to say I accept your apology, I appreciate it. And I get being a fire sign because I am a fire sign as well. But I just want to be clear on something. I don't lead with racism is the sole reason for why Black people have, not even just in America and globally, because it's not just a North American thing, unless we're talking even outside of predominantly Black countries. There are obviously reasons for why we're not in a different place than we should. We're not at a higher station than we should be. Okay, especially in comparison to other races. So I agree that you can't use racism and oppression as a reason for you personally not being into education or trying to better yourself. I think that's just not just a Black people thing. I think that is a personal thing, period. You're always trying to elevate and grow, okay? No, what I'm saying is that I think what we forget sometimes is that in the system, because we think sometimes that the government and the larger system does not have a powerful effect or enough effect on communities. And that's where I push back, especially as a sociologist. I can tell you that those things have a big impact. Just as you said in regards to the people that you vote in, the people that you vote in, it doesn't matter how good or something they are, because if the system that you're voting in is still corrupt and slanted against you, it doesn't matter necessarily who you put in. They can try their best, but there's still going to be this tsunami wave of corruption. So it becomes basically a collective thing, because what if you notice, they're deliberately attacking education, and they're also defunding any kind of after school things, or starting to, of course it's easy to be distracted in the society because of the lack. And the more that there is lack, it causes more conflict amongst people, particularly, again, unfortunately, Black people and people of color, because of historically being put behind. So it's important that we recognize both aspects, because one fight does not succeed without the other being fought as well. I like that.
That was so beautiful.
That's what I was trying to say.
You know, Marlene, you hit so many points. So when we talk about systems, it's a system for a reason, right? And you know, I think she named like 800 something lawmakers, Black lawmakers, but then look at how many white lawmakers are in that system. So the numbers are minute.
What the fuck?
Sir, can I reply after you? I'm gonna reply after
Let me fight you.
Hold on, Quado, please. Calm down. Thank you. Calm down.
So y'all gotta
Hold on, Quado.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna go ask Quado. Come off that mic again.
What the
Thank
fuck?
Quantum, please don't make me have to move you to the audience.
Okay.
Just wait your turn. Wait your turn. It's okay.
I've been silent for an hour and a half.
Go ahead, see. I'm gonna go after you because I want to reply
I'm
to
a Leo, pretty red. You better talk to me right.
Quantum. I've been quiet for an hour and a half, and it's my space. So please don't do that.
Yes, ma'am. She's trying to play me.
You're a very sweet young man. We're coming to you. Trust me. I'm going back.
So thank you. What I was saying is we're talking about systems that have been in place for centuries, right? So, so when I can tell you from, you know, when I went into law enforcement, I came in, you know, with this militant kind of, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do this, and shit, you get in the system and you realize like, so when I first started, I worked in the jails and I worked Bloods and Crips, and cats would come in arguing with each other, and I'm like, y'all need to be paying attention to your transcripts and being able to fight your case instead of fighting each other. The reason y'all sitting in jail is because y'all fighting each other, right? But you know, you get in the system and you see something that goes wrong and you go report it, and then the same blood or crip that you was trying to protect, it's like, well, I ain't no snitch, so y'all, sir, I don't know what he's talking about. So then brothers get left out there, brothers and sisters get left out there hanging, and we're easily fired, right? For me, I didn't really give a shit. I'm like, okay, you fire me, I'll just go get another job. But and I'm gonna speak for something, but if it matters to other people, for me, I can pretty much work with a lot of things. But if it impacts other people, I'm gonna say something. But what happens when you go to fight for other people that won't fight for themselves, right? So then you get and I'm gonna just say his name, however people feel about Barack Obama, but we got happy, we put him in office, and then we sat on our hands. Now, if the Black people that are fighting and standing 10 toes down for Donald Trump, if they did that for Barack Obama, we probably could have made some moves. Right? And I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, right? So I've always been an independent. So my thing is this, is that we have systems, and if you don't have enough momentum and enough leverage to move a system, you just become part of the system, right? So it's easy for people to say, oh yeah, we got these politicians here and we got them there and we da-da-da-da-da. But it's a lot more involved, and you know, like, and we see now, like some politicians, if you stand on something, you might get yourself killed. So then it's like, do I really fight for this, or do I protect my safety, right? And you can say, well, that's the job you chose, but then that's easy to say when you're not sitting in that seat. So I just, there's a lot to be said, and I think Pretty Red touched on a lot of things, but there's so many nuances, and it's not as simple as people say, oh, we got 800 there so they could do something. 800 compared to what, though? 800 to like 8,000, right? You're not going to be the system that's already in place that's entrenched, right? We used to think that the Constitution meant something, and we're finding out the Constitution ain't really worth the paper it's written on, because it's getting torn apart right now, right? So then it's like, the rules that were in place, do they really matter? When the people who want to stay in power want to stay in power.
Is it that they want to stay in power, or Black people are scared?
I think it's both.
I think so. I think so too. And this is why. Hold on, Quantum. Because
I want to talk at the.
Okay, this is the thing. Once again, I'm not worried about it being a color thing. Once again, these are people still that are going in office, and they don't have any integrity, let alone any morality to do the right fucking thing. Okay? Meaning going out here and doing what you say you're going to do for the people of America. If you're not doing that, then where's our money going, and why are we voting? Why are we putting you in office? You got all these, you got these crooked, right, police departments, but you also got Black people working for them too. It's been plenty of times where I've gotten Black police officers try to violate my rights. But because I knew my rights, they didn't fuck with me.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm not saying that police brutality is just a white thing. It's just misuse, period.
Yeah, and
I don't look at it as a race thing. I'm looking at it as, even with the when we talk about women's health, right? I don't look at it as a race thing, because these are women that create human evolution. So without women, there wouldn't be men here. And I'm not just trying to say, try to just, take it away from men and their purpose. No. What I'm saying is, if we're going to care about women's health, then why is so much malpractice for pregnant women, period?
I think what you said.
When it comes down to, you want to do a comparison with numbers, well, yeah, it's not even more so a comparison with the numbers. It's not no competition thing. This crime, homicide shit, that should be at a 0.
Yes, ma'am.
That should be at a 0. Y'all too busy worried about trying to protect your reputation as a Black man.
We couldn't even have it at 0 in the beginning of the
safety.
Please, let's just let her, Pretty Red, just kind of land, and so let other people
damn, she went for a long time, and why do I know.
Quantum. It's for Quantum's sake, but see, please don't
I'm going to hurry up and land. That's all I wanted to say. To me, it's not a race thing. It's about the safety of people for America. We got these pedophiles, these cases of pedophiles now coming out because people were keeping their mouths closed, or because they wanted more money. Where was the humanity then when it came down to the safety of protecting these children, when it comes down to the generation? Where's the generational curses gonna stop? That's all. Go ahead.
Yo, that's so real, because I've done enough research to know that I could possibly right now be specialized in breaking generational curses. I know the prayers, and I also know what the signals look like when your grandparents and your fathers and your mothers done did some shit that you probably need to pray off. So, Pretty Red, I was standing in the gap to say, even what you had shared, as important as it is, you probably understood how somebody casted you in a position where it challenged what we supposed to be actually attacking right. Actually, I try to get on Marlene about the double L's. Actually attacking right now. I think that Black women are the most acceptable to be manipulated by someone who is against the thought of a God-given man. And maybe that's y'all work to do and figure that out. And maybe if we could just stop the conversation at one point so we can talk about what we need to be attacking rather than us giving our thoughts and really spilling over and allowing others to hijack what even the people in your communities could actually address righteously because they've probably been following God if they speaking up. My intention is to share with y'all, and what I'm trying to convey is that we're going to be hijacked every time when we get emotional about stuff that is the minutia, while the one who is controlling us is keeping us from understanding the core issue. And what I found out as a computer scientist right now, the core issue is that we have not had the opportunity to show our kids that they are better than being a rapper. Not even better, because the rapper, these are the prophets of God. But if you prophesying death upon your people, bitch, you done picked the wrong fucking... Fighting against God is not the way, Zane. Because God spoke life, and life abundantly. So if you're doing anything like that, nigga, you know somebody to put this shit in your head that makes you do the shit that you're doing to destroy your own fucking people, you bitch. Stop being a bitch, bro. Take up your
I have
fucking
no
phone.
I'm sorry, I have no idea what to ask. Cuban, please jump this. Please call in.
Yes,
Okay. I just want to say something though. I feel what Pure Red was saying too. Like, it ain't. I mean, I don't see race either. But when you got these white supremacist people, these old ass people, 80, 70, damn near 90 years old, trying to tell you where you supposed to live at. And you know what I'm saying? Try to divide us or divide the black community who's trying to thrive, or even if they're not just thriving, they're just trying to live. Regular people. And the fact that I just feel like they throwing it in our face. They're not trying to hide racism. I don't think it's just the main world. I just feel like it's all the white supremacist people because they actually run this shit. And ain't a goddamn thing we can do about it unless we learn the law and we out here do actually take time and go out here, learn who we voting for and get out here and vote around midterms like we should. Because if not, I feel like more down to it, like it's just gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse and worse. It's gonna come down to it. Cause everybody thinking like, they ain't got nothing to do with me. They talking about the immigrants. They ain't got nothing to do with me. Or people that claim they pro-black, but they don't get out here and be active. You see what I'm saying? But everybody's quiet, like y'all saying. Like we got some people that want to get out there, but I don't know, maybe they scared, or maybe they want to protect their peace, they want to protect their family, or whatever the case might be. Maybe they want to be another George Floyd. You get what I'm saying? Like, people actually out here dying for their rights when that was before the rights was actually gutted. So we never had any rights any goddamn way. They take the 13th Amendment away from us. Like, if you actually go back into those constitutional laws, we actually got kind of like, is it 3% or 5% of having rights as a human being? 3%. Black people? 3%? Okay, thank you. I knew it was one of them. But the fact that we have to keep fighting for that is insane. And we shouldn't have to, because we are the people. We are the people who help shape this country as it is today, of course, or whatnot. But the thing is that I don't think everybody's like paying attention. I feel like people just actually ignoring the fact what's going on. Like, oh shit, that shit just, it is what it is. If that ain't happening to them, I just feel like people don't give a fuck.
But
who said we didn't have to fight for that though? Who told you that?
I ain't saying that.
She's not saying that. Cuban, the one thing though that I think again,
I don't trust Butters. I'm gonna let y'all know right now.
Quantum, you spoke. She didn't interrupt you.
I'm on mute.
Quantum. Now, Quantum, I'm really trying to be real polite on this stage, but I'm really about to shut your ass down. I really am.
You don't,
that's
you don't
also a problem.
and I'm
That's
sorry,
also a problem in the black community. Niggas don't know how to shut their mouth.
Pretty, don't worry about Pretty Red. Don't worry. That's what we have moderators for. We got it, okay? But thank you.
No, so completely ignoring him, respectfully. But
Thank you, Butter.
the one thing that we should do is have our own causes, like in your neighborhood. Even you can start in your neighborhood. What is the one thing everybody can agree on that you can stand behind? And then go to city council, go to your legislature, go to wherever that place is that you need to show a united front and let them know this is what we're looking for. If you want us to look out for you the next election, this is what we're looking for from you. I mean, we're not using our power to the fullest capacity because once again, we have allowed this system to make us think in terms of individualism. And historically, we have always done better as community. So we have to get back to those tenets of being in community, start talking to each other, find things to agree on, strategize, and execute. It's really not that hard. Now, that doesn't mean that there might be things that might be thrown our way. But hell, there's things thrown our way anyway. And what do? We get around it. So we can't get stuck in a place where we're always talking about the past and, how we were done or whatever. Start strategizing for the future of your family, the future of your community, the future of your children's children. And I think we're going to turn out just fine. You know why? Because we always have. In this country, and this is the truth, this country's economic system cannot survive without us. Amen.
Well. I just want to say welcome back to the M, to the I, to the S, to the A.
Boy, I thought you were asleep.
Shit. I'm trying to. I'm half asleep. No, I'm not gonna sleep. I'm about to go watch. I'm about to go watch Man on Fire on Netflix.
Oh, here we go. That's old.
No, Man on Fire on Netflix is a new one, so I'm about to go watch it. But I just want to say, Lisa,
Grandpa. It's not even that late, okay?
It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, he's ready.
Well over past your bedtime, boo-boo.
He was ready to blow this whole shit up because you weren't here. I'm like, damn.
Oh yeah, you came in right before because the shit.
He was like, bro, get out of here. Like, what the fuck you talking about?
Twice we love you when you behave, but when you don't, it's just a disaster.
Oh no, we said 11 o'clock. If you weren't back by 11, this room was boom.
Look at this guy. And you know I try to gauge the room to see how far I can go with it.
He said
mod me. That's not.
He said we gonna mod Quantum and we gonna.
No, we weren't. Who's we? Who's we?
The moderator.
So it's gonna be Quantum and Patty just modded on the stage.
Oh my god. Two versus one is crazy because Amari would have done worse than the two of us. Let me find out.
Quantum.
Yes, ma'am.
When you start acting nicely. These things you will be having green bean because you know I love you to death.
Oh wow, I appreciate that, but these niggas need some reckoning.
Let's not overdo it.
Come on, Misa, you're way too nice. I'm sorry. No offense, Quantum.
Marlene, am I that bad? I don't think that.
Yes, you really can be sometimes.
I can be, but I really try to hold the line about righteousness. That's my only intention.
Okay. Let's just be clear about something. So, because I'm not being disrespectful. I didn't understand what you were talking about, kind of. So you kind of lost me a little bit in regards. So,
He's an esoteric nigga. That's why.
I gotta say, girl. So, just so maybe you know what? I'm just gonna.
I told y'all, Butters.
Could you please explain to us? No direct attack here. Like, okay. Can you explain exactly clearly what you actually? Because I was completely lost. What you mean that women? I believe you said something along the lines that women are rejecting God men, or again, I'm paraphrasing, but can you explain? So essentially, are you blaming women for the state that we are in currently? And if you're not, again, I apologize for misunderstanding you. But do you want to just clarify what you actually meant?
I don't even mind, Marlene, and I think that's the biggest effect that AI had on me is that it's allowing me to be very male-tempered. And also, if you inquire, then that's what gave me room to, get a handshake to say, hey, I could tell you some stuff that a lot of people not willing to hear. Women have been a tool against men, the black men, straight men, if you will, men that actually would be sons of God. Y'all have been weaponized against those very men, so that you would feel entitled when we would give you the title anyways, right? It makes it a very uncomfortable situation when we're meeting the sunflowers and the roses of God, and you don't know how to glare upon the sun and know that, yay, I love you, and that's the only thing that I want to do is to love you. And I'm not saying everybody is that way, Marlene, but I think women should know how to dictate, differentiate those different type of energies so they can act righteously. That's women.
Okay, and so why do you think, because black women are amongst one of the most educated group of people, and in fact, even over more than black men, why are you under the impression that black women particularly are easily influenced by other people and don't have independent minds of their own, or are reacting to actions of black men?
Yeah, I think the last part about reacting to actions of black men is mostly what a lot of women have in the back of their mind about what other black men are. And y'all are like oracles to us. Wise man said that the man is the head, but the woman is the neck. Boy, your head not gonna turn unless she agree to that shit, boy. And that's a marriage dynamic, and that type of dynamic.
This is one.
And that's the type of dynamic that we need to be familiar with, so that we could be on one accord, on one stance. And if there's disagreement, somebody's gonna feel the pain, and somebody has to be able to say, "Hey, I feel this. Let's talk about it." But as long as somebody else could come in and say, he's doing this and he's doing that, and y'all should be upset at each other. And I just witnessed this like not less than 10, 15 minutes ago. It just shows me that we're easily manipulated to be positioned against each other rather than us really focusing and figuring out how we can grow righteous children and really build heaven on earth.
Why do excuse me, I'm sorry, but this is Misa. Why do I feel that men are less and less capable of being the head? They're showing less and less abilities, qualifications, drive, desire, just plain a worthiness. I don't know what else to say, but a lot of men are not qualified to be the head anymore. They're lacking in the qualifications needed for that position.
I can tell you why.
Go ahead.
Because men are only thinking with their head, and I'll land with that.
Okay, and in regards to a comment made in the comments, why education is being brought up, to imply, okay, especially the more higher education that you get, you should understand that it's very actually harder to just be impressionable because you have knowledge and because you have intelligence. It's actually more emphasizing critical thought and thinking with the more higher education you get. Unless you're talking about very specific, you're supposed to know about professions that you're supposed to know in and out. So that doesn't necessarily mean wisdom. But in regards to being influenced by people, that's actually easier to do when you're actually less educated and forced not, and when you don't really think and use your brain. It's actually might be quite easy because you take a look at the demographics of certain people who voted for certain people. They're not exactly the higher education ones. Just saying.
He said, "I like dumb people."
Yeah, exactly. And politicians like him love those people because they're not dealing with the highly intelligent and knowledgeable people. Not at all, because that's just not the way it works. So again, this whole thing, and I'm going back to Lisa's point. No, Willie, I said ask you if you'd let me finish, Omar, instead of jumping in. That's what Misa said. I'm gonna back that because unfortunately, listen, man. And I'm probably not gonna be popular for saying this, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. Unfortunately, a lot of you are not acting like. I mean, if you okay, before I insult the whole gender. A lot of you, you know who you are. You men who are men, you know who you are. But for the rest of you that want to cosplay and are males. Yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah, because unfortunately, this is the way it works in this modern age. You guys want some traditional woman so badly, but guess what? That age does not exist. The funny part is that some of you guys want a traditional, subservient woman that will just take your bullshit, feed you, act as basically act as you're another child, and while having sex with her. That doesn't work in modern day society. Why? Because we have education. If you cannot do better than me, why should I be bowing down to a man that does not, and this is biological, I didn't make this, I didn't create these rules. I'm so sorry. But if you want me to be subservient and nurturing, guess what? I have to also respect you to lead me. I will never follow a person that I think is weaker or less intelligent and someone that I cannot trust. Okay? I'm not going to speak for other women. I'm going to speak for me. Well, because I can only speak for myself. But generally speaking, if I think that you're a bitch made, I'm not going to bend to you. Why should I? Why would I be subservient to someone I don't trust to lead me? So I'm sorry, men still have to work at that. And if you do not provide and protect for me, what do I need you for? Because guess what? We women are providing and protecting for ourselves. We're doing that. Many of us are doing that by single mothers. So you cannot come up into our life just come with your bullshit and expect a woman to just deal with it because, quote unquote, God said so. It don't work that way.
I want to just say this too.
I'm gonna go after you, Butter.
From a bit of a historical perspective, and that is, first of all, we love our men, and I think we show our loyalty and have shown our loyalty exceptionally. Don't let this internet bullcrap get you caught up into what's true and what's in the matrix. You all are the builders. You have been building since the beginning of time. You've built, and over and over and over again, you have been builders. Women are creators. We create stuff, and we find great joy in watching you build it. So, and I'm not always talking about using your hands. I'm talking about helping us formulate the things that are needed to create what it is that we envision. If we can find some balance there, I think we're going to be in a really good place, as we've always done. Like, we have this in our DNA. So I want to always add some kind of positive energy to the conversation, because we have what we need. That we don't need anybody but ourselves. And because we were on this planet by ourselves for a very long time. So keep that in mind as you move forward. Thank you.
Miss Butter, I do want to add to this, right? I was looking up this information, right? And, with even my own perspective of how I view things, like I told you, I noticed based off of the mindset within the psyche and the patterns that are being, made. So I think within the systems is a problem with just a broken system within how children are being raised and the environment that they're put in. So it says here that the household matters a lot. In every community, not just Black communities, household factors strongly affect outcomes such as parenting stability, financial literacy, school engagement, exposure to violence or stress, expectations around education and work, economic disciplines such as saving, credit, and debt. Now, research is very clear that children from stable, resource-rich households tend to have better outcomes regardless of the race. Now, strong home increases opportunity, but households don't exist and isolation. Homes are shaped by the environment around them, such as school quality, neighborhood safety, job availability, wage and versus cost of living, access to healthcare, incarceration rates, historical wealth gaps. Homes create outcomes, so systems shape what the home can realistically provide. Now, a parent working 2 jobs may have less time for schooling support. Unfunded schools reduce academic outcomes even in strong households. Limit access to capital reduces entrepreneurship success. Now, the key misunderstanding is the internal versus the external. It's not either or. Social science shows outcomes come from stacked factors such as internal home level habits, education, culture, parenting, structure, financial decisions. External system levels like wealth access, such as loans, inheritance, credit, housing policies, such as school funding, policy and justice systems, labor market, discrimination history, they intact continuously. Now, why complaints about the systems exist? People focus on systems because systems determine access to opportunity, cost of living, mobility between classes, and long-term wealth building. So, for example, 2 equal disciplined families can end up in a very different position depending on starting wealth and neighborhood opportunity. So when people complain about the systems, they're often pointing at barriers that are outside of the individual control. Now, a more accurate way is a balanced view such as strong households matter for success, but households are shaped by the environment they exist in. And systems influence how strong or weak those environments are. Now, the home is broken or the system is broken, and both intact and reinforce each other. Now, the real solution we focus on research on upward mobility consistently finds biggest improvements come from stronger earlier childhood education, stable housing access, better local school funding, financial literacy and savings behavior, job access and wages, and community investment, plus business ownership. That means both home level change and structural improvement. And I'm done. Thank you, guys.
I will say that the history that you just shared with us, Pretty Red, it was, I'm impressed because don't nobody expect beautiful women to speak the way that you do. And also, too, as an intelligent man, I got my own gripes about what you had said because you kind of placed a lot of responsibility on the man, and which is righteous because Pretty Red, I 100% agree with you. And also, too, like you know that a lot of the household grew off the matriarch, even though, just like we talked about, the man being the head, but she the neck. Like, Nick can't turn the head like without the neck. Like, the women still control the household. Don't act like women still not in control. But my point to what Marlene was asking me is I still believe, and I'm gonna stand on this ground to say that our black women have made a decision that they would rather be subservient to a lofty ideal for someone else's corporation and movement rather than actually seeking out God and bringing them the man that could actually lead them. And I did refine it, and I feel secure in what I just said.
Well, honestly, I want to push back to what you said because honestly, I am seeing a matriarchy change. Well, the patriarchy is now going to its actual order of matriarchy. And honestly, sir, I'm seeing a big evolution change. The birth rate is getting at its lowest of the lowest. Congratulations and shout out to the women that are taking their health very seriously. Because as we know, black women are, the highest ones that are dying laying on those tables. Okay? Malpractice going on where their children are being taken out of the hospitals, or they're having, these fake court, Zoom meetings. I don't know if you've seen that black lady. They had to do this weird ass Zoom meeting with a bunch of fucking white people on a goddamn screen, and she in the middle of her goddamn C-section. Well, they tried to force her to get a C-section. So This is why I say niggas need to know how to read and write, right? And understand their constitutional rights, okay? When it comes down to these people trying to fucking play with you, know the paperwork that you're signing, okay? Do your research on the hospitals that you're going to. If these people are, creating malpractice in the workplace or even in, the hospitals or the medical centers and so forth, then shit, file a report on their ass. If you feel like it's not gonna, do anything, hell, it's not damn sure not gonna do anything if you're not saying nothing, if you're not making a report.
But pretty red, we had our own hospitals.
Yeah, of course. And we could go back to that too. That's what I'm saying, Butter. We could go back to our orders. Look, if we complaining about the food shortages, right? Shit, why we can't go back to planting and growing our own damn food? Matter of fact, my auntie was offering me some brown eggs last week. I said, Auntie, you got some brown eggs? Shit. She got her chickens growing her own damn eggs.
That's the creation part.
But they want us to depend on all of these, all these artificial resources where we not actually going out here and creating our own shit.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. We're creating.
We're not creating general wealth. We're not fucking doing it. We're not creating no damn general wealth. And it also starts with stop killing so many fucking black women and children. But y'all want to sit here and talk about Klay Thompson, and I'm not talking about in this room, but so far, in every room that I've seen so far, everybody wants to talk about this Megan Thee Stallion and this Klay Thompson bullshit. But nobody wants to talk about this man who unalived 8 of his damn kids, and people want to mark it as, oh, he was going through some stuff. He has some mental health issues. I don't give a damn if this man had a mental health issues. Why has it come down to this point where this man actually wants to take and unalive all his children?
Yeah, we actually did talk about that subject here. It was actually talked about for a long time in this room. And we spoke about, and just to understand the difference in this room, we spoke about Clay and Megan for 5 minutes. And that was at 4 in the morning. So it's not a priority here. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and then Marlene, not only that, I don't know if the women noticed, right? Shout out to the women and getting the birth rate down. Not only that, women are out here getting it and doing and being entrepreneurs. They are not going out here and depending on men anymore. And is that a problem? No, it shouldn't be. You should be happy that women are out here thriving. But unfortunately, it seems like it's making men jealous.
Exactly. Because
so, and it's like, that's weird. Because you're mad at women because they care about their safety and their health.
Pretty red.
Yes, please.
All I'm saying is, if y'all notice on the CNN, they posted 60 million views and 30 damn men trying to figure out how to unalive their partners. But nobody wants to talk about that. All I'm saying, I'm not saying in this room, I'm just saying we're not paying attention to the real shit that's going on.
What you said?
No, quantum, hold it. Let's see go.
I would just say this, that there's 8.2 billion people in the world, right? So whatever's important to one person may not be important to another person. Not that it's not important, it's just not important to the other person, right? So one of my coaches once told me, he said, if it bothers you that much, then God gave it to you, right? So then go handle it, right? So, but I'll just say this and just consider, I'm not saying it's true, just consider that everything that we're living in an illusionary world, that nothing in this world is true, right? You could say the only thing that's true, because the truth never changes. The truth is the same yesterday, today, and forever, right? The truth never changes. So you could say then the only thing that's true is the word of God. But the problem with that is everybody has their own interpretation of what that is. And more people have been killed in the world over the word of God than for any other reason, right? We're actually at war with another country over religious beliefs, right? So then when you talk about the narrative of black men and black women, when we talk about the narrative of society, right? It's all an illusion. It's all something somebody made up, and you choose whichever side you stand on. But when you take a step back and get that it's all made up, then I become the author of what I'm going to make up, what I'm going to believe, right? Now, it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it true over anybody else's. It's just the illusion that I choose to follow that empowers me, empowers the people around me. But me making someone else wrong for not believing what I believe doesn't elevate my cause. It leaves me stuck in that argument, right? So it's like, who would I need to be in order to see the world that I want? If I want this world, then I need to be some kind of way and not just talk about it, but be the very thing, because we're not human doings, we're human beings. Be the very thing that I'm talking about, right? Because, in if you look at politics, it's the two wings of the same bird, right? We think that they're different. No. People who can't step back and look at the bigger picture, who are only myopic in the way they think and see things, will only see the red wing or see the blue wing, and I get that it's the same damn bird, right? So I just say that before men bash women or women bash men, and I'm not saying that's what's happening here, is that we need to take a step back and look at ourselves and say, what part do I play in that, right? And I can be the example, because one person is not going to change. One person can be the change by being the example, by being the embodiment of something, right? So I just throw that out there. It's not true or false. It's just something to consider, right? Because it's all an illusion.
See how they over Marlene? How many times have we heard that? I mean, where should that come from? Two birds. Politics is two wings.
The wings of the same bird. Two wings of the same bird. That is not a trope you like, is it?
That is so just not. That's not true.
Well, look at it. You have a Democrat who becomes a Republican.
Don't explain it to me. Hold on. All right, now you can go ahead. What, you trying to explain that?
So if you have a Republican who was a Democrat and a Democrat who was a Republican, right? They switch sides, right? So you have people who were Democrats who jumped on the Trump train, and then you have people that were on the Trump train and jumped up and now trying to come back to the Democratic side. So it's it's illusionary. It's not real, right? It's just like, I disagree with this side, so I'm going to join this side. Right, so I just say it's the wings of the same bird. I'm not saying one is better than the other, and I'm not putting one down. I'm just saying when you take a step back and look at all of it, it gives you a more powerful place to stand. Then you can choose what's like. I'm gonna fuck with the Democrats this time because I like the way they're going, right? But like I have friends that I go back and forth with who are MAGAs, and I roast them all the time. It's like, because you're at this point where you're almost like a cultist. If he says war is bad, you're like, war is bad. And then when he says, oh, war is necessary, war is necessary. And I'm going to lower grocery prices. Oh, well, we're just going to have to suffer because we're going through this. Oh, well, we're just going to have to suffer. It's like, you're not even thinking for yourself at this point. You're just following whatever somebody's telling you.
I do like what he said. I do like what you had said, because you're given the condition of man, and because we're susceptible, and even at people's big ass age, they're susceptible for somebody to dictate how they move, and it's so subtle, like subliminal, understanding it, what the subliminal messages that are happening, even when you're at the workplace, you in conversation with somebody, and you're perceiving something, but you don't want to address what the fuck you feeling inside. I think that's probably some of the biggest problems, because if we had did that, we probably wouldn't give a fuck what these bitches doing, and we probably would have took over already. You hear me?
Sorry,
we created Iran.
What in the world are you talking about, Quantum? I'm sorry. Who are the bitches, and what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
Marlene, you see why I said we need the birth rate. Hold on, excuse me. I'm trying to talk to Miss Marlene. Now you see why we need the birth rate. Hold on, excuse me, Quantum. Stop trying to talk over me. Hi, Miss Marlene. This is the thing. This is why the birth rates need to be down. Who gave birth to? I'm not trying to throw no personal attacks, but who the hell birthed that?
Not any kids.
You hear this?
You hear me?
Who birthed this? Because this is a very dysfunctional household.
Okay, let's just be very clear.
You understand what I'm saying?
Don't blame his parents. This probably happened. He probably bumped his head after he was leaving the house and going down.
But this is what would infect. This was what would infest an environment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because the degenerates like that being brought into the community.
Don't let that be a distraction, though.
No. I'm not saying this is it has nothing to do with us being a distraction. It's you're an infestation. That's what the fuck you want. And I get tired of sometimes not saying y'all, but sometimes there will be some black women that will enable that shit. Mm-hmm. That will coddle that shit. Mm-hmm. And then sit here and say, well, black women are doing a damn fucking good job, better than some of you niggas are. And then you got the audacity to have a black mama and sit here and spit on her grave like that. And not saying she did, but I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? This is what we get for niggas being ungrateful. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm sure you are looking
to try to assist our brothers who seems to be, on a wayward path. And I've been accused of coddling.
I'm a mama bear too.
I'm coddling because I don't hold them to my breast. I don't want them near my breast, but I do try to give black men, because they don't get on this app and say how hard it is for them and everything. So I'm just trying to be, I'm just trying to be.
But maybe we need to stop that shit, is what she's saying.
because we're also black. As black women, if black men are marginalized, black women are also doubly marginalized, and we've been talking about this basically ever since the beginning of time and slavery, because there was always a difference in treatment and payment and all that stuff. So as much as, yes, I understand black men do face systemic racism and aggression from other men. Okay, it's not coming from necessarily women. Women are not killing men at the rate that men are killing women. Okay, so until that becomes a thing, I can't. There's only so much, and I don't want to call it victimhood, but it's a lot of whining. For instance, so after referring to women as bitches, and wondering why we don't respect that. So you cannot. It just makes no sense to me. You think you can call and then it's oh, you women are godly. How dare you call women refer to anyone in regards to spirit and understanding God, and not be mindful of what you're saying. And also, this is a room held the head of this room is a woman. Okay, so how do you think you're gonna come into this house and disrespect women, and we're just gonna be oh, that's fine, sir. Oh, can I get you a sandwich? Oh, can I do something? Oh, can I represent? What the fuck do you think is happening here, people? This is the kind of whining that unfortunately a lot of modern males do. And yes, I said males because there's just like you want to call. If y'all thought the manners were as cute calling someone females, well, guess what? Y'all get called males. Because again, the men who are men know who you are, and you're not even offended by anything I'm saying because you know it's true. So all you males that whine that you want women to we don't know our place. No, sweetheart. It's because you have not risen to where we are. That is the problem.
These niggas out when they ask.
Okay?
Right.
And if you're going to talk about godly people and godly women, make sure that you don't have any children that are not bred out of wedlock, okay? Because anyhow you do have children out of wedlock, and and especially you are part of the problem. Don't blame women for that, because guess what? You can't be the head and leader and say, oh, I'm getting too much criticism. Oh my gosh, it's just that's weakness. When you wear the crown like you want to, guess what? It weighs heavy. All right, so you can't have both. You can't be both. You can't be both a weakling and be she she manipulated me. She used her feminine wiles. That's weakness. Yeah. Don't blame other people for your weakness when you want to be the lead. You want to be the leader, honey? Then you would show me strength, and I of course naturally will subserve to you. You think I am very happy to be with me, a man that deserves me and that I can be subservient to you. Do you think I want to be strong all the damn time? I'm a woman.
You don't have no fear.
I'm a woman. But we women have to be strong in this environment because we are more highly victimized. We are more things. That is just a fact. I don't care what any man wants to think. Look at the numbers yourself. But don't you dare. And so all the self-righteous men that say, women, especially black women, they don't know how to treat a man, blah, 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 blah. But you have 5 baby mamas. You don't respect none of them, and you wonder why the community is where it's at. Look into the mirror. And I want a Proverbs woman, or whatever that is. But are you that man, though? Most likely not. And then one fly.
Bro.
Just, you know, like,
you can't be in a room full of mindful women and look around and see the age range and then come off your mic like you bad calling women bitches.
Thank you.
If I were in your face, you'd have felt something.
Right. Well, if you look at like what they took, they made it one of the non-canonicals is the book of Mary Magdalene, right? Because they don't want women to be seen as powerful, right? So the people, the Council of Nicaea decided they were going to decide what books were going to go in the Bible, right? And they took out the book of Mary Magdalene, right? So, so that women would be subservient, air quotes, right? So, but when you don't know that stuff and you get caught up in the illusion of what Western religion is, or Western scripture, right? And you don't realize there's 88 books in the Bible that they decided what 66 we were going to get, right? And that's all about control and manipulation, right? That we have the ability to manifest our own futures, right? But man is trying to make us go through man to get to God, and so that we don't realize we have the power to go directly to God, right? So then the thing is let me make C and Maryland fight each other because they're a black woman and a black man. And as long as they're doing that, we can do all this other stuff. But like I said, when you pull back and you can see all the nonsense, you can see all the manipulation, then you can see it. And it's like, I was talking about AI earlier, it's like, we may not be able to stop a lot of stuff, but if you know how it's coming and when it's coming, you know how to move, right? You know how to manipulate that system, right? And so, and my thing is like once we become aware and get out of the illusions of stuff and arguing in the illusions and get back and go, okay, well, what world do I live in? Now let me be that kind of person. Let me be that kind of human being, right? And I know it may sound esoteric, but I'm just really saying that, but if you go to scripture, it's in scripture, right? So it's like, who am I going to be? And am I going to be causing the matter, or am I going to be a complaint about life?
You know what,
sorry,
if you
Lisa,
go
go ahead.
back to slavery, like what we were talking about earlier, if they try to put the black race back in slavery, black men are not going to make it. Black women are going to be carrying the load in the community like we're doing now. These black men, they're not going to be able to make it, y'all. Just to close your eyes and imagine some of the black men you know in slavery.
Sorry, Rob, you were waiting to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, my dear. And as usual, it is never a dull moment in this room. First,
thank you, Rob.
Yeah. First off, listen, it's called evolution. And for whatever reason, black men have turned their backs or whatever they've done. I cannot be angry at a sister who's going forward. Lisa said it. You all have been carrying the community, and you probably will continue. That question about slavery has kind of got me fucked up right now because I always kind of saw myself as a house nigga, probably fucking, the slave master's wife. But anyway, that's just me. My girl, Pretty Red, said something. And I really thought that everybody was going to kind of shift, and then we kind of had another blockage. She was talking about generational wealth with the family, the black community in particular. But one of the bigger problems is that we don't collaborate as much. And I don't mean to be making that as a blanket statement, but think of it this way. I'm living in my house that's paid for. I'm 61 years old, so that's a little bit different. My parents bought this house for me when I was 23. We still own our original house that I was raised in, and my mother is currently living 2 blocks away from me. The strategy with our family, and I grew up in a nuclear home, and I know that's kind of different, born in 65, but men were different back then. Where they did go to work, my father did not want my mother to work because he had an idea of how he wanted his sons to be raised, and the best person to do that was my mother. Again, what's missing overall, in my personal opinion, is simply Sunday dinner. You sit down. Butter and I just had an exchange, and I think she thought I missed what she said. That classic, tell me what you thought I thought you thought. And she was saying that black people need to be married and have children. And I'm like, nah, not really. Maybe they should get married and get to know each other and see are they capable of raising children. Because a lot of people just go through the motions, and we have a lot of fucked up kids, and I can say that because I'm in education. You know, this is, you know, Mango, that was called satire, but if that went over your head, you caught it. You caught it.
Rob, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Don't you think that process of getting to know each other should happen before the marriage?
It should happen before, during, and basically after.
Okay, so when I say get married and have children, it was implied that certain things were in place so that would be a successful execution of building family. Not just, I know how you probably took it out like I texted, but to your point, yeah, you don't frivolously marry someone if you're not in alignment together. That's not going to work. We know that now because half of us are getting a divorce, right? But I value what you're saying, but I still think that we need to have babies because if we don't, we will not replenish the earth. Like right now, we are we're supposed to be at about a rate of 2.2 or something like that to just replenish where we are here in America.
You're making my point. Exactly my point. Regardless of the world, some of us don't even think it's going to be in the next couple of weeks. Some of us are moving our money out of banks, buying crypto because the world's coming in, the sky is falling. However, here's the key, in my opinion. And it's not my original idea, but it is a concept that was, for anyone who's familiar with the ISIS papers, you know, maybe the macho men never read it, but for those of us who are well-read, know about these things that Dr. Francis Cress Welsing laid out. They were just simple things where we identify like-mindedness. That's all it comes down to. If you believe in fighting police brutality, you might want to get with this cat C. From my understanding, he seems like a police officer or somewhere in law enforcement. So he can give insight and you all can collaborate on those ideas. If it's economics, if it's this, you know, you have to come to the table. Again, I call it Sunday dinner. Get with like-minded people, come up with a plan. I do focus on economics. I do focus on, you know, I run a hedge fund for my family because that's a lot of pressure I put on myself, but I have 2 daughters. And I have 2 daughters who, one is graduating college and she already opened up her business a little bit ahead of schedule. But guess what? These are the things that I personally manifested for, and I had to realize, you know what? My manifestation is coming through. Thank you to the universe. Notice I didn't say God, because I recognize that everybody doesn't believe in God. Nor do you have to believe in God to be a good person, to want good things, and to love your fellow man. And with that, I'm going to land my little plane. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Rob.
I mean, there are some things that as an imam I disagree with, but I appreciated your submission, Rob.
I just want to say, why do we need to keep having kids just to be mistreated and not also unalived as well? Why would we need to have more kids?
Well, we're not having kids for that reason.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just. You know what? Why though? But that's what I'm saying. Like, why would we need to waste our wombs to be able, you know, to have these children just for them to be taken at a short span? Why?
No, I don't think
because as a mother, hold on, excuse me. Me as a mother, I don't want a phone call with somebody unalive in my house.
I understand.
I don't know about you, but
no, I don't have any.
I don't want to get that phone call.
No, I get it. I don't have any children. You know,
I mean, it was a young black girl that just got killed,
right,
by her boyfriend, and she just finished nursing school.
So So what does that anecdote have to do with?
It has to do with the household, sir. That's what I'm talking about.
What household?
Any household in any environment that she's being put in. Meaning, I'm talking about a woman's safety, sir. We're going to talk about a black community, which starts with the black woman. If it wasn't because of black woman, sir, you wouldn't even have breath in your life to even speak to me right now.
What are you saying? I'm just confused. What is your point? Are you
So
saying that every black woman who is born is unsafe?
Excuse me, since we want to talk about
just asking
slavery,
a question.
excuse me, if we want to talk about slavery and racism, right? Then Malcolm X, that niggas you niggas idolize so much, said that black women are the most disrespected species on the planet?
Well, yes. No one's disagreeing
How
with
so?
that, at least as far as I know.
Why so? Why is that? Can you give me an answer on that, and I'm gonna go on mute.
Why are black women the most disrespected? I mean, look around. Look at the media. Look at the news. It's obvious. Look at how many hundreds of thousands of black women were laid off at the start of this year. I mean, I'm not hearing are you inviting a fight? Because I agree with everything you said. Like, I'm just confused as to what point you're making.
Sir, me bringing up awareness, how is that a fight? Me being a person with awareness is a fight to you?
No, I'm just
because I'm aware that I'm aware that black women are getting unalived at a high rate. Or children or black people, not even just black women, you guys are getting killed as well too at a high rate. Not only you're high rate at offenders, you're at a high rate as victims as well. So where's the dysfunction? Because we had a black man literally live on stage that said it's black women's fault.
Black women's fault that black men are getting killed? That's crazy.
Sir, you just sat up here and you was listening to that honky.
No, I wasn't. I just.
Yes, you were. You've been in this room for a very long time. I've seen you.
Pretty.
And
Muhammad is a sweetheart. Trust me.
No, I'm not saying that he's not a sweetheart.
No, I'm just telling you that he probably did fall asleep at some point because he's been in the room since the beginning. So that's just the way it is. So he probably didn't actually hear that part.
Yeah.
Or he wouldn't be asking the question. Okay. So it's that's not. But you know what?
He said black women aren't doing a good job, big.
What? Somebody said that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know you weren't because you didn't say anything. You didn't interject, which is why I know you were probably just dozing off away from your phone. So I know you didn't hear that. So, to your point, it's really weird to me that men. I'm not surprised about the declining birth rate because there's, as Rob even also alluded, there are several different factors. Because when you see the trajectory of what's happening, of possible wars, and not to mention the economic squeeze, right? And if you are a conscious person, you don't want to add that burden to a child because the stats on having child poverty it's very plain to see. Okay, you don't want to willingly put a child into this world that you know is going to struggle. Some people don't care, but some people are, especially as more education goes on, they're aware of it, so they don't have children, right? Now, what I don't understand is like the attitude of some males like Quantum, who would rail against women, call out your name, expect all the shit that they will never do for themselves, but then expect you to open your legs and have your genetic legacy tied to them. Like, why would you expect a woman, any sensible woman, you can't call me a bitch or tell me or order me around and tell me that I'm a dog basically and I'm lesser and that it's literally my lot in life just to be your walking mat and your maid and your nurse and your mama and your sex slave. And me to go, it's like, yes, that's what my whole point of life and existence is. That is stupid shit. I don't even know how that shit ever even worked. You know why that shit worked back in the day? Because women were literally dependent on men for survival and livelihood. It was because of money. It's because we weren't allowed to work. We weren't allowed to create businesses. We were literally forced to be dependent upon men. It's not because we're not incapable or intellectually slow, not at all. Quite the opposite. It's because men had to, in order to keep feeling like they're superior, deliberately did that. Okay? And it's very funny to me, in a way, to listen to black men, of all the men in the world, for black men to shit on black women. It's like, you've let white supremacy go to your head, my brother. Because if you don't know, say that you're not part of that group, I don't know what to tell you. Because if anything, black men there should be no, like, again, people can be mad at me all they want, but there should be no black incels, okay? So I don't want to use the word that some people call them, but the fact that there's, and then they want to bring up God about it. I'm not going to get into that, but you males are not men, okay? And you're definitely not the men in the Bible, because all those men knew how to protect and provide for women, all right? And you're not allowed as a poor person, sorry, I would say you're not as a brokey, as you guys like to say, to have multiple women, not just have multiple children. No, you're not. Because all those people, King Solomon, all that, notice I said king. Those people have money. There's no poor people mentioned in the Bible, just so you know. So when you all point to the Bible and all that, and yet you're asked if you want a woman just to like you, who you are, for you are, but you have nothing, meanwhile she has to go to work, take care of your babies, take care of you, and also be subservient to you, that does not make logical sense. And that is what you're seeing now. And if you want to call me a bitch or a whore, we're all sluts. I know these are things I've said in this room. And so I'm also just reacting to that, not anything that anyone said specific. But that kind of thinking, why in the world, other than some stupid little pick-me who has no self-esteem or confidence whatsoever, would I be with you? Why? I'd rather be alone. People don't understand this. Women would rather, if you're smart women, would rather be alone and hold our peace than be beholden or stuck with some person that's going to literally age you, make you fat, unhealthy, and poor. Okay? I'm so sorry that we're not just going to take any single regular, degular, modern women that ain't waiting for you brokies. And I don't mean just financially, because if you think that we need multi-millionaires and we're all 6'5" and blah, 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 no, not at all. You'd be very surprised about how low the bar is for some of you men, to be quite frank. And you can't even fit that. But again, quantum is a type of person that shows you why the birth rate is declining. Because who sensibly would want to be with that? Because again, we're already protecting and providing for ourselves. And the amount of violence that is being put towards women, because the government currently, the Trump government is trying, and part of 2025 goes a lot against women and people of color. But yet you have black men calling women out of the name. Make it make sense. I land. Oh, and whoever wants to come up, by all means, instead of talking in the comments, come up. If this is a conversation, we can't exactly have a conversation if you're just gonna do in the comments, okay? And if you're gonna do the comments, well, most of it's gonna be lost. I used to do the comments too. I used to be talking I used to just be listening. Yeah. It's just better just to come up and just say your piece. I mean, everyone else, you know. Anyways, Bo, I think Bo, you're on the stage. Do you have something to say and add to the conversation?
You guys, don't type in the chat. It's way too early in the morning to be typing in the chat. Come on up and have a conversation. I don't bite. Can't wait to hear what you got to say, but it's too early to be reading that chat line, though.
And I don't know what they think, but I guess they think their version of traditional women or women, period, is just supposed to be soft-spoken and not assertive, gullible. I don't know about y'all, but black women are fucking warriors. What the fuck are y'all cool? Like, I guess y'all thought we was just these soft-settled snow bunnies. Because I really think that's really what they think we are. That's their stereotype of what they think a black woman should be. But a black woman is a fucking warrior. Like, and that's why they don't never want us to say nothing. They don't never want us to talk. They always want us to over-talk us when we start telling truth, and then turn around and then start saying the same shit we said. And then all you have the men coming off the mic like, yeah, I agree with him. You agree with the same shit I just said. You just didn't like it because it came from a fucking woman.
And how much things, and like, I remember being accused if it was a white man who would be talking the same way. Clearly, I've not been in this room before. Because that's just some silly shit to say. This is not a black man versus a white man thing, or any colored man. This is just period. I find it very sad that, again, some people think that that they're still being so victimized, especially while at the same time out their mouths calling particularly black women bitches. And see, oh, it's because of you bitches, that's why we're in this. Yeah, it's not because of you black men basically just breeding women like they're dogs and just abandoning your families. I'm not saying all, of course not. And I'm not saying just black men do this, let's be clear. But it's usually the ones that are talking about how degenerate or non-evolved or not godly are the people that perpetuate the very same things and stereotypes that they're talking about. So again, if you have children out of wedlock, you are part of the problem. If you refer to women as a bunch of bitches, sluts, and whores, you are part of the problem. Because if you think every single woman is just a money-grubbing, like slut and whore who just wants you for your money, you are part of the problem, and you should see a psychotherapist.
I'm glad you brought up a psychotherapist, Marlene, because that's why I brought up that data to you with the demographics of the victims. A black man being victims and offenders. Now, tell me there is no imbalance in that. Not only are they killing themselves in the children, they also killing the women too. So we just always blame the white man or the white people. I mean, yeah, I understand that they're out there killing black people too, but I also am recognizing that the men are also unaliving our own race as well. And I will be a stupid bitch to sit here and be in denial about that shit. I'm aware that it's not being shown on media, news, and all of that. Sometimes it is, but it's not as much with the white snow bunnies. Okay? But I'm still aware that it's still women and children are still being unalived. Matter of fact, they just had a teacher at the damn house who was fondling on the children and gave them HIV. So even the children aren't safe at school.
Okay. Sorry, Steve, 1 second. Michael, Abraham, Bo, Gildas, thank you. Welcome to the stage. Does any one of you new people have something to say?
Hey, hi, everybody. I'm just looking around. It's pretty interesting, but I'm trying to keep up with the conversation first before I wanted to say something or something. Thank you, though.
Yeah. Well, it always becomes the problem of, are these behaviors that the black man is doing, are they rooted in slavery? And can you blame the black man just as much as the black man wants to blame the black woman? Did it come from slavery? Is it like an echo in our psychology that makes us act this stupidly? I agree that it's stupid. I agree that it's not the right way. But, if you really want to get down into the weeds of it, are we all just scarred by slavery? And that can explain our contemptuous behavior or not?
Yeah, and that's why we need to start to heal. We have to have hard conversations to get to a point where we can move out of that mindset and into a builder's mindset, because we're the builders, we're the creators, we always have been, we always will be.
Sorry, Steve. 1 second. Sorry, Michael, do you want to go ahead? And see, you can go after Michael.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is some of that, and it's also Jim Crow, and it's also everything. It's cycles of trauma, and until we heal that, break the chain of the cycles of trauma, it's just gonna keep perpetuating. People have to actively do work to heal that trauma.
And see, I'm glad Michael said that because it's not a thing.
Sorry, I need to interrupt you. See what's after. And then you can go.
Okay.
There's just a cue, so just just hold.
Is that okay?
Yeah, just hold on. Let's see say
something along with it.
Hopefully not. Okay, just hold on.
So, kind of in alignment with what Red said and what Michael said. So, for 18 years, I've run a nonprofit called Emerging Leaders. You can look it up. It's emergingleaders360.org, where when I came back to Compton, I was in Iraq, and I came back from Compton. I came back to Compton, and a young kid was killed. I'd seen a lot of killing and people being blown up in Iraq, but it was something about this kid's spirit that when he got killed, when I watched him die, he was like 7 years old. My son was 7 at the time. That I felt like I needed to do something different. And so, long story short, I started working with Pete Carroll, who was a coach of USC at the time, and then became the coach of Seattle, and then the Raiders last year. And then I created my own thing. But when I was 10, I was molested. And in my job, I always took the rape reports and the molestation reports and didn't understand why, right? But it wasn't me, the adult, who was taking those reports. It was a 10-year-old kid that got molested that took those reports, right? And I had a great deal of compassion and understanding. I didn't understand where all that came from, but as I began to do transformational work, I began to understand that. And so I share my story. So there's no, it's like rocks are hard, water's wet. I was molested. It's like, it is what it is. I'm not molestation. I was just molested. It's something that happened to me. It's not who I am. And so I share that on stage in front of 3,000 people. And people come to me, men come to me and say, man, like, how you gonna say that, man? Like, you ain't worried about, and I'm like, it doesn't have any power over me, right? It had power over me, but it doesn't have any power over me now. But what I'm saying all this to say that some of the men and some of our families, and I'm sure people in here can relate, where there's a relative who molests the kids, whether it's a grandfather, a father, stepfather, and everybody knows that he does that. And all they say is keep him away from Leroy. Keep him away from Leroy, right? And you have several generations that go through, you have several generations that know this, and no one does anything. And so a lot of the dudes would come and tell me, like, well, yeah, man, I started hurting people before they hurt me because I was molested. So I became the hurter before somebody could hurt me. Same thing with women. Some women are the same things, some the same way. They're like, I became the murderer and went to prison for murder. Like one girl went to prison for murder as a child. She was the first child arrested, sentenced as an adult in the state of California. It was one of my students. And she ended up becoming a murderer, ended up going to prison for murder because of that, because she had a hatred for men, because that happened. So when we're talking about trauma, it's not slavery trauma. It's an accumulation of all of it, right? And we seem to get fixated on like one causal factor, and it's not. It's all these nuances that go to it of why people behave and act the way they behave and act, right? And I've been doing this for 18 years, and I've seen just about everything. But and my program has one of the highest success rates in the United States. It was 73% success rate, when the recidivism rate in the United States is 27%. If you're doing 28%, you're considered doing well. We're 73%, right? Because we really empower people, but because I can't give anybody an answer for themselves. We all have our internal answer. So I work with my people and get them to find the answers within. And I say that because there's so many different factors in the conversations we're having, and it's not just one thing. It's not isolated to one thing that's going to solve this problem. There's a whole lot of issues that are woven inside the fabric of the current narrative, the current circumstance. So, Alan.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing your story, C. I really admire your courage and your ability to take an experience that could destroy a lot of people in living with it with such creativity and helping others. That's really admirable and honorable. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
But yeah, trauma, harm is generational, and it lingers. And it's also multi-generational, as in it can be passed on. Have you guys heard of epigenetics?
Bruce Lipton is a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Which is the reason why they need to stop making y'all. I mean, y'all can sit here and be like, oh, she hate men and she hate men. Well, hell, y'all don't even like women, let alone your damn selves, because you're killing yourselves at a 4 to 5 times higher rate than black women. Not only that, you're killing them at a high fucking rate. So at this point, we need to do mandatory. I'm okay with signing a proposal to get these niggas mandatorily either assessed before being diagnosed, before giving y'all any medication, because some of y'all might even be on ADHD medication, and that shit still ain't helping y'all.
Okay, Pretty Red, who hurt you?
Nobody hurt me,
Because you
sir.
seem to hate men in general.
How do I hate men? Because I'm aware of the crime.
Because I've only heard you say negative things about men.
How is that negative, sir? Because I'm aware.
You're saying
these things
we just don't need
exist?
to have any more.
Are you mad because I need to not be aware and make the truth come clear to your eyes or your ears? Because
no,
it seems
I'm
like
saying
you was
humanity. Listen, I'm somebody who works in the mental health field.
Okay.
Humans are complex.
You don't have to just work in the field to be aware of what's going on. That's what I'm trying to get you to
And I'm
understand.
saying sometimes your awareness can be limited.
Why does it need to be limited? So you telling me people dying needs to be limited? You telling me people committing death?
This is weird.
Excuse me. So you telling me homicide needs to be limited? Is that what you're telling me? Molestation needs to be limited? Oh my God.
This is so funny. I can't.
This is so funny. I can't. This is why I don't like men like you around. You're weak. You're very weak, big.
Seriously,
don't engage.
I have the authority to kick you out of this room. Please don't disrespect.
Sir, and I'm gonna go start another one. It's not gonna stop me from spreading my message.
Okay, go ahead.
You can't hush me, and that's the problem. Y'all be wanna hush black women.
Pretty, he's a moderator. Anyone you seen?
Girl, I don't care about that. He's not the CEO of this app, which is also a white man.
Okay, but Pretty, you literally said that basically. Okay, sorry. Maybe there was some misunderstanding. Did you say that black men we should stop literally giving birth to black men?
No, I'm saying we need to stop making degenerates like that. That's a prime example of a weak man who doesn't contribute to the black community because he wants to scapegoat. He wants to. Excuse me, she was talking to me. She wasn't talking to you.
And you're lying, and I'm calling you.
No, you're overstepping your bound. You're overstepping my bounds, as a matter of fact, because she was talking to me, not you.
I mean, you
But let me go back on mute and let this dominated man overtalk me. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, he came off his mic and he insulted you first by assuming you just hate men because you gave a stat. That was weird.
Actually, she didn't give a stat.
Excuse me, I've been listening to this conversation for the last 40 minutes. She did. And you said, in response to that, you said, oh, Pretty, you just hate men? Who hurt you? Well, you actually said who hurt you, and then you said she hates men. So,
I'm listening to context of what she's saying.
Okay.
Within discussion, especially following a man being vulnerable and sharing some deep trauma, and then we're going into we just need to stop making y'all.
She shared deep trauma too. She shared statistics that's rooted in deep trauma.
Statistics are not trauma.
Okay, why aren't they?
Statistics are numbers. Traumas are experiences.
I said they're rooted in trauma, so those numbers don't equate to experiences. Hello? Is this thing going?
No.
Those
Hello.
numbers don't
Are you?
equate to experiences?
What's not clicking? That's what I should be asking you. Because
Those numbers.
this conversation.
Okay.
How about this? The numbers say this: black men and black women have it hard, and we should be trying to come together and not beat each other down. How about that?
Yeah, so do those numbers equate to experiences?
And does that statement that he just mentioned didn't equate to what I just gave in regards to stats of black women and black men and children being unalived? Did that not equate to his statement that he just made? Saying that we need to come together and work together? Well, obviously that working together ain't working.
So what's the solution then?
Excuse me, can you answer my question?
What is your question?
I said those numbers don't equate to experiences.
Numbers are numbers. That's data.
Yeah, so that data doesn't equate to experiences.
That's not how data works, actually. Experience means I was sexually assaulted as a child. That's an experience.
Okay,
People
so
are getting unalived. That's data.
So if someone takes 20 people being sexually assaulted and they quantify it into data, that does not result or correlate to the experience?
You're researching. That's not the same as experiencing something.
Misa,
educating yourself about the reality
for letting me on
of
stage,
social
but I hate a smart dumb
conditions
nigga.
is
Thank
not
you so
the
much.
same as you actually going through the traumatic experience. You can read about people having ADHD. It's different than actually having ADHD. So no, numbers are not experience. This is weird.
Yeah, that's not what I said to you.
See, every time I dismantle their argument, I didn't say that. This is becoming like old Clubhouse. Lisa, the room is degenerating.
Your mom is degenerating.
Okay.
Actually, the room is not degenerating. It's actually more and more people coming in here since we've been in this motherfucker. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about not quantity, but quality.
You mad because you don't like the fact what Butter said? We need to talk about the problems in order to get to the solutions. And the fact that you're trying to scapegoat.
Nobody's scapegoating.
It's given. I don't snitch. It's given. I don't snitch.
And you won't say what you mean.
You're giving the type of guy that don't snitch, huh?
Black men.
You won't throw your brother under the bus, will you? If he was doing a crime, would you? You wouldn't snitch, would you? Because that's what's being brought in the black community. When a black child opens their mouth and go report that they got molested.
Mm-hmm.
You even got parents when the children are telling their parents. Sometimes the parents don't even believe the child.
I understand that. Yes, that happens.
Okay. So if it happens, what's the problem with me bringing up data? That's
Because
what I'm trying to figure out. How is that me hating black men because I'm aware of data?
Right. You're aware of data. But what you're doing is saying that because a segment of this community is like this, that whole community needs to be wiped out. And that's a problem.
I didn't say that. I said we need to stop making
what you implied. We need to just be.
That's what I said. I said women need to stop wasting their time and their emotional energy on bullshit, like Marlene said early in the conversation. So when Marlene was doing that, why you ain't said she was over there bashing men? And I'm not trying to put no smoke on her, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you mad because you looking for traditional women that keep their mouths closed. Well, guess what, baby? I'm in 2026. I'm a millennium baby. I'm not one of them color purple women that sit there and coddle Negroes. I don't do that.
And no one's asking you to do that. But what I'm asking you to do is stop projecting your experience onto other people.
I think it
you
was
need
that
to
Rob
develop an objective framework.
Oh gosh, this man.
Okay, now hold on, everyone. Abraham, you had something to say?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm sorry, because everybody's talking in some way, especially Pretty Red. I don't have anything against her or anything. I'm not saying none of that, but I'm kind of confused now because I'm kind of new here and I'm trying to keep up with the conversation and with, for example, what C said, and suddenly she show up saying something about men. I don't know exactly what's the conversation about anymore. Can someone clear me that out real quick?
So are you asking her or are you asking the room in general?
I'm asking the room in general, what's the conversation about at this point?
We were just talking in general about community, and we ended up getting into a person was here earlier in the room, and he had very distinct opinions about women and black women and specifically, and so that's what led us down the road that you see now. Right now, what you just heard was a bit of a back and forth between Big M and Pretty Red in regards to something, to a statement that she had made. In fairness, and all objectivity, Pretty Red, you did actually, and I don't believe, and I think now that you've said it twice, you did not intend to imply all men. When you first made your statement that we need to stop making y'all, it came out as if you meant all black men. What you actually meant clearly was you meant degenerate men. So that's just the misunderstanding between you two. So if we can move on from there and go on, we can get to a conversation that was pretty good. And Miss Misa, I believe you're off. Your mic is off mute. And I hate muting you because you're the queen of this house. But you probably fall asleep and don't even know that you are off mute, honey.
She might be far away from her phone.
Yeah, she's
hear
really
her
from her
voice.
phone. I can hear from in the back. Actually, I hear it from the background. So.
Well, I'm sure she wants to talk. She'll unmute again if the background.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's fine. I'm just going to mute her so it doesn't disturb because it's here.
Excuse me. So in case that the conversation is kind of cut right now, I have a question for the whole room because I'm an immigrant. I came to the US 3 years ago now, and I have some questions about the black community in the US because I came from the black community in Cuba, and right now here I have some disappointing or something like that. I don't know if that sounds good, but I'm being completely honest. For example, we descend from slavery too, and the black community in Cuba is really strong. Actually, there's no racism in Cuba as long as I've been living there, and black people has like a really strong roots. Like my family, for example, with like jazz music and salsa, and we have like really strong roots and stuff like that. And when I get to the U.S., the first thing I saw about the black community right now, like my generation, I'm 22 years old, I'm pretty young, and my generation, what I've been seeing is a lot of guys just, I don't even know how to describe it, like with this, it's like the black community for young people is not like it used to be, like with a lot of music, a lot of feeling, a lot of a strong feeling as a black community. Right now it's more like a bodies and this type of things. I'm pretty sure you guys understand what I'm trying to say. They are like into like the gang culture even when they know this is not something good or whatever. So I don't know if any of you guys have any explanation for that right now.
So Abraham, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna push back a little bit, bro, on no racism in Cuba, because white Cubans in America are relentless, right? So there is racism in Cuba between the darker Cubans and the lighter Cubans, right? So and that gets imported into United States, even though America exports racism, right? So I lived in South America for 3 years. And Brazil being the first country where there was slave trade, and Brazil having the largest African population outside of Africa, right? There's racism, right? And the further south you go in Brazil, there's racism. So you go all the way up the Atlantic, there's racism, right? So whether it's Colombia, Grenada, all the way up. So there is racism. So when you get here, what you see is what America tells you to see, as opposed to what's available. Because the vast majority of Black Americans aren't killing each other. We're not degrading each other. We're not diminishing each other in any sense of the imagination. So I would just ask you to look at where you traffic.
Okay. About racism in Cuba, in my 22 years old in Cuba, I've never seen racism like that. Let's be honest. There's always all type of people, but I'm not gonna say Cuba is a race-based country, because we have everything in that way as a tropical country, and I've never seen racism in that way, like hate or discrimination to minority or something like that. I never seen it like that, to be honest. Maybe when they come to the U.S., maybe here they might say a few stuff. A lot of Cubans, for example, are Republicans. Like when they get here, because we come from a communism country, so the majority are Republicans or have this Republican mentality, and that might sound a little bit racist. Maybe some of them are. Maybe when they get here, but I've seen some like jokes, for example, a lot of jokes and a lot of discrimination stuff in Cuba towards Black people, but it comes from Black people too. So they say it more as a joke type of thing, but I never seen racism in a discrimination way.
Hey, Abraham, may I ask you a few questions? This is Hurricane.
Sure.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Did you go to college?
College, and in Cuba, but it was private.
So you have a bachelor's degree?
Yes.
What did you study in college?
I study, I don't know how to say that in English. I study homiletics.
Okay. And what do you do for work now?
Right now, when I get here, well, many stuff. Currently, I am working in my own business, like as a handyman, and also working in a casino.
Okay. Now, do you affiliate yourself with a political party here in the United States?
No. Right now, I can vote, and my mentality don't go with any of them right now. To be honest.
Yo, you're talking to Jerry. You might not want to answer.
So, of the two political parties that you know about here in the United States, which one would you say aligns closest with your beliefs and values?
That is a complicated question for me, especially because I'm a really social-oriented person, which that would lead to the left side. But also, I have this conservative. What is the word? Maybe alignments. I don't know what's the word for that, but I have some of my values of my. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. Maybe because my family, or maybe because the country I come from. For example, if it goes to a monetary way, I am more aligned with what is the word? I'm not aligned at all with socialism or communism, because, of course, maybe every case is different, but I don't have a good experience with that. But when it goes to social, I might be left-handed. When it goes more to monetary, I might go with the right-handed.
Okay. Tell me this. What do you know about the term buena presencia? Have you heard of that?
Well, I know what it means in Spanish, of course, but I don't know exactly what the term is for, or what it stands for.
So I am looking at an article published by the University of Alabama at Birmingham. There is an institute there called the University of Alabama at Birmingham Institute for Human Rights. And a man named John Sims made a blog post on November 24, 2025, titled Racism and Colorism in Cuba. And in the article, he talks about several ways that racism and colorism operate in Cuba. I'm going to read from the article, just a few sentences. Here's what he says. He says, one way that colorism and anti-blackness manifest in Cuba occurs in the tourism industry. Tourism is one of the country's main industries, and job postings in this field often use coded phrases such as searching for buena presencia, which translates to good appearance. Good appearance implicitly refers to physical features that are less common among Cuba's black population. Such practices continuously push the social and economic dominance of whiteness and scream the remnant voices of colorism. He goes on to say that colorism is also prevalent in homes, which is where racial learning begins. He says that within households, casual comparisons between pelo malo, which means bad hair, and is used to refer to kinkier and darker hair, and pelo bueno, which translates to good hair, reflect and reproduce racial hierarchies. He says that this shows that many black Cubans encounter prejudice first not from the government or from other citizens, but from relatives who believe the same biases and prejudices that marginalize them. The article's long, so I'm going to stop there. But my guess is that maybe you don't define racism the way that some other people do. When you say racism, what do you take racism to mean?
Okay, thank you for that. That was amazing, actually, and I enjoyed a lot all the words and all of that. Pelo malo, pelo bueno. It is completely true. I can say that, and yeah, Cubans use that a lot. And yeah, matter of fact, I'm mixed, and my hair is considered pelo malo, like a bad hair. They call it bad hair because it's really, really curly hair.
When you say you're mixed with what?
I'm mixed with black and European because my mom, well, I won't say European because my mom was a mix between a black person with a European, and my dad is black.
So where's your mother from?
I'm Cuban. It's Cuban.
Do you mean white Cuban or something?
No, she was black. She was mixed between black and European. Like Spain, European.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's now.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. If you don't mind, if I answer.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
So racism for me is exactly the same thing. It's probably for everybody. Discrimination towards a minority, but based on the race, not based on nationality, because that would be xenophobia. I don't know how to say that in English. My bad. But xenophobia maybe. But racism will be towards the race of a minority, for example. And in my opinion, it only counts when it has a bad intention behind. In my case, I can say it that way because I've seen a lot of people, for example, making jokes of every type of race and towards Cubans too, and I would never be offended for that. And I don't think it's racism unless it's something like that happens often or something is made with a bad intention behind. That answer your question?
Sure. So how would you describe, okay, consider this scenario. Let's say you've got two people, person X and person Y. Person Y is black, person X is white. And person X meets person Y, the black guy, and assumes that because person Y is black, person Y is not smart and is more likely to commit a crime. And so person X decides not to trust person Y. What do you think about that?
I would think in the first case, assuming that the person is not smart is it might be racism because you're assuming in a stereotype that is not correct, and saying or assuming that the person is more likely, for example, to commit a crime. I would say that's racism. It would be definitely a racist, maybe not racism, but a racist mentality, a racist stereotype 100%. It's like me seeing an Indian person and assuming it's stupid because all the people told me that, or assuming that they cook with their feet, like the video site I watch or everybody might kind of watch on TikTok or whatever. I won't believe none of that because I know that's just a stereotype, and that makes person X, I think it was, stupid. Maybe racist too, but more stupid than racist actually.
So, is it your belief that stuff like that never happens in Cuba?
No, that does happen in Cuba, definitely, but it happens towards black people, also to white people. But in Cuba, it's not based on race, because
how do you know? Have you studied it? Have you studied it?
No.
So then how would you know? How would you know how bad the problem is? I just read an article written by somebody at a university who has studied the issue.
Sure.
And the person says that one way that racism functions systemically in Cuba is in hiring for jobs in the tourism industry. That these job vacancy announcements include a requirement for buena presencia.
Yeah, I understand
and that requirement operates to the detriment of black Cubans, because the traits associated with buena presencia tend to be traits that black Cubans don't have.
Well, we can.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, let me answer that.
No, I think what he just said. What is buena presencia, and what are the traits?
Okay, so I'll just read the paragraph that I read before. It's not too long. One way that colorism and anti-blackness manifest in Cuba occurs in the tourism industry. Tourism is one of Cuba's main industries, and job postings in this field often use coded phrases such as searching for buena presencia, which translates to good appearance. Good appearance implicitly refers to physical features that are less common among Cuba's black population. As a result, such practices continuously push the social and economic dominance of whiteness and scream the remnant voices of colonialism.
Right, but what are those features?
Sir, features that are less likely to be found among the black population in Cuba. Examples would be, let's think about what the major physical differences between white people and black people are. Can you think of some, Taco?
I think that the fact that you brought it up and that article is discussing it, that it should be defined within there, not left up to the imagination of the readers.
So actually,
putting us in a position where we have to chase down a ghost.
No, it's not chasing down any ghosts, because Abraham knows exactly what I'm talking about, and most people who are familiar with the construction of race in different countries can do the math. They can draw the inferences. Now, unless you want to tell me that racial beauty standards don't exist, I don't understand why you would tell me that upon hearing what I just read, you can't infer what the writer means when he's talking about physical traits that occur with lower frequency among Cuba's black population, which means that Cuba also has a white population.
Well, yeah, excuse me. The 72% of Cubans are Caucasian, like white Caucasian from Spain, especially.
Right, exactly. So 70%.
A lot of black people is mixed. Huh?
Okay, so 72% of Cubans are white, and the black people in Cuba are among the 18%. Do you know what the percentage of black
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it's between 12 and 15%, I would say.
Yeah. So the one thing I'll say, Taco, and then I'll shut up, is I'm not prepared to engage in a conversation with somebody about racist constructions of beauty when the person wants to pretend to me that that Eurocentric beauty standards don't exist, or that the person doesn't know what Eurocentric beauty standards are. If that's the game you're going to play, then I'm not going to play it with you. Not at 3:41 a.m.
I'm asking you to define something that you mentioned from an article that they failed to define.
Yeah, and
I'm just making a leap of also jumping in, these buzzword ideas to different things. It's, I think, pretty academically unrigorous for them to very fast and loose just say buena presencia and then not elaborate on any of that.
It's a blog post.
They're assuming.
It's a blog.
That explains it.
It's a blog post. It's not a peer-reviewed journal article. Now, this person
even if it was an essay. I mean, just the fact they're just saying buena presencia. We're supposed to know what that fucking means.
Why are you cursing at me?
If you were an American and there was
why are you cursing at me?
Oh, don't be so silly.
No, I'm being honest, because I haven't cursed at you.
Don't be so
I'm not being silly. I am being serious. You don't know me.
I don't care.
We're talking. I'm not cursed at you, and you just said blah 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 fucking means. You don't know me.
Nobody knows what it fucking means.
Exactly.
Take that personal.
So when yes, I'm going to take it personally. I'll tell you why. I do not ever.
You're going to take it personally.
I'll tell you why. I do not appreciate.
Take a dick in your ass, but you can't take the word fuck in a conversation.
I don't appreciate it when white racist men disrespect me for no reason. And that's what you did. I already knew you were foolish. I knew that. I knew it. But you decided to try to exercise your dominance over me by cursing at me as if we're living in 1930 in America. We're not. I don't like it when strange white people who I don't know curse at me. It is disrespectful. And it's disrespectful because what it's telling me is that you believe you are my superior and you can talk to me as if I'm your servant. I don't take that from white people ever.
Excuse me,
never ever. I'm very serious about it.
Please let him finish.
Terms of engagement are important. And where I come from, you're supposed to speak to people respectfully, especially when you're speaking to strangers. But white people have a terrible bad habit of cursing at black people when these white people feel they're pushed against the wall and their racist views are being challenged.
Here comes his racism.
It happens all the time. It happens all the time. It is a familiar tactic.
You called me racist and I've done nothing.
And your response was...
Please let him finish and you can speak afterwards.
If we're going to continue talking, you're going to respect me the way I respect you. Do not curse at me.
You're calling me racist. I've done nothing racist.
You have, because you disrespected
No, I have
me
not.
by hurling profanities at me when I have not cursed at you.
Okay, to even say that I was hurling them at you is incorrect.
You did.
It's dishonest.
There's nothing dishonest about it.
It is
You were
dishonest. You have an inability to understand the
conversation. That's what you said.
You have an inability to understand the conversation to say that I was hurling curses at you.
I said you hurled curse words at me. The curse word
that's what I said.
The curse word you used was
hurled at you.
A regular person,
directed
regular person who does not want to disrespect people would have said, I'm sorry, I won't use that word again. But instead, you decided to defend your right to curse at me. That's That's what you decided to do. Simply because I told you that I don't want to play.
Okay, you know what?
I told
You're utterly
you that I don't want to play the game ignorant that you're playing. You want to pretend not to know things. That is a familiar behavioral pattern of white people who don't want to deal with the reality of racism. They pretend not to know things. They pretend not to know what being white means. They pretend not to see the racist structures around them because they don't want to acknowledge them.
Okay.
But her,
everyone. One more.
Marlene, can I say something really quick? I just want to say, look, I'm not on nobody's side at this point, Marlene, because at this point, I told you, I notice patterns, baby. I agree with Taco a little bit, even though I don't know this white dude. Hurricane, what you're saying, it is right. It's disrespectful. You do not deserve that as a human being, right? But it isn't racism or racist for him cursing at you. That's just a man who is just chaotic, and he don't know how. He don't have good behavior. You know, he's not. You know, he doesn't have the right mind. That doesn't necessarily mean because he white doesn't mean he being racist. He just being fucking disrespectful.
I'm not even hurling it at him.
He's just being disrespectful at this point.
Pretty Red, you're divorcing his statement from the context. That's the problem with your analysis. You're divorcing it from the context. You need to look at the context within which he cursed at me.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, when we're talking about racism, Hurricane, hold on, I'm wondering, we're not arguing.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I think you just need to listen to a moment what Hurricane said. I understand exactly what he's saying.
I heard what Hurricane said.
I know, but it doesn't. But please, so then let's not go back and forth about it.
We're not going back and forth. This is just a controversial conversation. I'm not yelling at him. I have not cursed this man out. And more than anything, I'm the one that's being respectful.
You are being respectful, and I think, okay, let's all establish this. Taco.
I'm not being disrespectful. Just because I don't agree with somebody doesn't mean I'm not the type of person that can have a conversation. I am having a conversation, so let me continue.
Pretty, respectfully. Again, just hold on, everyone. Okay. Let's just all be respectful when speaking to each other. Hurricane was obviously clearly offended by you using profanity, and in the context of the situation, I'm going to add on to something Hurricane said. And Taco, if you are genuinely ignorant of this, then I understand that. But please take this as maybe some self-reflection, okay? I understand colorism and racism are two things, but I have to argue that colorism is steeped from racism. So when we're talking, this is not just Cuba. This is generally a problem everywhere, worldwide, when it comes to lighter and darker skin. Now, to say that we know nothing about it is kind of a bit hard to believe, so hence why I understand why Hurricane is accusing you of being racist, because to have this kind of ignorance of this subject is in itself problematic at this point.
For a moment, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not finished. Excuse me, Taco. Once I'm finished, you have all the room to speak, okay? Please do not interrupt me, kindly. Okay? Now, regarding this is a situation that is regarding color is a problem amongst it's not a white and black thing. It is a problem that's people of color thing. I mean, if I understand correctly, the Philippines is the number one country for bleaching. That's because to akin whiteness, akin to lighter skin is to akin to whiteness, which means akin to power and also beauty. That's been established, unfortunately, through companies through thousands of years. So again, this feigning of not understanding what we mean by features of nice features and good hair and nice skin, etc., those come from a colonialist attitudes in regard to European standards of that some people of color who have been colonized, etc., have tried to adhere to. So that's the overall meaning. And so If you didn't know before, now you do, and please understand and operate in context of these kind of conversations moving forward, so you don't have these kind of misunderstandings, okay?
So what I was trying to say before is that I feel like there's a jump being made here. So the entirety of the conversation is based on that the whatever the statement was appearance bueno or whatever. The entirety of that we're supposed to assume is implying not black.
Yes. That if you have you ever Taco, just question before you say something. Well, Taco, just before I'm sorry to interrupt, and I want to ask a question.
It was kind of a yes or no.
It's actually, and I did answer you. Have you ever taken any studies? Have you ever studied race relations, Caribbean literature, anything like that? I'm asking. It's just a question.
It was a yes
I'm asked Taco. This is also a yes or no question, and I'm a moderator.
Right, but
Unfortunately for you, I do not have to. Excuse me, sir. If you speak over me again, I will just move you to the audience because you don't want to have a respectful conversation.
Well, I mean, I asked a quick question, and I'm still like in the middle of the point I'm making.
And this question you're asking, again, your answer to my question will put this in great context. Hence why I interrupted and I'm asking this question. So respectfully, if you'd like to have a conversation and continue this, kindly answer my question. Have you ever taken studies about this subject?
So when I ask the question, what is the definition of that?
Definition of what?
Imply that I don't fucking know what the
Excuse me, sir.
You're talking about? That there's a whole implication here that you're assuming?
Do you want me to start swearing? Hold on. Do you want me to start fucking swearing at your fucking ass? Does that sound, excuse me, does that sound fucking respectful to you? Does that sound fucking intelligent? I can say fucking too. How is that adding to the fucking disruption? See, exactly. All it does is degenerate the conversation.
You missed the whole point.
There's no point when you're being disrespectful.
With all this bullshit.
Okay? There's nothing wrong. Just say no. Just say no. I haven't studied it. Because just say no. Just say no, Taco. Just say no.
Imply that it's
just say, you know what? Actually, I've never studied this. Just say that and call it a day.
Or you guys could listen to what I'm saying and you could just go, oh, clearly he doesn't realize what we're all
that's an assumption. That is a poor assumption. So do not do that. When people ask you to clarify, then you ask for clarity. Okay?
If I'm asking what the definition of that thing is, then obviously I'm not on the same page of you that there's an entire hurricane.
Why are you lying? That's not... hold on. That's not necessarily the truth. You could be completely... Who's that, Rob? Kindly wait.
Yeah, I've got to say this. Hurricane is a lie.
Okay, wait a minute. This is getting really chaotic. Let's take a deep breath.
I don't know why, even. Thank you. Okay, so Taco, to make the assumption that people would automatically just assume that you don't know, that's not fair, okay? And because it could also be, no one knows you. It could possibly be completely disingenuous. That also can be equally true. So when I asked you that question, it's for an understanding context. Just say, no, I haven't actually ever studied this subject. And we can move on. It's not an attack. It's not anything. It's just giving context of where you're actually coming from, okay?
How many people in here who, when they heard features Buena, knew immediately that was referring to light skin, light eyes, straight hair?
I'm not going to do a poll, but I knew what it meant automatically because, again, I've studied. If you didn't, then just say you didn't. But again, the assumption is that you've had some sort of studies or some sort of understanding of colorism. I'm sure you have heard of colorism before, have you not?
No.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I'm not sure what you've exposed yourself to, but it's been very limited. Clearly, and I say I'm not being an asshole when I say this to you, but your exposure has been limited. I'm not sure if that was voluntarily or whatever, but you should expand into it because this actually has been a subject that's been discussed for many, many years.
No, don't you think taking a poll would be a great primary?
This is I'm sorry, Taco. Right now, this is late at night. We're not doing a poll. I'm sorry.
Taco, let me say this. we are living in the age of the internet and the age of AI. It is kind of shocking for me to hear of anybody in this world today who has never heard of colorism.
Is this the whole white passing thing?
That's different.
That's different than, but
I didn't focus on humanitarian and gender studies things. I focused on math and chemistry and chemical.
Well, and that's the problem with the STEM push that we're seeing right now, because the humanities are taking a back seat, and the humanities is where you would learn something like colorism. And that's an issue, because big ideas and understanding the complexity of human beings is in the humanities, and that's being sidelined, and that's causing us to be disconnected.
In regards to white passing, the reason why white passing is also, again, similar to what is actually related to what we're talking about is because the advantage of the white privilege of passing for white and not as a person of color is because of racism. Okay? Again, it's to associate with the power stir.
Yeah, the closer, basically colorism says the closer you are to the white ideal, the better you're treated in society, right? So that means people who are lighter skinned compared to people like me who will have more advantages because they are closer to the white ideal. Also, I'm actually proud of being dark skinned. I love my skin. I'm just saying. So, for the
as you should. As you should.
But Abraham, I have to say, I have always dreamed of going to Cuba. I know exactly what you mean by the black presence of Cuba. I also understand your apprehension around socialism because of Cuba's history. But I also appreciate hearing your experience around race in the U.S. because I'm also an immigrant from West Africa, and it is different when you come from outside the U.S. to America about race.
No, it is definitely different. But yeah, thank you.
Abraham, my experience with African Americans in the United States doesn't look anything like yours. I have two godparents, both of whom are African American. My godfather was a professor of linguistics at a prominent university on the West Coast. My godmother is also African American, and she was an anesthesiologist and an OBGYN, both accomplished people. I spent a lot of time growing up among African Americans who were wonderful and amazing. So when I hear somebody say, oh, I came to the United States and here black people want to be baddies and want to be gang members, that to me does not reflect all that there is to see or learn about the black community, and it just makes me wonder why someone would describe the African American community here in such a cramped way. So I'll say I don't agree with everything that you said, but I'm sure you'll agree that I've been respectful in my conversation with you, even though we don't agree on every point. So I'm capable of doing that. It's just that with Taco took a different approach, and I've seen these behaviors before. So when I see somebody going down a road that I know is headed in the wrong direction, if I have the time, then I'm going to talk about that.
I got a question here.
Let me finish that real quick. I understand what you said. The only thing I don't understand, and it might be towards Taco maybe, I was kind of agree with the question he was making because it's valuable all the way, but I didn't understand why he was the whole conversation turns like so aggressive because we're all adults, civilized. I don't understand why they went from a cousin word to all of this huge problem with everybody was trying to get included in some way, and I I really don't understand what's the need behind that. Nothing against you, Taco, because I don't know you or anything like that, and maybe I might be agree with you on some stuff, but that's not even the point. The whole point in here is you could just say, "Oh, my bad. I kind of used to say that word, maybe something like that," and maybe maybe the people running this, like Big maybe or something like that, maybe Marlene, I don't know, I'm not sure. Maybe just silencing your or kicking you out real quick so you can breathe or something like that. Nothing personal against you, bro, for real. But I don't understand the whole problem in here. You guys could just like close the microphone and breathe a little bit. Nothing against Hurricane.
It's called pack mentality. You on Clubhouse. And even in my room, they have this pack mentality. One person says something, everybody has to echo behind that person. That's what it is.
Well, it probably has to do with the disregard.
No, I'm telling you what it is. I've been doing rooms long enough to know how people. Don't talk for me, okay?
I'm not talking for you. I'm
okay.
answering.
Well, stay on mute. I'm just telling you what it is. He asked the question, I'm answering it. These people have pack mentality. That's it.
Who are these people?
People
say me? So
one person says something, everybody got to jump in. People don't know how to fucking let other people just have the conversation.
So just to get to your point, Abraham, that I thought was directed at me, it's the disregard for the points that I was making. It's the implication of racism. It's the
and it should have been between you and Hurricane, not you, Hurricane, and the whole goddamn stage. That's how it goes. That's just how it goes. This is Clubhouse.
It's the overbearing need to try to control the narrative and redirect it by also disregarding some pretty valid points. So, normal people would get frustrated on that, although, albeit those are soft tactics, so they probably have justification in feeling like somebody should not lash out at all. So they might be surprised. They might be used to more people who were just pushovers, I guess. The want to control speech, the misinterpretation that it's an attack on them and it was directed at them as if it was a direct insult, which it wasn't. They're wanting to treat an adult like a small child that must be admonished and limiting their speech when it wasn't a directed insult to them. It's demeaning and diminutive.
White people who are racist love to tell black people to accept bullshit, to accept insults from them, because black people are not entitled to respect and equal regard. It's a tale as old as...
Again, the implication that there was any racism there.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. Because you cursed at me and I told you cursed at me and I told you not to do it. But you insisted on doing it because you believe that you're entitled to disrespect black people whenever you feel like it.
Hello.
That is a bizarre take.
You'll never admit it, but you demonstrated it in this room.
What if I told you? Hey, what if I told you I don't have a problem speaking to anybody about it? And hold on, let me get you another surprise here, Hurricane. You're making assumptions about someone's race. You have no idea who I am.
You're white.
Not you have no fucking idea who I am. You have no idea how
you're a white man.
No idea how I
You're a white man.
And everybody.
Taco, I have lived on three different continents. I have lived on three different continents. I have traveled more extensively throughout this world than you have. I can spot white. You're a white man. You're acting like one. You think like one. You speak like one. You sound like one.
Excuse me, I have a question real quick. I don't have anything against nobody, and I'm aware of the whole conversation. I don't know if Marshall is talking.
Marshall, can you go on?
Oh no, I didn't realize I was unmuted. Sorry about that.
Oh, and Reclaimed is trying to come up on stage. Reclaimed to raise.
Yeah, I invited her.
Yeah, I just have a question, a really quick question to Hurricane.
I'm mixed. I'm not against nobody, no race, no nothing. I'm not against nobody. I'm just against people who harm me or my family. Let's say it that way, more personal. But here's my question: saying and assuming he's white based on he's talking or the way he's talking or the things he's saying is not a stereotyping too? Is that not racism?
Stereotyping is not necessary.
Not in his world.
Stereotyping is not always racism. Now, if you draw racial stereotypes, you might be engaging in racism. But the question to ask Abraham is, what is the stereotype based on, and what is the stereotyping being? What is the stereotyping intended to accomplish?
And also, just to be clear, Abraham, you are not mixed race. You are not mulatto class. You're mestizo. Okay? I don't even know if you're Carib, but like, really?
Well, he's from
Cuba,
he claimed.
He's from where?
Cuba.
Uh-huh.
Well, mestizo is mixed race. That's the definition of it.
Yes, but it's a different. Okay, so just so you're aware, they have a different access to power, and if we're going to go on a scale of what it represents in Latin America, it is so much more closer in adjacency to whiteness that it is not even relevant for you to fight. So if you want to fight and celebrate whiteness, I give you the link.
It's not it.
I don't know. You should pop up from nowhere.
My people are from Arecibo, and they are Taino Indian, and they are Spaniard, and they are from Arecibo. You will not sit on this stage and tell me shit about anybody from any Latin American country. None of you will.
If they're Taino and Spaniard, that makes them mestizos.
And that's exactly, oh my God, so riveting, so groundbreaking. You just really lit it up, and yet I'm sharing with you that they will practice a level of whiteness or adjacency to it that you will never have access to.
Baby, that's what everybody does.
Exactly. So you should.
Outside of black, that's what everyone does.
So die on that hill and don't celebrate them for being what they are, because they are closer to something you will never have access to.
It don't make them closer to it.
Excuse me.
It does.
Ladies, excuse me real quick, because you're saying now I realize because you're talking about me.
You should move, please. Move, please. Cállate la boca. Cállate la boca.
Fight back.
I'm respectful with everybody. I don't
care about your respect. I'm telling you, you can be quiet on this stage. Thank you.
Abraham is a light-skinned black man. What are y'all talking about?
Okay. So you're talking about based on my picture, or based on my what?
I'm basing it on your picture. You look like a light-skinned black man to me.
Yeah. Thank you, my man. I was meaning to her because she's just being mean for no reason whatsoever. Maybe a lot of people just have hate on their heart. That
it literally looks like a light-skinned black dude.
Shut up. No, it doesn't.
Wow.
Well, Gray, first of all, Abraham himself said that he's not black, that he's...
He doesn't have to say he doesn't have to identify as black, but he looks like a light-skinned black dude.
To me,
I'm honoring what he...
Oh my God.
Well, no, when I told him, he said thank you. So he took it as a compliment. You guys try to make him something other than what he is.
I'm honoring the identity that he told me.
Hurricane, I need you to get your sibling. I don't know who Gray is, but that is wild. Please get him, because I'm going to hurt the feelings.
May I speak to Ibrahim?
Hey, Sam.
Hi. Ibrahim. My name is Tammy. My background is Latina from Colombia. I live in Canada, and I understand what you're talking about. I've been to Cuba 4 times. Canadians are allowed to travel to Cuba. I was there a month prior to Maduro being arrested and taken to the United States. I have friends in Cuba, which I communicate through WhatsApp. And I understand that in Cuba is very different. En Cuba es como Latinoamérica, where we don't take things seriously. in the United States, people do, because I have lived in the United States. It's a much more discussion that people have in the United States. Racism is much more prevalent in the United States as opposed to in Latin American countries, especially.
That's totally.
That's not true.
Damn, y'all let her finish because y'all was sitting over there yelling and shit.
She ain't saying shit. She ain't saying shit.
Go on mute, bitch. Why you
First of all, I'm in the back.
You being a bitch.
And I'm in the back of an Uber with your raggedy ass, with that ugly ass outfit, and that nasty ass unit.
Hey, yo.
Weird ass bitch. Probably a motherfucker. Hey.
Ass bitch. And it's big. And it's big. And it's big. And yet I get more content you ever could with your raggedy self. Oh, raggedy ass bitch. With ugly ass outfit. And now I'm big ass. You raggedy hoe.
You ain't adding no motherfucking resource to the conversation. Shut up, bitch.
Raggedy bitch.
Go ahead, Tammy.
Poor hoe.
Somebody give a fuck about this training?
Her outfit's so terrible.
Baby, we don't care about you acknowledging my outfit. We're going to get back to the conversation. You ain't adding nothing to
And I added plenty, more than you ever could. Cállate la boca, bitch. And I'll put it.
Finish the conversation.
And I will put it in your mouth.
I knew you was a man.
Excuse me.
I wasn't hiding that. You were confused.
Oh, honey, I'm not confused. I'm confused. That's why you're trying to be
I'm not trying to be anything. I'm not trying to be nothing what I am. I'm 6'3", sweetie.
Just to see if you was gonna let me know if you was a tranny or not. And thank you for confirming.
And no transsexual identity here.
Confirming that you are not biologically a fucking female.
You want me to?
You're talking about I'm a
He just said he not trans.
No, you're Latino.
This is crazy part.
Identity.
This is you mad because my voice sound more cunny than you, bitch? You mad? I'm in the back of an Uber. I have no problem saying that I'm a man because I am a man. And you're still late. And you're still late with your city trends.
Between your legs, and you're trying to be something that you're not.
Who said that? I am a Let's do it. Let's do it.
Being a heterosexual, what? Being a heterosexual?
I love it. Because I can't be. Because I'm not. You know what's crazy to me?
You know what's crazy?
Hurricanes have. I'm not hot. I'm keep getting. No, let's say.
Thank you, God.
Hurricane has met me. I'm not hiding. I'm not hiding. I'm being muted though.
We all are. Please stop.
Ibrahim, are you still there?
Hey, thank you, God.
That's the reason, you guys are being muted because I was muting you. And you guys are screaming and hold on, Abraham.
Yeah.
We're trying to get your attention. I don't want
Get that banshee bitch, Marlene.
Everyone, reclaimed. It's all just relax. It is too late in the motherfucking morning for this, okay? Let's just all be calm. Say what we ought to say. Be on mute. Do not interrupt and start this whole yelling. It's not fun to listen to.
It was Marlene.
Okay? Yes, it was me. It was no one else. It was me that was doing all the muting. Literally just to get y'all's attention.
Yes, but it was pretty red though, Marlene.
I know, but it was also you.
Yeah, because I'm gonna defend myself.
I understand, but you don't need to engage.
I will, especially with bad fashions.
Abraham?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
For example, so you can understand, you see how everyone just behaved? It's a stereotype that is in the United States, that this is how people, when they talk to each other, they don't really listen to each other. They sometimes speak over each other. And as a Canadian, we tend to be much more listening. We don't judge. We enjoy new experiences. So it's very different, the culture in the United States than it is in Canada. There are many Cubans here, and they are not treated the way they're treated there. People who are black here are not, most black people here in in Canada are from the Caribbean, and they don't talk about racism as much as the United States does. It's a cultural difference between the two countries, because I've been in many Latin countries, and there is slight racism, but it is not as prevalent, and they don't insult each other. So I understand how you were saying, Ibrahim, where you like you had said, oh, my bad, and then you just move on. You don't get stuck. People, Latin Americans, like in Colombia, for example, if someone is black, they say, oye, tú estás bien negro. And they say, negro te pongo el ojo. And that's it, and they're best friends. And they have this, we don't say pelo malo or pelo bueno.
Oh, that's
that is a very Cuban thing. It's a very Caribbean thing in Latin America.
That's a lie. They say it in Cartagena.
Gentlemen,
In Colombia, they don't use pelo malo.
Okay, if you're not going to be gentlemen, then I'll just call it, because you don't relate to that. Do not interrupt her. If you want to speak afterwards, by all means, but let her finish. And Tammy, could you please, I'm sorry, to beat this more, so land, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't catch.
Sorry, Tammy. Do you also want to kind of land, because you kind of are dragging Americans at the same time?
Only because I was talking to Abraham, just so he can understand the difference that he's experiencing. Because I've been to Cuba and I understand how they treat each other. They don't attack each other, and like he was saying, they just say, "Oh, my bad," or okay, so on. Okay, sorry, okay, and they move on. They don't get caught up. So I just wanted to tell him that I understand exactly what he's experiencing.
I would look to respond and say, I've been to Cuba as well, spent time all throughout Cuba, and what you're saying is just simply not true. I've spent time all throughout Latin America. In fact, I would say it's more coded.
Have you been to Matanzas?
It's more coded. I would say.
Have you been to Matanzas?
I would say it's more coded.
Did you stay there?
When you look at
Excuse me, we cannot hear anything if everyone's speaking over each other at the same time.
Yeah.
Truth, keep yourself on mute, please.
I was telling Tammy to stop interrupting.
It's okay. Excuse me, don't be rude.
You were just rude.
Excuse me. Again, perhaps you have observation skills problems. I am a moderator. We don't need your help, okay? Just relax.
Yeah, well, then why'd you mention me enough?
Relax. I literally told her to land and stop dragging you all. But hey, who's not paying attention?
You let her
Thank you.
interrupt me.
Excuse me. And I've also been muting you all to stop interrupting and let her go and let her finish her statement. You can go afterwards. Let Gray speak, and then you can speak afterwards. It's just that simple. We can get in. I was going to literally interrupt and tell her to stop interrupting him, but you were already speaking. So, again, how are you helpful? Sheesh. Please, Gray, go ahead. And Tammy, please, kindly, do not interrupt. Just like I asked no one to interrupt you, to pay everyone else the same respect, kindly.
Thank you. When you look at the extreme socioeconomic disparities, it's obvious that racism exists. Disparities between what would be black and white throughout Latin America. When you say Colombia is a very diverse country. I would be curious to know which part of Colombia you're from. I've also spent a lot of time in Cartagena. And in Cartagena, it's actually very common for people to say pelo malo. It's actually common for people to be teased for having Afro-textured hair, okay? And for people to use hair straightener just to survive, you know, in corporate and school, etc. So I'm not sure, it's just these sweeping generalizations that, oh, in Latin America, we're just this utopia, racial utopia, none of this exists. It's just simply false. And in Cuba, you talk to the black Cubans, the people who are described as black Cubans, they'll tell you that on a daily basis, they're held to heightened standards in terms of the way they dress, in terms of gaining entry into buildings, even sometimes government buildings, getting preferential, receiving better, white Cubans receiving preferential treatment as it pertains to dating and, even being hired or being promoted, even in a communist country, okay? Being held to a heightened standard, even when it comes to the process of trying to leave Cuba. Okay, there's so many things in which this affects, this affects people. And one thing people don't realize, unless they've been to Cuba, is how many monoracial black people there are in Cuba. Places like Havana have 60% monoracial black people. So, it's really kind of disturbing for you to just dismiss what's happening in Latin America.
Hey, Marlene, may I say something? It'll be quick. It's a response to Tammy. Yeah, Tammy, you're not a credible participant in this conversation because you made far too many factually inaccurate statements. One of the things you said was that most of the black people in Canada are Caribbean. That's not true. It's false. I'm looking at a paper published by EBSCO, which says that black people comprise roughly 4.3% of Canada's population, and only 15.6% of the black people in Canada are Afro-Caribbean. You said, though, that most black people in Canada are from the Caribbean.
Okay, Hurricane, I'm going to address what you... Hold on. I'm, again, as a Canadian here, what you're reading is that she is correct. And what your status is not taking into account is that for us first-generation Canadians, obviously we're not from the West Indies, but our West Indies, but our parents are. So you're either from the West, you're either Caribbean or West Indian, or you're a derivative from. That's where it is. That's the vast majority of black people in Canada. Yes, we're not huge, but our parents and grandparents are usually from the Caribbeans or West Indies. There are a very small, minute minority, particularly in Nova Scotia, that would directly come from the slave trade. Then to the really, really extremely light-skinned people who are black and you would never even, unless you actually knew the history of where they come from, some of them are very white passing. So that's basically the two groups of black that comprise of black people in Canada.
Well, what about all the French-speaking Africans in Canada?
Still not majority. They'd still be a minority. But we're talking about majority. Not to say there aren't French people. Those people live usually in Montreal. But again, their origins are from West Indies somewhere. Usually. Not to say that there's no one, but the majority is usually because there was this huge immigration spurt back in the 70s by the first Trudeau. It's basically to spur in agriculture and jobs in Canada. That he basically, which is also why he's unpopular among certain Canadians, for opening up the borders to people of color. It's the first Trudeau, Justin Trudeau's dad, that actually created that. And there was this huge influx of black people from the Caribbeans into Canada, and then, of course, eventually sent for their children, and also again, their children had children, which is why a lot of people like me are first-generation Canadians. But all of our roots are from the Caribbean and West Indies.
So I pulled it up. Isolating for first, second, third generation. So in other words, even if you're a black American a black Canadian born in Canada, but you're second or third gen Caribbean, they still would count you as Caribbean. Even isolating for that puts Caribbean blacks at 1/5 of Canadian blacks. African-born blacks are 1/3 of Canadian blacks, and Canadian-born blacks are at 40%. So there's still the majority share based off. This is Statistics Canada. Literally just says.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we don't. Again, those 40% do not have ties to the Caribbean or West Indies.
No, this says it's isolating via the census. They deliberately did that.
Okay, that doesn't. Okay.
It's funny.
If I'm wrong, then fine, I'm wrong. But I don't.
Funny enough, I'm a Caribbean Canadian on my mom's side, and I'm a Black American on my dad's side. So I kind of don't really have a horse in the race. I found that interesting. But Tammy, you said a lot of stuff. Tammy, you said a lot like that. It's the only reason it comes off offensive to me is because I've heard it before. I've heard the tone behind it, the whitewashing. To me, that no offense, you sounded no different than some white lady from the South denying any racism. Like you might as well just been some Karen talking about, oh well, in my Latin countries, like now you're speaking for an entire region, which is I love when people do that. In these countries, you don't see that. Oh, because you're out and about 24/7. What? And that is inherently, in my opinion, ridiculously biased. Because what you're suggesting is that you actually believe you have enough lived experience to comment on a race you're not and their experience. Because you're not a black person in Latin America. So you're like, no. I can speak for black people in Latin America as someone who's not a black person in Latin America, who's definitely not been on the ground really taking polls and observing. What the fuck? It's just you trying to feel good about something you have an emotional attachment to. I don't care if you want to feel good and pretend there's no racism in your regions. Let's just look into it. You can literally just Google racism Latin America, tons of results. But now you're going to gaslight those folks, right? You're going to gaslight. Do you think we can't find a black person from Latin America who will tell us that there's hella racism? So you would look them in their face and tell them they're wrong? You see how dumb you said? Don't talk like that. Don't be that arrogant. Don't be so comfortable speaking out your ass because you're demonstrating knowledge you can't even obtain. You couldn't know one way or the other how much racism is occurring in Latin America. And the audacity for anyone who has any kind of knowledge on the history of Latin America, it's incredibly racist. Spain was financing people to gentrify themselves. Spain was financing people to make their bloodlines more white. That's why someone even mentioned the difference between a mulatto and mestizo, because yeah, sure, they're both mixed, but one's mixed with black and one's mixed with the native, and the native's not black, and they were explicitly targeting blackness. Like, imagine talking to a black person from Brazil and saying, there's no racism in Brazil. Are you fucking crazy? Please don't talk like that again.
Believe it or not, true, they say that in Brazil. I lived in Brazil for about a year, and I follow Portuguese. I'm going to tell you, the white Brazilians commonly say, oh, in Brazil, everybody is all the same. We're all Brazilian. There's no racism in Brazil. They have the nerve to say this. This is literally how the white people, the so-called white, because white changes depending on where you go. But in Latin America, those mestizos who, as someone mentioned, are adjacent to whiteness.
I was the one that mentioned that. And just to be clear, and just to be very clear, Gray, I don't care what they tell you because there's no different than a bitch from Dubuque, Iowa telling you that there's no racism in the Midwest. So, like, again, I'm a double down on the fact that I fucking said that mestizos are problematic, and then Gray's bitch ass interrupted me, and then that raggedy bitch up there with that different outfit. Yeah, you see how I choose, bitch? You see how I choose, bitch? I'm gonna put my dick in your mouth, you raggedy ass hoe.
Yeah, what I said, motherfucking woman.
You a hoe,
raggedy ass
bitch.
So be grateful and count your days, bitch. Count your days, Trini.
Wow. Well, I will say this: the comic relief is great. I mean, it's really unfortunate though that these mestizos, as Reclaim mentioned, you know, they operate in this way. But one of the things they do, like Truth said, is they just deny the existence of racism. And the worst, I'm going to tell you, the most thing they weaponize the most. My grandfather was darker than you.
Exactly.
That's the worst thing they do, is to say, I cannot be racist. My husband is black. My husband, if you see him, he's black.
I cannot be racist. That's what they do. They gaslight you.
Okay, sorry. Truth. If you have a link to the study that you were looking at, could you send it to me, or back channel me, please? I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you, hon.
Y'all, Tammy came with that calm voice, y'all, to tell y'all that all the Latin countries she's lived in don't have racism that's really bad. It's subtle racism. It's just a little racism, but not enough to warrant any ire.
It's egregious. The fact that that shit even came out her raggedy ass mouth. My grandmother literally never met my grandfather's eldest sister because she was not of the mestizo class. Because he married a woman that was far more indigenous. And so the fact that these bitches on this these hoes on this app are ridiculous. Every time I would get on here, I'm reminded how remedial the children are. And just to be clear, I want everyone in
we
this
can
room
start
to know.
out by your remedial ass parents that sat here and didn't tell you your motherfucking identity of what you biologically are, bitch. Let's start there. Let's start there.
Let's
start how they didn't motherfucking teach you
Let's
how to deal with your
start there.
on your hormones, bitch.
Pretty red.
Because you gotta take motherfucking estrogen, bitch, to beat me, ho. Fuck is you talking about?
I could never be a city trends ass bitch.
Excuse me.
I could never wear city trends.
Let me help remind you,
Reclaim, one moment.
Yeah, and I don't wear a dick between my legs either.
Pretty. We do not do that here in this room.
Man, check that bitch. Don't check me.
We don't. I'm checking you. Yes, I'm
Yeah,
gonna check you right now.
bitch.
Yes.
Don't check me, because that bitch spoke on me and I responded.
Listen. If you want to cuss out each other, that's fine.
Girl, I did not give a fuck about that shit.
Well, then
like
don't
I
just
said, you heard that bitch call me out,
yes, I
and I
understand.
said something.
I'm not
so that's
interjecting
what
upon that.
if we're gonna have the conversation, we have something.
We don't do transphobia. We don't do this, and we don't do homophobia in this room. Go do that shit in other rooms, people. You guys want to cuss each other out at this late hour? Do that. But let's lay off the isms, okay? And the OBS. We don't do that up here. You can cuss her out without being transphobic. You can call her out without being a misogynist. All these good things. All right? Thank you.
Excuse me? I want to tell something real quick. It's a lot of people have talked in here already, and I just want to say something after all this.
Abraham.
Yeah, thank you. I was living in Nebraska when I get here first. It wasn't my election. I was living there because I had to. And I live with a lot of white people around me. I never live in racism, to be honest. In my experience, I know a lot of people do, but it wasn't my situation. Even though my race was definitely not white in front of them, that for sure. And I never lived racism like that. But I also live with a lot of black people community when I get to Vegas too, and a lot of Latinos and all of that. And I know for sure that no matter, it's not even a matter of a race anymore. It's a lot of, I don't want to say a bad word or anything. I don't want to cuss, but it's a lot of stupid people without knowledge behave like Reclaim and this other girl over here, because I don't have anything against her, but that's a really childish behavior, to be honest. Because you guys are adults. I don't care about your race anymore. I don't care about the sexual intentions you have. I don't care about nothing you are. I don't care about your person. I care about how disrespectful you all are. Not, I don't mean all of you guys, but Reclaim especially. And these other girls.
I called you what you are. You are a mestizo. You are mestizo. You are mestizo. You are mestizo. And you are mestizo.
Just let Abraham finish.
I don't have problems. And identifying
One
what
second,
I am.
Abraham, one second, sorry. I will gladly move anyone that I put down in the goo. I'm glad you're perking back up, but you just need to be chill out and be respectful. Do not be yelling and interrupting other people. This is not that room, okay? Let's all be adults and just chill out and control ourselves. I understand we get passionate, but there's no reason for the disrespect and the yelling. It's not a good listening experience. And we don't need to do that here. Abraham, continue. Sorry for interrupting.
Thank you for that. I don't need people to tell me what I am, and I'm not going to be offended because someone told me I am mestizo, or whatever he was saying. I don't care about none of that. I don't have issues knowing what I am. I am Cuban. My nationality is Cuban. My ethnicity, I'm mixed. between a black man, which is like 100% black, and a mixed woman between black and European. That's my identity. No, my identity is my nationality. I'm Cuban.
Oh, great! I owe
That's
you
how
some
I
money.
identify.
I owe you
That's
some
it.
money,
I
Greg.
need someone to tell me what I am, or I'm not gonna be offended by that. But we are all adults. I don't care if this is not a formal app where people are being respectful, because I thought about when I just get here, but a lot of people are just being disrespectful and childish. You guys are adults, and the ones who are talking over the others and not thinking and just talking shit are simply childish. I don't even understand. I'm 22 years old and I'm more adult than these people. I just want to say that, and you guys can continue with that.
Dude, you look like El DeBarge to me, bro. And if El DeBarge is black, I mean, shit, come on now. It's funny. Something happens when people have a Spanish accent or they speak Spanish or from Latin country. All of a sudden, people they no longer apply this one drop. Oh, here's something else. Nah, I mean, again, you just said your father was a monoracial black man, and you said your mother is a mixed race black woman. Like, and you literally just said it. So it's like, it's just crazy. People are sitting there trying to tell you who you are. Like, that's
Well,
wrong.
okay, let me get in there real quickly. So, Abraham, it's unfortunate that your experiences in America have led you to think and talk about black people in America the way that you have. I'm not going to argue with you about the validity of your experiences. If your experiences with black people in America have been negative, then they have been. But I can't help but push back just a little bit, because you keep on praising white people in America while disparaging black people in America. You say that when you lived in Nebraska among white people, you never experienced you never witnessed any racism. That's fine. Have you considered the fact that perhaps racism occurred around you, but you just didn't see it because you were unaware? Have you considered that, Abraham?
Well, I consider myself really aware of my surroundings, but if it never happens to me, I'm not aware of people's life, and not really noticeable for me to say, oh, wow. You know, for example, in Nebraska, when I was working, there was a lot of Mexicans working, and I was working in a hospital, and a lot of Mexicans were working too, and I never saw anything like racist.
Okay, so here's another question. Do you believe that whenever you are experiencing something, that you are able to notice everything about the experience?
Why would I not?
That's not how human beings function. There is nobody on the planet who is so attuned to everything around them that in every single instant they're going to catch everything. No one is that good. Nobody.
Okay, excuse me, but I never said that there's no racism in Nebraska. That's not what I said. What I was saying, and my point behind all of that was, I live between white people, and yeah, I didn't see any racism. I live in Vegas. I haven't seen any racism here, though there's a lot. And I know for sure now because I've seen all the people. Never happened to me, especially. That's what I was saying.
So Abraham, I never said that you said there was no racism in Nebraska. I simply asked you whether you believe it's possible that racism may have occurred around you in Nebraska, but you missed it because you were unaware. And your response was no, because I consider myself a very aware person. That's what you said. And mind you, you say this as a 22-year-old who's lived on the planet for only 22 years.
Okay, yeah, but here's the thing. I don't know if you're trying to say that there was racism in Nebraska. Yeah, for sure, I know for sure that there was. It never happens to me was the only thing I said. It never happens to me. Towards me or my family.
That's fine. And my question to you was,
do you believe it's possible that something might have happened, but you missed it because you were unaware at the time? And you said no because you're a very aware person.
Because I thought I said that because I thought you were saying something towards me or something nearby. Like for example, I'm working in an office and I see someone getting like attacked by the race or something like that. I would notice something like that because I'm aware of that type of thing, but not surrounding me like in the place I was living. The whole thing is impossible for me to know something like that.
Old-fashioned versus modern racism.
Have you interacted with any black people whom you have found respectful?
Me, of course. I am getting married to a black woman in this same year.
Oh wow!
Her whole family is actually like really, really respectful. I don't have any bad. Here's the thing. I don't have any bad mentality towards black people or anything like that. What I'm saying is that this person called Reclaim was being actually really disrespectful regardless of their race. And also Taco a few minutes ago was actually disrespectful even being white. So what I'm trying to say is it wasn't a matter of a race. It was a matter of education, and they definitely wasn't, even regardless of their race.
Oh, I have one last question for you. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump?
On Donald Trump, I don't know him as a person. I'm not the type of person who will judge someone.
Oh Lord, I was really liking you, Abraham.
So Abraham, Abraham, before you continue speaking, let me make my question clear.
Sure.
I'm not asking you about your thoughts on Donald Trump as a person because you don't know him. I don't either. I'm asking you about your thoughts on Donald Trump as the President of the United States.
Well, I just get to the United States and I'm not into politics like that. The only thing I know about politics is what I learned in my country, not here. So I can't, if you guys, for example, are looking for me to hate him, I don't hate him as a person because I don't know him. And I don't hate nobody. Hate is a really strong word. So how can I, for example...
Abraham, you're avoiding the question, unless you don't want to answer it. I asked you about your thoughts on Donald Trump as the President of the United States. I didn't ask you, hold on, I didn't ask you about your thoughts on Donald Trump as a person, because you don't know him, I get that. I don't know him. Now I understand that this is a public app and you might not want to opine on Donald's administration so far. That's fine too. But telling me that you don't hate anybody doesn't answer the question.
I understand now.
It suggests, and it suggests to me that maybe your truth, your tradition on Donald Trump isn't one that you want to share. I'll tell you why. You told us about half an hour ago, maybe an hour ago, that you can't vote federally in the United States, but you can vote locally.
No, I'm sorry, I haven't said nothing like that. I can't vote at all.
You can't vote locally in your local election?
No, I can't. And
what state do you live in?
I don't know if I want to say that, to be honest.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. But let me answer the question. It's not that I don't want to share that, but let me answer the question about my thoughts. Because your question is not what is your thought on Donald Trump specifically. The question is what is your thought on the actual and the currently president of the U.S. Is that better? Wait.
Yes.
Okay, I can answer that easy. My thoughts about him is, and the president of the U.S. right now is, it's all the same. It's all the same.
What?
I haven't lived here during any other administration for me to compare to someone else. So I don't have.
Wait, you said you've been in the U.S. for 3 years. You know, Joe Biden was president during that time, during half of that time.
Yes, but I didn't.
Abraham, you said when you say it's all the same, what does that mean?
Oh, it means that it didn't affect my life in a locally way, like in a personal way. I know what's going on with the country, and I could have an opinion on that, but based on my own experience in here, it has been the same to me. I still gotta Gotta find better jobs all the time. I gotta keep working, doing my normal life, paying bills. So for me, I haven't changed a lot.
Abraham, just so you know, you still haven't answered the question. What you've told me is that under Trump's, under the new Trump administration, your life has not changed. That's fine. That's great. I'm happy for you. But what I'm asking you to do is look around you, think about everybody else in the country. Think about what Donald Trump's actions, what the impact of Donald Trump's actions on not just you, but everybody else in the country, and also the impact of his actions on the world.
Oh yeah. No. For the whole world and for the country itself and the opinion of people on him, horrible. It has been horrible because I know for maybe I don't know if I should call it a fact, but he wins the election. A lot of people vote for him, and I know for sure a lot of the people that vote for him are not regretting voting for him. I can tell that for sure, and that just told you, show you how bad it has been actually, regardless of his intention or whatever. It has been really, really bad when it goes to other people's opinion. Yeah, it sounds like you just be, in your zone, doing your own thing. I'm not even mad at you for that. You only been here 3 years. You're not really trying to get too mixed up in this shit.
I mean, there are lots of Republicans who are that way, Truth. I spoke to a Republican recently who said, I voted for Trump, but I don't really like what he's doing now. I don't like to call myself a Republican because I don't agree with what Trump is doing now. I'm more of a libertarian. I just care about me and my children and my wife. I don't really care about anybody else. Abortion, I know people like to talk about abortion a lot, but that doesn't concern me because I'm a man. I just think about myself and my family. I don't think about anybody else.
I feel like the liberal people lie about what they think, because you rarely heard any of them complain about the obvious disaster that was going on in Biden. And that was quite the most bizarre thing I think we've ever experienced. So you just told two lies back then.
Yeah, thank you.
You just pretended the Democrats don't tear each other the fuck apart. That is absurd. Like, literally, you just don't know any Democrats. And B, you just said that Biden was a catastrophe. Can you give us like 3 examples?
I'll wait.
So I didn't hear liberals coming out and saying, "Yo, it looks like the guy's appears to be like extremely incompetent and like fucked up,"
That didn't happen. Saying that MSNBC was saying that literally every night.
It was about his age. It was an SNL.
Yeah, and eventually he stepped down.
How far in to that?
He was
hold on. Can I finish saying the one thing? I was asking your question. I didn't even ask the question. How far into that whole, like, he clearly looks like he's like getting demented? Where's this SNL skit?
He didn't start to show signs, which is what I was about to say, until like his last year, the last 6 months of his year, like 4th year.
At that debate,
he was lucid. It came out of nowhere too. Even his aides talk about how it's very rapid, which is often how that does happen.
It felt like it was going on for quite some time, and so the question
that sounds
is,
like Fox News was saying that because it's convenient narrative.
Bingo.
Well, this is the point of what I'm saying. You're saying it seems like it was going on for quite some time, and I didn't hear people even joking about it or bringing it up the way unsolicitedly in person around your like pro-left people just unfucking provoked. They just so randomly comment about Trump and bring him up.
Okay,
they didn't do that with Biden at all.
Okay, so how many Republicans have complained about Jared Kushner being pretty much in control of the Middle East?
I mean, I'm talking.
You don't think that's fucking weird?
I don't know what the situation is with Jared Kushner.
Exactly. You're not even educated on it. So this is what I mean. I don't want to hear this.
So, I mean, you kind of do like a whataboutism.
No, you didn't.
This is not a whataboutism.
You opened with a whataboutism. You opened with a whataboutism.
How in our face?
No, stop, Taco. You opened with a whataboutism.
You got
we
Joe
were talking
Biden.
about Trump, and you said, "What about Biden?" You opened with a what? No, stop.
You have
opened. I'll wait for you to finish. You're not exceeding. I'm not letting you get away.
you have Trump out here where people are like, oh, we gotta invoke the 25th fucking amendment for him. But it's like, dude, you literally have Biden where it's like, bro, the guy's literally looks like he's demented right now.
So just let him finish, so you can go after him after that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like people were very strongly vocal, and I'm saying like even now out and about, you'll have people unsolicitedly just fucking going on and on about Trump and anything they can fucking say. But it's like, dude, you got this guy here who's like demented.
So just get the whole hurricane, because I don't want him to escape this. Taco, you correctly said that I used a whataboutism. Do you understand that you opened with a whataboutism? Do you disagree? What was the topic? It was Trump.
Yeah,
how did we end up talking about Biden?
Yeah, to the
That's
extent
a whataboutism.
To the extent that we're talking about the main
I don't
player,
care about
you're bringing up and you're bringing up cabinet.
I don't care about the
You're
fluff
bringing
job.
up
I don't care
cabinet.
about the fluff job and the spin. We all heard you, bro.
It's not a fluff
You
job.
opened with a whataboutism. Be a man and take it. Just stop. It's weird. We were talking about Trump. You said, what about Biden?
Listen,
that's a whataboutism. Stop. No, stop. I don't care. I don't care.
These little like social quirks and try to attack my masculinity. Because
We talking masculinity now? Did anybody question your masculinity, Taco?
What are you saying? Be a man.
Yeah, be a man. For being a good. I'm sorry.
He's saying be honest.
But it's just such an obnoxious way to talk to someone.
Be an adult. First of
Which
all,
is to be fair, I feel like I've had quite a problem with that in this room. The level of obnoxiousness.
Cool. I'll be obnoxious. I'm a dickhead. Bro, you have to understand, if you have a problem with accountability, you're a walking hypocrite. So you're going to be hypersensitive to what you perceive and be blind to yourself. You accuse me of something that you're doing,
I
and now you're
responded
telling
and you're
me I'm
disregarding
obnoxious.
any merits I'm pointing out.
You're accusing me of something you're doing, and then you're confused why I become obnoxious.
I'm talking about
You're a big
like
crybaby, like all of you guys are.
So
all of you are crybabies.
you're comparing apples and oranges.
Oh, God.
I'm talking about the main player, and you're bringing up like
The main player would be the current president, not Biden. What?
Right, but I will say that is also another thing I feel like the leftists constantly do. They go on and on and on. Like the lack of acknowledgement when there is a Democrat in office doing some shit, you rarely hear them mention it. Then once it moves on from that, they just keep going and going. They refuse to take accountability.
The projection is insane.
How did we get here, by the way?
Just time, Taco.
Saying,
Marley,
I know people.
I'm just like trying to figure out. Taco, hold on. Whether you feel like what you're saying is true is really irrelevant to the subject at hand. So do you want to bring it back to what we were speaking about? Because this is not this is not the topic to talk about what happened with Biden. Biden is not your president. Donald Trump is. So can we keep it to present? And again, you don't know what quote-unquote leftists, lefties, blah, 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 libtards, anything we're talking about. Because even I, as a person that's not American, know that they tore through Biden. People tore through Biden all the time. Left, right, center, upside down. Heck, they still talk about him now. So, not exactly sure what you're talking about. Hold on, or what relevance it has, but kindly bring it back to the subject hand. And you did make a whataboutism. You can just be an adult.
I didn't say
yes, I
I
did.
did.
Okay, actually, this is the first time you've actually admitted to that, so that's awesome. Okay, we are finally making progress. We're finally making progress.
Marley, let me bring it back. Let me bring it back.
Taco, stop speaking.
This is the second time. It's a glaring inability for you guys to understand.
No, I think the communication skills are lacking on the Hurricane. Just one second, darling. Taco.
And you're comparing
Taco. But you guys, I can be just as petty as you can. Please don't make me have to move you to the audience again. Like, we have to go be adults. If you would just stop talking. Okay. You again, since we need to be put in timeout like children, because I done warned you. I don't know what is going on today. It's like when a person is so going to just stop interrupting, stop being childish. It's not hard, people. I understand we're passionate. I'm a passionate person. I get it. But calm down and just remember you're an adult. Only children can control themselves. So I have to put you down in the audience. I actually hate doing that. It's annoying. So just relax. You'll get to say what you got to say afterwards. Hurricane, please go.
Yeah, before I bring it back, but have you been on, how long have you been on the app, Marlene?
Oh, I've been on the app for a few years, but never on stage. Only on stage for the last few days. But so that's what makes it kind of funny to me, because people think I wasn't listening. Oh, I listened to a lot of you in different rooms. I always turn on, but I would be one of the same people in the goo, occasionally making comments. But most of the time, I would just sit back and listen to you. So a lot of you were familiar to me before I actually spoke to you. So yeah.
Oh yeah, well, welcome to the stage. You've been lovely. I was just going to say, Taco's behavior is familiar to me, and perhaps it's familiar to you too. There are many mediocre, unaccomplished white men who are disenchanted um, with their lack of achievement. And when they come on Clubhouse and encounter black people who sound as if they have a few things going on, they get upset and they start crashing out. That's what's happening here with Taco. Taco is upset that there are black people who are not doing as terribly as he's doing, and he just feels the need to punch them in the face and try to remind them that because they're black, they're beneath him, even though that's not true. But getting back to the topic, Abraham and I were talking about Abraham's thoughts on the Trump administration's actions and the impact of those actions on American citizens and on people outside America. That's what we were talking about. And Abraham acknowledged that under this current administration, many Americans have suffered. That's where we were.
Thank you, Hurricane. And anyone would like to add to that? Outside of Taco, as long as you say, I can be an adult, I will let you back up. It's not a problem. Okay?
I have a question for Hurricane. You're up at 3:57 in the morning? What's going on?
So I can tell you what happened. So I fell asleep in this room, and I woke up to some weird black man telling ladies in this room that women need to submit to him. that's what woke me up. And I've been up since then. I've had to battle a bunch of racist, reform. I don't like it when white people curse at me. Reform. I don't like that.
You don't.
I really don't. Like a white man talking to me and using fucking and all that. I do not accept that. Like, let me tell you, in real life, if I meet a white person and the person tries to, somebody I don't know, and the person tries to talk to me without introducing himself, they get no words from me. You're not going to talk to me like I'm the help. You're going to introduce yourself to me, and you're going to get my name before you speak to me. We don't do disregard. We don't do disrespect. You're going to acknowledge me fully. I'm a whole human being. I'm a sir. I'm a person just like you. I'm not anonymous. So I don't do disrespect. I get all the dignity. I get all the regard. I get all the things. Paco doesn't understand that. There was one time, this has actually happened a couple of times, where a white person I didn't know met me, it was a professional environment, and the person tried to shake my hand without introducing himself. What do you think? You're going to shake my hand and not tell me who you are and ask me my name? Mm-mm. We're going to introduce ourselves like gentlemen. You're going to know my name, I'm going to know yours, and then we can talk. Because I'm somebody. I'm not a nobody. Paco seems to think that black people are nobodies, and he can talk to them any way he wants. No. The next time you think about cursing at a black person, Taco, you're going to remember Hurricane.
Yeah, there's a lot of crackery going on. God bless you in the comments. Just for the non-blacks who don't understand it, you don't spend your life being black, so you don't understand. You know what it's like? It's like being gaslit 24/7. Like even you motherfuckers in the chat, acting like, huh, why is this guy making such a big deal about race? Like, yeah, a non-black person would say that. You're right. We're all just bugging, right? There's no racism. This country didn't fight a civil war and kill their brothers and sisters over keeping a black man in chains. And then once the war was over, they said, oopsie poopsie, we'll leave you alone. The racism didn't spread into their grandchildren and grandchildren. It's not alive and well. There's no racism in this country. No. You know what? It's mass psychosis. We're in a state of mass psychosis. You just ignore us silly black folk complaining about this imaginary racism. Why? I mean, why did Trump fire 75% of the federal staff he fired was all black? I mean, look, whatever. Don't even. He's just out of the DEI. That's why he's surrounded by idiots. That's why he is an idiot.
My question to the room is, can black people be racist?
Technically speaking, they can be prejudiced. They can be prejudiced. They can be judgmental.
It's just a yes or no.
In America, no.
Yes.
In America, no.
Abraham, I fucks with you because you know what? After you just, you're a champ. You're not a weak ass man because for you to sit, excuse me, I'm not talking to you. For you to sit there and have all the people ridicule you based off of what you want to identify as, that right there was racism right there. But I didn't say nothing though, so. That's why I asked the question, can black people be racist? Because it's crazy how we talk so much about white people, treating us differently, but yet we don't want to talk about the misogynistic racism.
Okay, the non sequitur at the end threw me through a loop.
We were talking about racism, so it's a bunch of different racism, sir. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. We ain't just gonna sit here and talk about racism and the white folks and no. Racism are different things. There are different types of racism.
Yep, including internalized racism. Internalized racism I witnessed against Abraham, on the stage, people being, called, oh, you're not black, denied their black. I've seen it. I don't think necessarily a black person can be racist to a non-black person in America, as was mentioned. However, I do see very often black people being racist to each other. And as you mentioned, Pretty, including black men being racist towards black women.
I mean, that's called horizontal hostility. It's when people within the group are hostile to each other.
It's still racism.
Reclaimed, we can't hear you. Your mic is bad, Reclaimed.
Excuse me, I have a question for Marlene.
People can 100% be racist. Like, if you're black and you're racist against white people, that's fucking possible.
That is Abraham, you have a question?
That is the dumbest shit that's been pushed the last fucking couple years. It's ridiculous.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not sure who's supposed to be speaking.
Abraham was asking a question.
Okay,
Can we get a room reset though, like a brief one? Because I feel like we need one, Marlene, a little refresher of juju, because I heard the words misogynistic racism out of all of my
I didn't understand that one either.
I'm just saying.
If you don't know what misogynistic racism, then go fucking look it up. The information is free. It's fucking free. Since you want to be on this motherfucking stage and be so ignorant and passive aggressive with the information that was given, go fucking look it up for yourself instead of being ignorant on this motherfucking stage because you want to be biased and racist towards another black woman who also is a biological black man. Fuck out of here.
Now, I don't know. I'm a man, and now I am a woman trying to be a man But I just want everyone to pull their screens down. I've not yelled. I've not disrespected Marlene.
Okay,
So I want to make sure. No, I want to make sure it's overstated. You all can do a pull to refresh. There's currently a sale at City Trends. 45% off this Saturday.
I mean, you would know. You would know because you shop there. That's why you keep mentioning
people. Okay,
because that's the only store for you to be able to hide your identity, bitch.
Brady. Okay, hold on. No, Reclaim, please don't retort. Brady, please.
No, tell that bitch to stop mentioning me.
I'm
you trying to have a conversation about racism, and this bitch still want to start making.
I'm just gonna boot you from the room next time.
I don't care,
Sorry.
bitch. I don't care. I don't care. The fuck?
Okay.
No problem.
Okay. Actually, I wish you hadn't. Hold on one second. I wish you hadn't booted her. I really actually wanted her to explain her. I've never, I mean, literally, if that's a real term, that's the first I've ever heard of it, and I was going to Google it, but I wanted to misogynistic racism. I've heard of misogyny, but not misogynist. It's okay. I Googled
She
it.
was yelling at you. I'm about to pass out in 2 minutes anyway.
Yeah, misogynoir is misogynistic racism.
Yeah,
that's okay. Hold on.
But that's not what transpired. But that was not what transpired.
I understand that context of what was. Yeah.
That did not transpire. So that's why Black women like Marlene and Reformed who are in this room did not understand why that even entered the chat. Oh my gosh, you guys! Like really, Powder Kane literally slow walked you all to the river. Did you not realize you were being slow walked to the river by hurricane?
Marlene, can I ask you a question then?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My question to you is because you seem to be a really educated person. You know a lot. I like that. And when people is respectful and educated. And I wanted to ask you, can you define to me, please, what racism is?
Oh, yo. You know what, Marlene? He did ask you. I'll let you handle it.
Okay. Before I actually answer, because I don't know, sometimes... Okay. Why are you asking me about that definition of what racism is? Because I'm sure you do know, and you can also Google it. So why are you asking me that particular question?
I'm asking you that question because a lot of people are talking about racism now, and they seem to have different opinions on what it is. Because a lot of people are talking about racism, and
I can put it real. What is it to you? Hold on. One truth.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to understand.
Abraham, what is it to you? And then maybe we can help.
Yeah, because I don't understand what the confusion is, and I don't want to give an answer and it still be misconstrued. So what am I missing here?
Okay, my opinion, based on what I know, it should be hate and discrimination towards a minority based on their race. In my opinion, personally, it changed a little bit. Is discrimination and hate towards a race, not towards a minority. Because when it goes to minority, you put it really simplistic, and a lot of people is racist towards, for example, Asian people, and they're a lot. They're not minority.
You're correct. I mean, it doesn't have to be towards a quote unquote minority. First of all, I actually don't like that word of minority. I've never actually attributed and there's a reason why I don't attribute myself to or people. Because one, I highly doubt that people of color are less than white people around the world. First of all, and two, a majority and minority, unless we're talking about quantum, like a quantity in numbers, I do not believe in superiority and inferiority. Because when you refer to yourself as the majority, you're referring to yourself as being superior. We're not superior, okay? So I do not. There's no race that's superior to the other.
Exactly, right? And I believe the same.
When we're talking about racism, it's literally hate in regards to another group for being that color, and that can apply. And yes, there are, and then if we're being very technical, yes, there are power dynamics associated with it historically. However, if we're going to ever, and I may be controversial for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyways. And I understand, and I'm going to preface as well as context, I understand that there are inequalities in the system that exists in society, period. I get that. But in all technicality, if we're supposed to be in a free world where we're all equal, because I accept the fact that we're all equal, Financial, I'm not talking about financial, et cetera, et cetera. Let's not be childish. We're just talking about as a human being to human being, we're all equal. All right? So anyone technically can be racist. If we're talking about the actual, of course, the historical context, it is talk about people who are in the power structure versus not. However, again, it just depends on context. But what we're talking about in regards to your case, I understand it's a bit complicated because I won't pretend to know what the certain terms were and what mixed not. But understand we want to bring it down to simplicity. White and white adjacent has been associated with power due to white supremacy. And that has been not just a North American phenomena, that has been basically a worldwide phenomenon at different parts of history that are still lasting till today. So when you have people that want to either embrace or deny their background of color, particularly black, because there are studies that show there is a different in regards to view of the races, because we're going to exclude white people. We're going to talk about races. There is a quote-unquote hierarchy. And unfortunately, from all the sociological studies, maybe it's changed because I haven't done these studies for a while, but black people would be at the bottom. So that's why there was literally this put for anti-black racism as opposed to others, because it's still a look of everyone is superior, Asian, Indian, whatever, towards other than black people. So that's why when people such as yourself get into these little parsings as to whether or not you're black or not, it's denying. This is not a personal attack on you. I'm not saying whether you did or not. It's that perception that you don't want to be associated with the quote unquote, blacks and the lowers. You'd rather be associated with, the hires. That's what it is. Because as much as people can pretend like there's not that, there is. And it's been around for a very, very long time. And it's not gone away. People can be more polite about it, but it's not there. So they're still rooted. And especially I would think, and I'm going to say this, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think particularly for Americans, it rubs wrong because of the history. It's a very big drastic difference between Canada and America differently, because slavery was ended officially 100 years before America ever thought about it. Okay, so there is that time difference of society basically evolving and knowing the difference and right, et cetera, right? Whereas America, even up to this point, this day, you can see their President Trump, who you decided to decline on opining upon, which is a little bit surprising, especially you being a Cuban, what is going on there, as well as the current all these tactics that he's doing to disenfranchise black people in particular, it comes across poorly. So you just have to understand the context of what you're saying and to whom you're saying it to. Okay?
Sure. Here's the thing, because someone is saying, and this will hurt her a little bit, Ace. She's saying that because I'm Cuban and I don't see the state that my country is in because it's because of the American sanction. No, that's a lie. I don't care what you all say. I that's my country. I come from there and I know exactly what happened. What people see around is what I see myself, and it's not towards what America does to Cuba. It's what Cuba is doing to the same Cuban. That's why it's called communism, and I know exactly what happens there. No, so I don't need nobody to come tell me what happened in my own country.
Do you agree with the sanctions?
What was that?
Do you agree with the sanction the U.S. has?
What?
She's asking if you agree with the sanctions that are put on Cuba by America, and also what is currently happening under the Trump administration, which you had no opinion on. And that's what she said. And sorry, just 1 second. I never said that there's no racism or anti-black or blackness in Canada. I'm sorry if you misunderstood, but please follow with the conversation. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Racism exists everywhere, just as misogyny and also idiocy. Sorry, go ahead, Abraham.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the Cuban thing yet because I don't want to leave this conversation behind because I asked you a question and you answered it really good, and I want to just complete that conversation real quick. That was a good answer. Yeah,
So based on the definition, it's not about what is the racism roots or no, it's roots on power. It doesn't mean none of that. The definition is race, like racism as a hate or discrimination from a race towards another race. And let's be honest, a lot of Africans in Africa are raised against other Africans, and they have wars against each other. And we know that for sure, for a fact. A lot of Asians are racist to another Asians too. And like I don't know if you guys call that mono something. I don't even know none of that.
Yes, sir.
And a lot of white people is racist against.
Abraham, let me just say one thing. So, Abraham, the reason you're getting the responses that you're getting from people like what's his name, Big up there, Mama, you've changed it, Big M, and a few others, is that you're mangling concepts. You're using the term, you're taking the term race and you're applying it where it doesn't belong. So if you're talking, for example, if you're talking about ethnic rivalries and ethnic discrimination in, say, Nigeria, that wouldn't be racism. That would be a different kind of discrimination, okay? So that's one problem I have with your submission about racism. Another problem I have is that you seem to assume that racism is simply about hate. I think that can be part of it, but that doesn't cover all of it. And then the third issue I have with your submission on race is when you say discrimination, I'm not sure what you mean by discrimination, since you're grouping it along with hate. So when you say discrimination against another group, what does discrimination mean to you, Abraham?
Discrimination for me is treating a race below another one. It might sound like colorism, maybe it's not your guys' definition, but it's for me is discrimination, because it doesn't have to be towards race. Discrimination could be towards some people is discriminate gay people, and that's just putting someone or like a group of people based on some stuff.
So treating somebody badly because of the person's trait.
Because of a reason, and not only treating badly and treating other people different. It's like treating them in a way they shouldn't, based on something like someone treating gay people as like down just because they are not gay, or something like that.
So I have one more observation. You seem to think that racial, at least when the way that you talk about race suggests to me that you think racial categories are neutral. What I mean by that is that you seem to believe racial categories are simply a matter of physical features, that racial categories don't have any meaning beyond what you can see. Am I right or no?
No, I don't think. I think it's the whole thing. It's not only based on your physical features or whatever.
What else does race mean?
Race for me is, let's say it this way, and let's say it as an ethnicity. For example, a lot of people consider themselves an ethnicities because we consider ethnicities only based on the old world, like coming from Africa and Europe, not from here, usually like that. So for me, racism could be towards a race, and a race is not only based on features, like physical features.
So what else is race based on then?
I might say, what is the word for that? You guys have a word exactly for that, like how is that called? Like your roots? No, how is that called? Like the things you do in your basic, like
You mean
culture?
Culturally,
okay. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah.
Okay, so race also has a cultural component to it.
Yeah, for sure.
What about history? Does racial identity also have a historical component to it?
What do you mean? Can you formulate that again?
So here's what I mean. different points in time in America, race was defined in ways that mattered. So, for instance, during the antebellum era, which is what we call the period in America when race-based chattel slavery was legal, if you were black, you were assumed to be an enslaved person.
Oh, yeah.
And so being black meant enslaved. Being white meant free.
Yeah.
And then after slavery was abolished, there was roughly a century of racial terror against black people.
For sure,
being black at that time meant the black codes applied to you, and you could be lynched, and nobody would care. The people who lynched you would probably get away with the lynching. They wouldn't be criminally prosecuted. Being black meant that there were places you could not live, that there were places where you could not own property or own a home. It meant that there were certain jobs you could not have. It meant that there were certain schools you could not have and you could not attend, and so on. So the historical meaning of race in America is really important. And then there's also the social meaning of race, which has changed a little bit over time, but it's still really important because in America today, people attribute positive traits based on race and negative traits based on race. Scientists who study this will tell you that people are more likely to assign positive traits to folks who are white than they are to folks who are black. And that's the social meaning of race that still exists today.
Yeah, and I know for sure. I believe that exists today too. Yeah.
Which is why when people say, "Oh, anybody can be racist toward anyone," it's strange to hear, because even though theoretically that might be true, depending on what planet you live on, let's say you're on Pluto or Mars, maybe. But here in the United States, for example, since race is not a neutral concept, it has meaning. And I just talked about the historical meaning. I just talked about the social meaning. You referenced the cultural meaning. I don't think it's helpful to talk about race as if race doesn't have meaning, because it does. Not only here in the United States, but elsewhere. Recently, we were reminded that race also has political meaning in the United States. There was a decision issued by the United States Supreme Court last week that has now made it possible for Republican lawmakers to prevent black people from having an opportunity to elect public officials that they want to. You know why? It's because white people and black people in the United States tend to vote differently. And so if you scatter black people around and you do not give them the opportunity to be able to cast their vote together in a particular district, then their voting power is diluted, and they can't elect people that they want to elect, even though we have a constitution and a federal statute that should make access to voting open to everybody. So now we live in a country where political power, the amount of political power you have, is determined by your race. That's always been the case, by the way. But it's even more the case now because of that decision by the Supreme Court. And the 6 justices who made that decision possible are conservative Republicans.
Well, to be honest with you, I haven't heard anything about that. I'm not really into that. But if that's the case and it's truth, that sounds horrible, to be honest with you. I'm not egocentric. I'm not the type of person who don't change mentality based on what they listen. Like, for example, Taco.
So I can tell you, there's somebody named Jet in the chat who is saying something that might appeal to you, but I need to point it out to you because it's not true. He says, I've seen many prominent black congressmen, Senate members, and justices, Supreme Court justices. In the history of the United States, Abraham, we have had only 3 black Supreme Court justices. Thurgood Marshall, Clarence Thomas, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. We've had over 100 white Supreme Court justices. Jet also says that we've had a lot of black congresspersons. We have not.
Well, based on what you're saying, that should be a lie then if they're not enough, if they're like only 3 or something. But let me ask you something. That's not based on probability too. If we, for example, only have 13% black people in this country, how possible or probable it would be for black people to be in those power positions based on there not being enough?
It's not probability. Well, we could not have had any black people on the Supreme Court before 1865 because discrimination against black people was rampant at the time, and it wasn't even universally accepted that black people were citizens of the United States. There were a lot of black people who were enslaved. There were some free black persons, yes, but there was no access to the judiciary for them. And then after that, we had 100 years of Jim Crow. And so accessing, being appointed to the Supreme Court was not legally possible for black people until after racial segregation was ended legally. So it's not about probability. For a very long time, there were laws, there were customs, and there were practices that blocked black people from becoming Supreme Court justices. So it's not a matter. It's actually
those stops are still nowadays. Like they still nowadays they can be part of it or they can't.
Well, we have 2 black people on the United States Supreme Court now. So the obstacles to the Supreme Court for black people that I mentioned before have been removed. That's not to say that becoming a Supreme Court justice is easy. I mean, most people who want to become Supreme Court justices will never become Supreme Court justices because it's very difficult to become one. And there are many factors that affect one's ability to become a Supreme Court justice. But I just thought I'd set that out since Jet said that he's seen many black congresspersons and many justices and so on.
That would be a lie then. But let's say something real quick to everybody because you all have to understand something. You living in this country, you might probably find every opinion on other people a little bit like an attack or like a defense. My opinion is never an attack or a defense because I don't participate in this kind of thing. And you can understand how I have my opinion is always like trying to understand generally what you guys feel, what you guys think. I'm not trying to attack nobody because someone says that I might be trolling with the questions I'm making. I'm not trying to put anybody in a spot or frame you with questions that I can turn to. Oh well, then why black? I'm not trying to do none of that. I'm trying to understand for real. That's my questions are based only in curiosity.
Agree.
And I think the curiosity actually doesn't kill the cat.
In this case, you're very respectful, but just to explain part of why because I always like to say there's a certain, and actually now there's a term for it. They call it fatigue. There's a certain
It might be not moist.
There's a certain amount of fatigue that comes with just being black in the West and having to always explain, right? So, like, even for example, your hesitancy to have an opinion on Trump when you said you're Cuban. Like, to me, that's just oh my god. Like, do you know what he's doing with Cuba? So do you think that the Democrats would have done that? They wouldn't have. So
Actually, no, I know exactly what's happening with Cuba. That's the only thing that I'm aware of. And I can tell you that before people from this country actually care about what's going on with Cuba because Trump is touching it now, I can tell you for sure that I was running away from my country, and that wasn't Trump over there.
So what were you running away from?
I was running away from communism and dictatorship in my country.
And what did you think you found?
I found a country where at least I can work normally and at least I can make money. I'm not rich. I'm not pretending to be. I'm just trying to live my life.
For you and yours, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's the only thing
Your
I
country's
want.
in that position because of the severe economic sanctions.
What was that?
Decades.
In his industry, of course.
My country's in that position for what?
Severe economic sanctions the U.S. has put upon Cuba for decades.
No, that's a lie.
No, so real fast.
Sorry. Everyone is interrupting. Please don't. Let Ace speak again. Abra, if you want to respond to her, can you, again, just address what she said, please?
A lot of other countries have been since after the Cold War has been having commercial. I don't know how to say the word, commercial, or I don't know, sending a lot of help to Cuba. From China, for example, from Russia. We got some stuff from India too. We have
How much help do you need?
Well, I know a lot of countries have helped Cuba, and even like that, I was living. That's not you guys' problem, but I was falling asleep some nights as a kid without food because of the government of my country, for sure. And the only times in my country that we go out to protest, not like trying to attack nobody, just pacific protest, like we deserve. They kill a lot of people. The same police in my country. They kill a lot of people. A lot of people get hurt. A lot of people, my friends, big minors, still in jail this time for that. So it don't have anything to do with the U.S. And I know for sure and for a fact that right now it's worse towards what's Donald Trump doing to Cuba and his politics there is getting some worse, but it has been really bad. And I prefer to be worse and finish if it's gonna finish.
Totally understand.
Wait, you want it worse? Do you have family in Cuba?
Wait, yeah, of course he does. He's from
Alex,
how would you want the conditions to be severely worse?
My question is, what is your biggest
export? It's important to remember he's only 22, and how old were you when Obama was president? So he doesn't even know
that part.
Honestly,
here's the thing for sure. When you live in a communist country and since you're born, the only thing that the other thing is you can't say anything about your president. You can't say what you feel because you go to jail. You can do none of that. You don't have freedom. You don't have freedom to speak. You don't have food. You don't have what all the people have around the world. You grow up with that mentality. You grow up with a lot of pain. And in the moment someone, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Obama, if it's Biden, if it's Trump. I don't care about who it is. If someone gives you a little bit of a hope, even if it's a lie, you take it.
But you don't have the Saudi Arabia, which is super wealthy.
Hold on, Truth.
Go ahead.
Okay, you said, I'm actually going to Ace, you don't want to say it. Okay, I'm trying to respect because I understand you're really young. You are really young. You're only 22. And I know, and I have younger siblings in New York in their 20s. And so I can understand where you would perceive what you think you're perceiving. And I'm going to say this respectfully to you. You need to do more research into your history and to understand exactly why Cuba is where it is today. And the fact that you're attributing it just to your government you don't know what you're talking about, respectfully. Okay? Because to ignore the impact of economic sanctions for the decades that was imposed by America, okay? It's not anyone else. America did that to your country. Communism in of itself has nothing to do with freedom of speech, okay? Communism is an economic system, all right? So if you want to talk about Decatur, that's a separate issue, but you're talking about your economy and where your economy is structured. And that right now is being directly impacted due to the sanctions put upon your country by the American government because you all kicked their asses out from years ago because they're basically using your country as basically a big whorehouse and corruption place. Okay? And what you see now, if you think that Donald J. Trump, is going to do anything positive for you, your family, the future of Cuba, I'm very sorry to let you know that he has absolutely no history or capacity in his ghoulish self to do such a thing. He's just going to do exactly what the original people that went into the Americans that you guys booted out did. Try to fuck you all over up the ass without lube. I hope that's a good enough analogy so you can understand there's nothing beneficial or positive that's going to come out for American interests until and unless they relieve the sanctions on your country. Then your country would have the stranglehold taken off of them so you can flourish. If you want to talk about how your government is made after all, that's one thing. But please understand the context in which you speak. It literally sounds crazy. Either way.
Marlene, I'm afraid you guys are disregarding his context.
The context of what?
I'm a Nigerian. And Nigeria is not Cuba. But the guy said that when you don't have any options and your back is against the wall and somebody is offering you something that makes you hope a little bit, even if it's bullshit.
I've heard that. I understand. Hurricane, I understood that just fine.
The guys at 22 years old.
Exactly. Who doesn't know exactly?
Hold on. I know. No, I'm not talking about just his age. He just left Cuba. I'm not surprised that he didn't want to talk about Trump right away. This is somebody who lived in a country who knew that if he talked badly about his government, he could be killed.
Okay, but that still doesn't take away the fact that I understood the context of what he was saying. And what I did, I even prefaced do you remember why I prefaced the conversation? It doesn't take away from what I'm saying is the truth. And maybe he's not aware of the truth. Okay, so again, it's very easy for him, especially given his age. This is what he's grown up in. He's not probably taken the time to understand how his country has come to where it is now. And considering its current state of being literally attacked by America, it is still disconcerting of his name. Yes, Abraham.
I want to tell you something real quick. There's a difference between us, especially because, of course, you guys are older, way older than me, and I mean, with respect and all that. But in your time was different than now. Now, in my generation, what I have is internet to know what is truth, what is not truth, and I honestly don't believe anything anymore.
They still don't know what the truth is. Have you been listening?
Why would I know what truth is? What story is the truth if people only tell the story based on what is convenient for them or their political opinion? And now at this point, I don't even know what's truth anymore because every time I read something and like an article, I don't even know what article to read anymore, what news to see anymore because they only say something that is based on their opinion and their political view, regardless of what's the actual truth behind it. So I don't know. In my generation now, I can read many books and they still the same. They are based on the opinion of many people, and you can read thousands of books talking about how Cuba destroyed himself, and all the thousands of books telling how the U.S. government made Cuba the way it is now.
Yeah. So this is what I wanted to say. Is like this is really demonstrable, really simply, right? You have Bush. Bush comes in the early 2000s. You're 22, so you were born like what 2004. So bro, when Obama came into office, you were 9. You were like 9 years old. No, you were 5. You were 5 years old. Sorry. In 2009, you were 5. So yeah, you okay. So when Obama was president, he was he raised the living standard of the average Cuban. right? Because he released the sanctions, he took Cuba off a sponsored terrorist list, he allowed tourism to increase again, and Cuba was on the upswing. And so it's kind of funny because it's like you only got a taste of it before it was taken away by Trump, who re-put Cuba on the terrorist list, re-put sanctions, which meant you couldn't get food or any humanitarian aid, right? And now he's talking about doing a blockade. So I get it that you, like, I heard you say something to the effect of, I just want it to hurt until it's over. That's literally the propaganda that he sold you. Obama was doing the opposite. Obama was like, hey, let's treat them like human beings, do some business, let them get some money, and incentivize them to, do business with us and soften their government over time, which is diplomacy. That's what's been proven to work. Outside of that, you have to do regime change, and we're not going to do that. So the option is starve the people. That's not going to affect the people oppressing you. It's only going to affect you and your father and your family. So ironically, like, the Democratic, and it should be obvious to you. Like, I don't know what people are paying attention to. That's why race always comes up in these kind of conversations, because how can people be shocked that, the Democrats were willing to work with Cuba and we're doing diplomacy and we're actually opening up deals and took them off the sanctions and got rid of the terrorism list? No, because they're not racist and Republicans are racist, and Republicans are always saying racist ass shit. I'm going to put my head in the sand and act like that surprises me, that the Republicans came in and said, fuck you, we're sanctioning you, you're on a terrorist list, and now we want a blockade. Like, those are not the same thing.
Wasn't it Obama
for that is racism.
Was it not Obama who ended the wet foot, dry foot policy? I mean, which impacted a lot of Cubans. I mean, coming over, getting an opportunity at another life or new life. And I mean,
the ocean, yeah.
And the thing with Cuba is, I mean, whilst Americans can't travel, as Marlene mentioned, Canadians can still travel there and regularly travel to Cuba. People all over Europe come to Cuba. People all throughout Latin America visit Cuba. So tourism is not in Cuba. I mean, it's a thing. It's just not a thing for Americans typically to go to Cuba.
Yeah, that was Trump that got rid of that.
Wet foot, dry foot.
I'm almost certain that was Obama.
It lasted.
Was Obama.
No. It was a policy.
100% Obama.
It was a policy up until 2017.
Yeah,
that's when Obama left.
Obama right before leaving the office. We know that.
Yeah, he screwed the Cubans right before he left.
It was an executive order.
It was that. I remember that as a kid, and maybe it was a lie. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not.
It was Obama, bro.
I remember that as a kid, that it was Obama, and everybody was talking about it because everybody was liking Obama from Cuba because he visited Cuba, and people were like, "Oh, maybe Obama is the salvation for Cuba." And right before leaving office, he until the order. So yeah, I remember that. Maybe
it was Obama.
Has done anything good to Cuba anyways.
I get what he's saying though about Cuba. I mean, when I was there, like, everybody, like, the last time I went was last year. Everybody has a side hustle. Everybody's just trying to make it. I mean, the rations are very thin. I mean, the Cuban government, I remember when I first went, they had two currencies, and, it was like they had these stores all throughout Cuba that only accepted the CUCs, which were basically the equivalent to the US dollar, and only people who had family members outside of Cuba or tourists could go into these stores to even afford to purchase anything. I mean, and they were all throughout. So you're just looking, you see, you're limited on your rations, but you have to pass by these stores every day that have candy and have all the types of oil and all cooking oil and all the different things that you need, the rice and so forth. It's like a tease. And I've seen the way the government is, and I've seen the way people were responded. It's like people felt like they were slaves or cogs in like this system, that was owned by the president. I observed very clearly the Cuban people they don't receive any opportunities. I met people who were brilliant, who told me they made little to nothing, and they were at very high ranking positions at various factories and such. I mean, I was told that the best job you can have in Cuba is to work in tourism and to be a taxi driver, because at least then you can get some tips.
This man know a lot. Let me tell you that. To be honest, and they still like that nowadays. This sales set is not currently active anymore, but it's active in Cuba. Is the American dollar. So now in Cuba they gotta pay with the American dollar, though they don't have any way to get it if it's not from family that live in the U.S.
So I understand the repeal of the wet foot, dry foot would be upsetting, but even as I read about it, it was done in conjunction with the Cuban Adjustment Act, which opened up new pipelines to speedline Cubans for immigration processing. So basically it was saying, hey, instead of this informal thing where you guys are racing across and kind of sneaking into the country and we're trying to catch you at sea, that's kind of crazy. Let's clean this up and make this professional. We're going to make it easier for you to apply for immigration and speed up the process.
It's not easy though when the government doesn't allow it. Every single day in Cuba, they play on the news.
Hold on. Just we know if Democrats are in power, it will be easier and easier. So that's why, again, it's just disingenuous to act like, oh, because that's what Trump would. You think that's where Trump would have stopped? He's talking about putting a blockade.
You think Cuba wants to let its people leave?
That's not what I said. I said we're talking about Democrats juxtapose Republicans. When we're talking about Trump and having an opinion on him, especially...
Yeah, but you're saying a pathway. I'm saying that pathway has to be both sides. It's not one-sided. It's okay, if America says, yeah, we're going to make it easier for Cubans to get citizenship. But Cuba says, there's no way in hell we're going to let our people leave to America.
Well, you're incorrect on that part. It was not negotiated. It was negotiated executive order, President Obama and Cuba. Congress and the Senate were not involved. So it was already pipelined. Yes, it was set up. And yes, Cuba was...
You're saying the Cuban government was going to let people leave.
Yes, the people in the government who had recently been made rich by Obama for the last 8 years because he allowed them to get tourism, unsanctioned their money, and allowed them to do global trade. Yes, they were, through diplomatic means, incentivized to play ball. Yes. What? That's the difference between diplomacy and just fucking blockading. Like, why are people
That's
playing
what I'm
dumb?
saying. Why did we just give them more, so they could ally with Venezuela and China?
Who gives a fuck? This is a free
and
market.
Russia. Yeah,
Are you an empire or a businessman? Why do people think they have the right to tell people how to run their country?
They're
The hell do you even
enemy
sound like?
communist country.
That's their fucking God-given right. Let them be communist.
Yeah, that's their God-given right. And then
Who gives a fuck is the people of Cuba. They don't want to be communist.
Oh, because now we're trying to save the Congo next? Shut up. It's all about fucking global
the next thing you know, this guy's going to say,
next thing you know,
this guy's going to say Iran needs
just running your mouth with anything
that's their God-given right. And if you don't
Hey, everyone, stop it. Taco, you just got back up and you literally are just causing disruption again.
I'm speaking the truth.
Whether it's a truth or not, you're literally disrupting a conversation. Act like an adult. Wait your turn and calm down. We can hear all your truth afterwards. Thank you. Do you want to go back into audience? Do you want me to do that to you again? Or do you want to act like an adult? Make a choice.
Next thing you know, he's going to say Iran has a God-given right to a nuke.
Oh, good Lord, that's not the conversation. And you can always come back another time when we are having a conversation. So, okay, I'll ask you a question since maybe this will focus you. So do you not think that Cuba has its own right to create any system that they want to live in? Do they not have the right to have their own system?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, well then, therefore, what you're saying is moot.
No.
Yes, it is, because you just said they have the right to create their own system. You're saying they shouldn't be communists. They are communists. What's your point?
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. I actually did hear all that truth. Then if I misheard you...
They're going to align with Venezuela and China.
What does it have to do with that? What does it have to do with it? They are a communist country and they shouldn't be communist.
It's not in our interest.
It's not okay. This is where this is where people like you just literally me. You're an imperialist oppressor, but it's not in our interest. Guess what? The rest of the world does not live.
What the rest of the world is.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's too late in the morning for this bullshit. I'm not interested in you imperialist oppressors saying that the world needs to run by my interests. Go rob and pillage somewhere else, okay? So I hope you, Abraham, listen to what people like that saying. It's not for your benefit. It's not for your people's benefit. It's for the benefit of the bigger power. That is what you're looking for. So instead of a focus on some sort of hope from people that literally just want to rob you, will starve you all and to force you all into giving up and giving into their interests, why don't you try working with the government you have and protesting for the lift of sanctions instead of like what you think capitalism is going to bring you? Because the system by itself is meant to squeeze the majority and then the minority flourish, because you're very young now, so you haven't encountered life's experiences yet of whether someone gets sick, whether you go unemployed, whether you have low wages. That is all coming to in America. Okay, so when you're faced with the bills of thousands and thousands of dollars like they get to do when they get sick, you just remember how horrible you think the communism, where everyone basically shares, is when you get bills for thousands and thousands of dollars just because you got sick, or if you're contemplating whether you should go see a doctor. Again, your country's not been able to flourish because of America. So looking to the same America that's put you in this community is kind of wild. To be honest, I understand you're saying I don't understand what to believe. Well, why don't you just want the preponderance of the chances here? Because you're look at Donald Trump and his entire history. Forget that. Look at the history of America, and you let me know anytime they've taken over a country where it's flourished. Okay? I'll be waiting for you.
And I gotta piggyback.
Sorry, just 1 second. Let Truth speak, because he's been wanting to speak for a moment.
I just want to tag in on that because Abraham, like, Taco's in the comments going, communism fails. You want Cuba to become China? Look this up. You can literally look up Shein and Temu. Just 2 examples. 2 Chinese business examples. They had 50% of our fashion market share. I thought communism fails. 100 years ago, China was a farmer's country. It was agriculture. In less than 100 years, actually, less than 100 years, they have caught up, and now they have 50% of American brand market share in fashion. Their products are so good, we banned their EVs because they're better than Tesla. If you haven't seen it yet, you can Google BYD cars and just browse the catalog that everyone else in the world gets except for us, because we refuse to let them compete. I thought we're all about free market capitalism. We're not about free market capitalism. Let me put it to you like this. If someone's a threat to you, that's when you invade. If someone's not a threat to you, you point and laugh and say, wait for it to fail. Notice we don't do that with communist nations. We just have to go save them from their communism, right? And what's the excuse we use every time? Oh, well, the people are suffering. Notice that they ignore that we are the ones sanctioning them and forbidding anyone to do business with them. And again, why? Oh, because we want them to switch that oppressive government. Oh, so we're going to hit the Congo next and save people, right? No? Oh. How can we only save people where there's oil? You're a smart man. I know you know the answer. You might not feel comfortable saying it, but that's what I'm saying. Don't listen to goofy white boys like him who are literally believing a fantasy that he can LARP as like this imperialist Roman in the modern era. And like he's watching Game of Thrones and having weird fantasies. It's a whole derangement syndrome to compensate for low self-esteem. That's how their empires function. This is the modern age. We're done with empires, right? America is populated by a lot of politically savvy and educated people. We don't need to lose the country to fanatics. Hold the line on the intelligence and be brave. This is the safest time it's ever been to, like, all of a sudden people are scared to tell the real truth. What the fuck? This is the safest time it's ever been. The people who got us here were the ones fighting insane levels of corruption. Now we're trying to maintain the victories we've already had and add more to it. We're not going to let these fascists roll back the clock and everyone starts repeating dumb propaganda. Okay, like, no, America's not an empire. No, it doesn't get to dictate the political government style of other nations. No, communism's actually not that bad if you don't constantly fuck with it. China's a great example. They're shitting on us. Don't believe a bunch of propaganda about it. Like, see it for yourself. Just go research it. And it doesn't even mean communism is perfect and become a communist. It means this isn't about communism. This is about capitalism trying to control the market so it can exploit resources, and us having a nation that's pretty much been co-opted by an oligarchy. right? A bunch of rich elites who are like poisoning us, literally poisoning our crops, our waterways. Like, are we kidding? Okay, and then the Epstein shit comes out, bro. How much does it take for people to wake up?
I was gonna say that exactly, and the same people who are running are basically a bunch of pedos, Satan worshippers, and God knows what else. So again, you can't be looking at them to give you a kind of hope.
I've been wanting to talk, and now that he's kind of done, I want to say something because Marlene said something, and I want to answer that. You say that why would I want someone to rope me like Trump trying to do that to my country? I prefer someone to rope me than someone to kill me. And my country is dying, no matter, regardless of the reason of it. I know, and I've been seeing it with my own eyes. And I prefer someone to have their own interest in whatever he's gonna do with Cuba. Maybe he just wanna add another medal to his wall, you know, and hey, we're going against Cuba, whatever the fuck. I'm sorry, whatever he wants to do as Trump, because we know the type of attitude he has. But Cuba, regardless of what you guys believe, Cuba was free to trade with the whole world, and I saw that before. So it's not an American fault that Cuba is in the condition it is right now. It's not, and it's right now it's worse because of Trump. I really don't care if that's gonna lead to something at least a little bit better than what it was. If it's not gonna lead like that, well, then I'm gonna be probably upset at Trump a lot. But right now, if that's the only hope my country has, maybe hope like, well, he might change something because Obama didn't do anything, Bush didn't do anything, nobody has done anything. So now someone at least is doing something bad.
What do you think he's doing? Hold on, Abraham. What do you think he's doing positive? Because right now he's gaslighting your country. Yeah. People are dying because of it, because of the shortages. What do you think positive will come from a person like Donald Trump? Please be specific and not vague. And don't tell me about some scarcity. About things. Be very specific.
Yeah, I don't talk with fancy words. I just hear the things how I think it is.
I don't care about that right now. You could just answer my question. Be specific on what positive you think Donald Trump is going to do to bring to Cuba and that would help the lives of the Cuban people.
Yes. The same thing that happened with Maduro. That is my whole answer.
Nothing happened with Maduro. Maduro's regime is still in charge. And Maduro isn't even as bad as his the one that took over. It's worse than him. And then even with you talking about Obama opened Cuba back up. They were supposed to slowly start, they were going to start business. Maybe you need to do some research. And this is supposed to be your goddamn country, not mine.
Exactly what I said.
The thing is, you rather starve your people out to freaking get them for them to have embargoes lifted. That's what you rather them do, so that they can. He don't give a damn about who's in charge of what country. This thing has to do with business. Who the fuck is talking over me? I've been quiet this whole time.
Abraham, do not speak over her. Thank you.
It doesn't. Check this out. Y'all, I don't know what, y'all been in America too long. It be these Westerners that be talking crazy. This should be weird. Y'all are crazy. Ain't no way in hell I would rather people starve my fucking people out. It's bad enough that sanctions has fucked these countries. Number one. Y'all got some fucked up ass leadership. But you really think that the United States gives a fuck about who leads your country as long as they fucking have some kind of compliance with whatever the fuck we want to happen? Y'all done bumped your fucking head. And then got the nerve to say Obama didn't do nothing. You know why he opened it back up? He was trying to work with diplomacy so that we can fucking start having some type of business ties, slowly lifting embargoes. Diplomacy, where people don't starve. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. And these are your people? You guys are fucking sick.
No. My country was starving before Donald Trump.
We're not dumb. We're not stupid. We're not in kindergarten. We're not fucking dumb.
You don't have to curse.
But you rather Trump. You had the fucking nerve to sit on this stage and say Obama didn't do nothing?
Yeah.
You don't know shit about what the fuck was going on in your own country if it didn't do anything.
I was living in the country, and I can tell you for sure.
Well, then you a dumb motherfucker because there was people traveling back and forth.
So
My
Abraham,
mother went to Cuba
you were a
twice.
child.
There's a girl that talked about Cuba
Let me ask the question before they.
You were 5. Hold on, brother.
Girl, boy, let me tell you something.
You were 5.
If you think we gonna march to save your ass, you got me fucked up. Number one. The only thing Trump wants from each of these individual countries is fucking compliance to do whatever the fuck he wants done. Fucking clown. This is typical fucking Cuban. I know you're fucking Cuban. You are the typical Cuban. The one that votes Republican. The one that fucking says fuck everybody else because I'm in my whiteness.
Excuse me? And Abraham, you gotta think, right? Obama was only in office for 8 years. When he came into office, there had already been 60 years of existing diplomacy between America and Cuba. He comes in and
What kind of dumb do you think we are? Just explain to me. Is it because I have a black voice or she has a black voice or anybody in this room has a fucking black voice? You think we dumb? You don't think we don't know what the fuck was going on in Cuba?
Wait a second. Why are you victimizing yourself? If I'm talking to
But
everybody,
the thing is, I think you're dumb.
Excuse me,
When you say Obama didn't do nothing, his diplomacy was well.
I'm not saying someone is specific.
His diplomacy was well received.
Abraham, do not speak over her.
She's speaking over me.
No, she can't. First of all, she can. She's a moderator, and she's been quiet this entire night. So if she wants to go off, you're going to shut up and let that happen, okay?
What y'all not gonna do is disrespect our one black president.
I don't care.
With your Trump ass, one black president that tries to do diplomacy with all these fucking evil ass dictators that y'all worried about people having their foot on it. A lot of you Cubans just want to go back to Cuba to go reclaim your land and go kick the Cubans that's already living on there off. That's what the fuck y'all really want to do.
Yeah, bro, she's not trying to call you dumb.
Because y'all think because of happenstance, your ass is in fucking a Western country. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to Cuba and go save your fucking people. The same shit I tell all these fucking Iranians. You worried about what the fuck going on in Cuba? Swim your ass back over there and figure it out. Or go to Canada and fucking fly from there. Go help your people.
This is what people do when they're pressed on their silly ideas. They run instead of just dealing with the heat. I hope that young man does some actually listen to at least some of what we said and actually does his proper research, because that's disconcerting to me that he would even that kind of thought process would exist considering the current circumstances and evidence to the contrary of what he thinks would possibly happen.
Well, when I went to Cuba, that was what he expressed. Was most of the people who I encountered, that was their sentiment. They shared the exact sentiment. So I don't know if you call it propaganda. I don't know what is behind it. But most of the people who I spoke with, and I spoke with dozens of people, they all shared that same exact sentiment that he says. They don't blame America. They blame the Cuban government. And in fact, many of them emphatically love America. Emphatically.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them. I mean, they have an oppressive regime. So what's going to happen?
They not coming to America. You fucking immigrants are gonna stay in your immigrant country. We gonna ship your ass to motherfucking Venezuela and lock you the fuck up. You're not coming to America. You wanna hear a Trump voice? I'm gonna give you a Trump voice. Stay your ass in your motherfucking country and stop eating our fucking foods. Stay your ass in your country and start using our fucking medical supplies. Stay your ass in your motherfucking country and stop taking our jobs.
I am curious, Marlene, what is the relationship between Canada and Cuba? I heard a lot of things while I was out there, people saying that.
That's what Trump said, since y'all worshiping fucking orange man. And I'm gonna tell you like this: if you're Latino, you're the bottom of the barrel when it comes to Americans. They can't stand Negroes. They call us niggas. But guess what? They already know we here. They kicking y'all ass out quick. They don't want y'all around. Remember, y'all are rapists and murderers.
Marlene, do you know the relationship between Cuba and Canada right now, specifically when it comes to like the pathway towards, like a visa, things like that? Because I was hearing mixed things. I was hearing that Cubans can go to Canada. I was hearing mixed things.
It's not, okay, that particular aspect of Cuba, I don't really know. I know obviously that we can visit Cuba. If you're talking about if they can immigrate to Canada, it's practically impossible because of our standards of immigration. You just can't, we're a very hard country to actually immigrate to. So, based on the current circumstances.
And I actually don't feel Cubans. I just wanted to act like Trump.
I know, we know that, Patty.
And you know what, y'all, I bet you was in your feelings. I know you was probably hurt.
Yeah, that's why he ran.
Well, feel about y'all. Yeah. For real, I'm serious. Fucking MAGA not like y'all.
I know.
Y'all are okay for the
I think he just got here, though. How long has he been in America?
He said he was only
but they don't want
2
you
years
around.
He might have just been triggered. A lot of them, they witnessed a lot of shit. A lot of them, they see death and everything on the way coming over. So maybe he was just triggered.
I just want to be a nasty person so y'all can see how MAGA talk about y'all. That's how they be. Y'all, they really don't see y'all as valuable people.
That's what be trying me about this shit. Like, they go so hard to the...
You're in the Matrix, Patty.
Doing well in the United States. I don't. But they don't give a fuck about y'all for real. They think y'all stole their riches. When all you did was fucking take what you had and fucking maybe took advantage of whatever programs was existing for you. They asked didn't want to open a book and figure it out. But you took away their land when you bought them nice houses. You took away their jobs when you went to work. You took away their scholarships when your kids did well in school. I was just trying to be nasty so you can know how MAGA really thinks about y'all. This is shit that they say. When you go to their rallies, they gonna be nice just so you could be there to vote, but pay attention to the words. They don't want y'all around.
Yeah, it really cracks me up when racial minorities go hard for anything conservative, because I'm like, do you not understand how much they hate you? Like, they hate your ass. They're so anal about whiteness, they argue amongst themselves who's the whitest. They're like, nah, you're not really white like me. I'm Anglo. You're more Mediterranean. You kind of dirty.
Yeah, I think a lot of Cubans specifically resonate with the Republican Party. One, because Cuba, in general, the people that come over are white Cubans, or as someone mentioned earlier, mestizos, and they are indeed white supremacists. They're heavily aligned with white supremacy.
Because my grandfather's an immigrant, you dumb fuck.
They're heavily aligned with white supremacy.
I can't stand stupid motherfuckers talking about, oh, Patty is like, no, I'm not, you dummy. My mother's a fucking immigrant. She doesn't even have she's not even a U.S. citizen, you dumb bitch.
I would say secondly, because of their stance on capitalism, I mean, being so pro, making your own way in life, I would say that's the other reason many of them are Republican. But, we can't deny the anti-blackness, or, racism, and how they align with that messaging, how many of them align with that particular messaging, who choose to align with Trump and others, not really recognizing they'll never be accepted by white Americans. Just useful idiots. I will vote for Donald Trump, and then you see how he deported their ass. It's unfortunate, but it's a reality.
All right, let me say this. There's a reason, like when it comes to Cubans, there's a reason that why they do the Republican thing. And the big part is because of
John F. Kennedy was in office in like the early 1960s, right? He said he was going to do something about Castro. He said he was going to help the Cubans. He said he was going to help them overthrow Castro, get Castro out of power. So they supported a military operation called the Bay of Pigs, and basically, when the operation happened, they had trained these Cubans to land in Cuba and overthrow Castro. And they landed in Cuba, and according to them, they said that when they landed there, they didn't have any support. And they said the Americans were supposed to give them support. They were supposed to give them air support and all that, and they didn't get that. And they said the invasion failed, and they all got captured. And then they blamed Kennedy for that. And that's why they say they don't vote for Democrats. Yeah, this is what they say, you know.
I guess they say a lot of things and they have a lot of reasons for why they vote the way they vote.
But to be honest, though, and I'm just speaking as a Black American, you know, I've been around Cubans and stuff. I've had Cuban friends. I don't know why you guys attack Cubans. You know, other groups of Latinos are like way worse. Like Mexicans, you know, because I'm actually from California initially, originally. But Mexicans, to be honest, are like way worse than Cubans in terms of like how anti-Black they are. Like Mexicans will be working in a place, like a warehouse or something, and they won't hire anyone that's not Mexican. Period. Well, if you try to go around them or work with them or in an environment, they're extremely hostile towards Black folks. I know. I grew up around, you know.
Yeah, that's most of Latin America, bro. Most of the mestizos in Latin America.
It's not really most of Latin America.
What are the exceptions?
The thing is like, for instance, right? It's like Cubans in places like Florida, because I've been to Florida many times.
Those are the white Cubans.
They'll have a business. Hold on, brother. They'll have a business, but they'll still hire other Americans. Like they'll hire white people, they'll hire Black people, they'll hire, you know, they just want people to come in there and work. Whereas like, well, Mexicans only work with Mexicans.
Okay, I mean that's the way they choose to operate. In Cuba, this is the thing. There's a lot of monoracial Black people in Cuba. A lot. Majority in most of the major cities. And so white Cubans are accustomed to employing Black people. They look at them as the help. Most of these white Cubans, if they grew up in Cuba and especially during the time when they had money, so the old ones that left were one of the first or second wave of Cubans who left, they grew up with Black nannies. Okay, they look at Black people as the help. So just because they hired a Black person for their business doesn't mean shit. They don't give a damn about Black people.
Right about that. And they be on that one, thinking that they're adjacent to whiteness.
Yeah, they love a Black person working for them. They love that. They absolutely love it. They love being able to tell you what to do. Oh, and by the way, if you're in Miami, you better appeal to their asses in Spanish, coming in saying buenos dias, or else, you know, you're going to get this out. You got to give them the superiority in terms of their culture. Most Black people who have ever worked for a Cuban understand they have to learn at least rudimentary Spanish just to be accepted by their boss or acceptable.
Well, look, man. I say this. I don't agree with that. I don't. It's like the way you talk about Cubans, right?
White Cubans.
You said, well, the way a lot of us talk about Cubans, it's like I think we as Black Americans, we don't realize how xenophobic, we are. It's like we have been in this country. Of course, we've been in this country for a long time. Okay, I understand. We've gone through a lot. I understand it. But we feel like we're going to go attack anyone that comes into this country. And it's like we verbally attack them. We tell them that they're not welcome here. And it's like, we're like a pit bull. We run up to them, we bark and stuff, say, don't come in here.
Who's saying that?
Yeah, what do you...
That's what we do. A lot of us do that.
Maybe that's
we
what y'all
trying
do
to tell
in
these people.
That shit don't happen, bro.
I thought it was black people cooperating to come here.
I lived in New York City almost all my life, and we didn't do that shit. So I don't know what's going on in fucking Cali.
We've been the only ones that really accepted them in mass. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why most of them come and join our community. It's very recent that many of us been waking up to their anti-black sentiment. In reality, they don't give a damn about us.
Oh, I know. Okay, it's like, let me express this. It's like, well, we doing it right now. We be barking at them, telling them to do with that young guy that came here. We told them that the MAGA hates them, that there's racism, that the white people hate them and shit. But they're not going to listen to us. They're going to come here any fucking ways. They don't care what we say.
I don't care if they come here or not. Shit. I don't have a problem with that. I don't care.
And
my thing look like worried about immigrants coming to the country taking my job. My mom is an immigrant, so what?
Okay, and it's like we what?
She said she was trolling. She was low-key trolling a little bit, bro. She's trying to emphasize.
Okay, I get you, but it's like it's like how should I say?
You too busy with this cape on, bro.
Why do we like attack them because of how they vote?
Okay, because we can. How about that?
I'll tell you why.
You can if you want, but I think it's dumb.
Right now.
What do we get out of that?
Let me tell you.
They vote against their own interests, and then they vote against ours. And we're the ones that, if it wasn't for the Civil Rights Bill, a lot of immigrants wouldn't even be in this country.
Exactly.
If it wasn't for the Civil Rights Bill, a lot of immigrants wouldn't get the medical care that they need. Like, this is the thing. Like, you can't vote against you shouldn't vote against your own, for your own needs. But these people vote against their own needs. It's like a lot of them voted and didn't even realize what the fuck they voted for. That's why now Miami has a Democrat mayor. Hasn't had one in over 30 years.
Mister, this is the easiest way to answer this, right? And I get very frustrated with this, and a lot of us who pay attention to this shit do, because I get it, right? To somebody who doesn't spend much of their day or week researching politics, right, or even on a mild degree, it's like, oh, what's the difference between the parties? It's like, okay, you got to be humble enough to understand that there's an answer to that question. You just don't possess it. It's not that, oh, you just don't do the research. What's the point? It's all going to be nonsense. No, you just haven't done the research. And if you might know the difference, right? So a funny example, one of the funniest examples of this is actually Obamacare, because this shows public perception and depth of knowledge. When you tell people, hey, what's your opinion on Obamacare? A lot of conservatives have a negative opinion. But if you ask them, hey, what's your opinions on all these different policy positions that actually are a part of Obamacare? They say, oh, I love all of that. I love all of that. So wait, but you don't like the name Obamacare, but you like everything that it does. And then people will say, well, how could I vote for Obama? He was a horrible president. How could I vote for that side? Just because you are ignorant does not mean there's not something worth knowing. And yes, it's irritating when we have to interact with these fucking people who have the audacity to fucking come up with opinions that are ill-founded or sometimes not founded at all. And it's like they have the audacity to have bravado. It's not even like they come in kind of like, hey, like look at this idiot Taco in the chat. You know this guy has like no fucking political knowledge whatsoever, no political IQ, but they're culturally, emotionally bound to these beliefs, and they're inherently prejudiced. That's why you hear people say stupid shit like, oh, I don't want immigration into this country because I respect American values. And then you ask them, what the fuck is an American value? And they don't even know. They're just making shit up. And I'm like, what state in this country has the same two cultures? You go to California, you go to Texas, you go to Georgia, you go to Florida, you go to New York. This is the same country? They just talk out their ass. What they're really trying to say is they want to keep the country white. But anyway.
So it's like you want them to have the same inferiority complex that you have.
It's not an inferiority.
You want them to be all have anxiety about the white people and stuff like that. Truth be told, though, there's a lot of us that are like that. Okay, we're the ones that want to be adjacent to whiteness, and
Mister,
so
you made a claim.
project that onto these other people.
Wait till you.
But they don't give a fuck about that. They come in here, they want to get their bag. That's really what they want. They want that bag.
No offense, I come from a wealthy ass family, so don't go there. What I'm discussing has nothing to do with whether or not one is proactive in their attempts to be dominant in a market-based system. That doesn't mean that you can't also point out injustices within that system. In fact, even to suggest otherwise shows you don't even have depth of knowledge. Like, what a ridiculous proposition. Oh, maybe you're just broke. Are you ridiculous? Like, my grandfather was making $380K a year in the 80s. Do you know what that is in inflation? Please, don't even. That's not about success rate. In fact, ironically, counter to your narrative, the more affluent a black person is, the more critical he is of the government because he's more educated and capable of articulating exactly why it's fucked up. You goofball fuck. In other words, the more education you have, the more money you have, and vice versa. It's a cyclical loop. And the more of that you have, the more critical of the system you are, not the less. It'd be a country with no education who's like, mass is great to me. You house nigga ass motherfucker. That's what you sound like right now. You just tried to say I have an inferiority complex when I'd love to hear you demonstrate how.
Yeah, you say you come from a wealthy family.
That's crazy.
But
you know what? A lot of us black people out here getting our education. And honestly, on Black American side, my grandmother has education. My grandfather is from another country, but he has his education. I got their PTRs in my I got pictures of their PTRs and they're in the Divine Nine. They're educated, bro. I don't know who you think. And then my grandmother's mother was educated. So I don't know what kind of people you think. Like, you think, bro, we read more than just the Bible, bro. And we didn't learn how to read from the Bible. Like, I don't know why you think that we just up in arms because we want to be close to whiteness.
Inferiority.
There's a lot of people that want to be talking about whiteness and all. And see, here's the thing.
Bro, I work with white people every day.
Okay, cool. Here's the thing.
Every day. Nothing but white people.
So did my mom. So did my dad. They both work with white people.
Don't get sidetracked. Explain the inferiority complex.
I have white teachers.
No, bro, explain what you made a claim. Inferiority complex, go.
Yeah, this is what you guys do. You guys sit up and talk all this white shit. And I grew up around white people too. But I don't give a fuck about no white shit. I don't care about that white shit, all that white supremacy and that white shit.
You don't know what it looks like in the community.
I don't view white people as any different than myself.
There's some people that grew up in decent neighborhoods.
Yeah, because I don't view them any differently from myself.
They're sad for their community because their community's suffering. Maybe you just don't be around that community. Maybe you need to volunteer with 100 black men since you're a black man. They got them in most of the
I don't need to do shit.
Maybe you need to become part of the NAACP or the fucking Urban League so you know what's going on in your fucking community and the access that they have to education in some of these poor neighborhoods. See, people, since you stayed in these predominantly white neighborhoods, maybe you need to go.
I was never in a predominantly white neighborhood, but I've been around white people. I was in a mixed neighborhood.
So why you hate your own kind? Why you hate yourself?
And see, this is like you guys said it. You guys
why do you hate yourself?
You guys accuse black conservatives of like us hating our own people and all this crazy ass shit. I don't know where you guys come up with this shit.
Basic psychology.
Look, I don't really care what you have to say because you say I grew up wealthy, my grandfather's wealthy, but here you are complaining and bitching about the country. I can't take that seriously.
You literally have the thinking capacity of an imbecile. You just suggested that if a black person is successful, that means there's no racial systemic oppression. Is that your argument? Do you really think that black and white? Do you think that black and white?
No, they only did this racial systemic oppression thing.
Do you know that there were black people that owned slaves? Did you know that?
Okay, look,
they slavery wasn't bad. I guess that means slavery wasn't bad.
They only started talking
based on your logic. The fact that there was even one black person doing well while there was slavery wasn't a problem, right, Mister? That's what you just said, right?
Okay, look, I am not responsible
let me pull up
for
my
a black
ass.
person
I
that
got to reach
owns
my ass
slavery.
real quick. Hold up, I'm bullshitting. I'm about to bullshit.
Right, nah, I'm not responsible for that. But what it is you trying to blame black conservatives.
Shit, but you don't take L's. You're just gonna run your mouth, and as I defeat everything you say, you're gonna make something new up. Nigga, take an L. You've been taking L's all night. What are you doing? All right, go ahead. Say some other dumb shit.
No, you try to take anything that like a black person has done fucked up and you blame that on
when did I do that? When did I do that? Quote me.
Didn't you just hear the SPLC was giving the KKK groups all that money? Did you hear about that? It wasn't black conservatives doing that.
This feel like watching
it was the FPLC doing that.
He reaching all over the place to find.
Yeah, it's the truth. And you know nothing about that. But you acting like I'm up here aiding and abetting.
I got a lot to say about it. It's called infiltrate.
And it was the SPLC got that doing that.
They've done it for years. A lot of
because they did it for years, right?
So that they can gather information. You do know that, right?
No, they weren't infiltrating. They were giving them money. That's not the same as infiltrating.
They were paying people to be, bro.
They were paying people to go out and threaten black people.
You don't even take the bait, Patty, because what I want to know is why do people do whataboutisms? Why do people do whataboutisms?
No, you know what? He's making a false narrative of what actually was going on.
Oh, that's a fact. That's a fact. But what he's trying to do is what I called him out to do. I said he's going to keep bringing up new shit. He brings up a point. We defeat the point. He doesn't address it. He doesn't address what we said. He comes up with a new point. And he's just going to keep being new bait after new bait. And I'm tired of it because we're not here to be your teacher, my nigga. We're having a conversation. You raised a bunch of points. Do you even remember your first points? Do you even remember how we responded? Are you an adult or a child? What is this? Are you drunk? You're just gonna keep bringing shit up? And you were audacious as fuck. The first thing you said was, oh, niggas got an inferiority complex. Excuse the fuck out of me. My fucking grandpa was so pro-black, he raised me on black encyclopedias because he didn't trust Western history perspective. He was like, it's propaganda, don't learn from that. Here's some African-coded encyclopedias. And it's true because actually white history is completely whitewashed, and they're trying to make it even worse now under Trump, which is a whole nother. But so just because you don't pay attention doesn't mean you listen. I get it. If you're a black Republican, it probably feels like you're public enemy number one because deep down you can tell white people don't accept you, your own people don't accept you. You just trying to be your real self.
No, I really don't give a fuck about white people like that, man. I care less than people. I want my own people to build, and I would love, for my own people to build with each other, but a lot of us don't really want to do that.
No, that's not true. So this is something that bothers me all the time.
All this shit about white people, I do not care about white people, man.
No, bro.
I barely fuck with white people.
Mister, I gotta teach you something, bro.
I barely fuck with white people at all.
I hear you. I believe you. I gotta tell you something. This is a lesson, right? This is something that a lot of people do, and it drives me crazy. Y'all gotta stop this. Just because you feeling down in the dumps, don't start having ideas about the world. So what people might say is, oh, the world's horrible and no one's doing anything about it. What are you talking about? Doctors Without Borders has over 250,000 members. Those are people with PhDs and doctorates giving up their spare time to go around to third world countries and heal people. Just because you on your ass every night on Netflix does not mean there's not someone else out there trying to make a difference. So don't say goofy shit like that. We have over $6 billion collectively in black banks. We have black banks. We have black financing. Just because you ain't paying attention to the black moment and the movement doesn't get richest group of ethnic people in America is black Americans. It goes white people, black people. It don't go Asian. It don't go Indian. It goes us.
But you're not saying that. You don't talk like that. What you do is you talk white people, white people, white people, white people, white people, white people.
That's not what
talk about white people.
That's not what
I don't want to hear about white people one more time. You want to talk now? You want to talk about the black banks?
We're talking about
the black banks. You don't give a fuck. You don't care about no black banks because we're not talking about black banks. You're talking about white people all the time.
We were talking about Democrats versus Republicans.
And talking about, and I know plenty of black banks, and that's why I do my business is with black banks.
Okay.
And you know what I mean? But that's not something that y'all was initially talking about. Initially, you just talking about, it's like you gotta talk about white people all the time, and it's like a lot of the, it's like Patty, it's like a lot of the black women. Y'all can't stop talking about white people, but you don't realize.
I don't talk about white people all the time. Are you
black
crazy?
men don't give a fuck about white people like that.
Hold up, mister. Mister, obviously you don't know what the fuck I be talking about. Do you know they have made rooms about me calling me a tragic biracial because I take up for a Mac Cool, or I'll call Viva a racist, but I take up for Viva. So who the fuck you think you talking to? I take up for people if I think that they have something to talk about. Fuck you talking about? I don't sit around talking about white people all day. I don't sit around and talk about white people all day. Y'all been in this room talking about white people all day. What I didn't appreciate is when I kept listening to the Cuban dudes speak, and I'm like, damn man, you really don't give a fuck about your people. I'm getting tired of that shit. I'm tired of these fucking Iranians that live in Western world that fucking want to go attack their own country and don't want to, like, go help your people. Talking about put Reza in charge and he don't know the first thing about fucking running the country when you have all these political people that fucking did everything they could and now they're in prison and probably dead. Half of them probably dead, but we don't know. Like, I'm tired of that shit. I'm tired of these stupid ass fucking Western fucking raised ass immigrants that forget that these people are suffering. And they rather them suffer so they can just get back to their country to go shopping at the mall and have a barbecue.
And when you say, oh, you know what I'm saying, I'm tired of hearing y'all talk about race, two things, right? One, no offense, I just wasn't raised to even talk like close to me. And you tired of hearing niggas talking about something that mattered to niggas, then don't be, like, that just sounds stupid to me. Second, niggas wasn't in here talking about race all day. It was consistently relevant based on tangential points. So, for example, if we're talking about Democrat versus Republican, yeah, of course race gets mentioned. It's not a coincidence that the majority of marginalized minority races vote left and the majority of white people vote Republican. That's, if you think that's a coincidence, that's just because, again, you're ignorant. That's just dumb to say. Obviously, Republican as its party is like 90% white people. Democrats is where the majority of minorities put their vote. You can say they're misled or whatever, that's your opinion, but to deny that is dumb. So obviously race is relevant because obviously these minority races seem to think this party seems to care about their interests more. So like already it's just disingenuous off rip. Third, how race came up is we were talking about a Cuban denying to say anything bad about Trump and then saying he will say something bad about Obama. When Obama, coincidentally black, awkward, actually opened up sanctions against Cuba, allowed them to do international trade, opened up their banking, unsanctioned their money, and allowed tourism and business to flow into the country. And the audacity to be like, oh, shit didn't change fast enough, when it was like, he's president for 8 years, bro. What the fuck? He's trying to reverse 60 years of American policy in 8 years. And he's followed up with like Trump, who immediately re-sanctioned them and then threatened the blockade. So how can you blame Obama? It doesn't even make sense. And so,
that don't make any sense at all. You are so right. That don't make no damn sense at all.
You feel me? This shit was mind-blowing. And so we're like, bro, it's not a coincidence that like you're low-key saying some racially white adjacent shit. You're doing the whole immigrant, I side with the conservatives, though they want me out the country. we're trying to wake you up to this shit, and then you go, oh, you just want to talk about race. What? We're having an adult conversation, bro.
Yeah, that was fucking stupid as fuck. Black people will never get shit from Republican or Democrat until they go to war, physical war. Or just sit there and believe in Jesus, go get you a fat white bitch or a fat white man, marry them, go to McDonald's, get the coupons, and just prepare for impact. Because there are black men that don't want to hear that shit, that don't give a fuck about Jesus. And they're looking at God like, nigga, are you wearing a skirt? Because all the faggots are running it. Facts. And they're not going to put up with that shit. And they will kill their grandparents. They're tired. We're tired. Can you imagine being black in a country where you're ousted and you built everything from scratch? You went around to weed for 13 generations. It was responsible by death. We couldn't even be buried in goddamn black, white cemeteries. And these new niggers want to say, we're together? When? Or we're going to be nonviolent? When? We're going to go for Jesus, a God that allowed slavery, that allowed, we were considered property. So you can't go to jail for fucking your goddamn property. Ask Thomas Jefferson with his bitch ass. We were considered property up until 1965, when my great-grandmother was released from slavery. We were considered property. But what did these new niggas do? Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Where was he for the 5 years of slavery? Was he at Starbucks? Was wasn't around? Where was he? The buck breaking that jumped off the door wasn't around here. White slaves were fucking their goddamn slaves in front of their family. It was a family event. They put paper bags over our head and made us fuck our sister, our cousins, our niece, everyone to bring in slaves. And you gonna say that's old? We have to go to war. And blacks will die, because I will kill them. I'm sick of that.
Wait, what did you just say at the end?
Yeah, what I said.
You said blacks will die and I will kill them.
I will kill them, because they want to side with white folks. You want to be with the enemy of your goddamn grandparents. Hug them, suck them. Do you realize Malcolm X's daughters married white men? All of them. The ones that killed their father, had him stripped, they married white men. The fuck? Man, down black people who are not
Malcolm's
with
mom
that
was
bullshit.
white. Wasn't Malcolm's mom white?
What does that matter?
It just, it kind of...
It don't fucking matter. We're talking about psychological. We're talking about the impact of black people getting ripped to death. But his mother wasn't white. His mother was mixed. But no, she wasn't. Because her dad, his grandfather's from Grenada. That's where we are with that. But it doesn't matter. The list, the lies, all of that shit.
You were right. You were right. His mom was mixed.
You gotta look at.
You were right. His mom's Grenadian, and I think his mom was mixed with Scottish and Nigerian.
His mother was a tether. So all that Tariq Nasheed bullshit, that's bullshit. His bitch ass gonna die too. The fuck? You get a black of all the weak niggers that talk about tethers. He's like, okay, well, bitch, look in the mirror. They killed Malcolm.
Taking money.
They killed Martin. What did you do? They killed Mega Evers in front of his goddamn baby in his driveway. What did your black ass do other than talk about tethers? All of them are gonna die. Black people are we're not vote for what? When the voting stops, revolution starts, and they know that. And white people are slick. Well, Malcolm X Gallagher married my uncle. Bitch, she dying too. We're sick of these real black people are sick of black people with that bullshit. They want to forgive you, and then Jesus can come down here, bitch, we're killing him too. And Martin King said it. Martin King said, if we're wrong, God is wrong. See, they don't want to put that speech up. They want to just think he was sucking white ass. But Martin Luther King said, if we're wrong, God damn it, God is wrong. He said that. Google that. They don't want to put that speech up. They don't want to do that. This is where we are. White people think that white people join a race to study God. They join a race, they join a religion to become one. And black people are so goddamn, we're better than them. Well, let them nation that them people while they're killing your motherfucking family. They put slavery back in school. It's been here. They want your child to be at 12 years old, go to school and say, you know what, Daddy, I want to be a female. And as soon as you say no, there's an 800 number to call to put your parents in jail. That's what's fine. But where's the 800 number to call that makes sure Daddy can have his own business? Fuck, they want to give blacks jobs. They want to give immigrants businesses. That's what the grant's about. These motherfucking blacks ain't shit. They want to get on Clubhouse, get a room, get green bean power. We're gonna put his ass in the goo. I'm surprised I'm not in the goo. Most of these mothers, what the fuck they do? But off this bitch. We're broke. We're stuck. No one in our race owns their home. They took over 50 black-ran towns, predominantly good financially, when we weren't allowed to go to their own goddamn colleges. Didn't our black women so strong? They're the ones that introduced the LGBTQ. White people did that. Tell me what town that had gays in it? Wall Street had no gays. They know how strong that goddamn black woman is. White people started the ginger war. White people started the church and twerking shit. White people did that. Blacks are so goddamn spiritually, mentally beaten. Only freedom we got as a black person in this country is to destroy ourselves. The smoking, the drinking, the food, the sexing. Only power we have to destroy ourselves. We have to kill white people and goddamn it, kill our parents. Bitch, you ain't tell me I can do whatever I want. But I do everything you want, son. Just don't go against white people. What? Are you hearing what I'm telling you? This is what these black niggers are doing. So white calls you a nigger. You got white to call you that because you never fought back. All you did was sit there and didn't do shit. I need you strong enough not to fight back. This is stupid. The blacks need to die. Nigga, what the fuck? You gonna kill white people? No, we killing every goddamn nigga with that goddamn cross.
You are still talking. Come on, dog.
I don't give a fuck. You know it's the truth, bitch. Y'all need to sit down and listen.
5 minutes, bro.
Take your hand off your dick and listen. No, this is the truth.
This nigga low-key gay, bro.
Lady, I know, but you gonna die too, bitch. You're gonna die too. I know, we're gay. Of course, that's white people shit. We're gay, right? Bitch, that's what you want. Oh, he gay. So all the gays gonna die too. All the LGBTQ gonna die too. We gonna kill all you niggas. You get with your wife. You can lay there next to your white people and go to Jesus. Jesus, we love you. We love you, Jesus. We love white people. Bitch, we gonna kill you too. I know, I'm a nigga. Drop your address, you a dead nigga. Drop your address, you a dead nigga. Drop your address, you a dead nigga. The replay's on. You feel like you're doing something? Drop your address. All the time. You a dead nigga with your wife. You a dead nigga.
I'm putting all you niggas on the list. Omar.
All you niggas are on the list. All of them.
Omar, you on the list.
All of them.
Drink some hot water and play your throat, bitch, nigga.
Yeah, you can thumbs me down all you want. You niggas is definitely suspect. That motherfucker was spazzing out and y'all was co-signing that? Please join the stage and explain how you co-sign.
My man was some real shit.
Yeah, Omar,
tell us some real stuff that you need to listen to more.
Tell us your favorite.
Man, the whole thing, I was loving it, man.
Your favorite point.
Let's talk about how you grew up in money and you didn't capitalize on it the right way.
You did, man.
Let's talk about that, bro. What do you do for a living, bro? Yeah, I own a trucking company.
Don't you?
Yeah, I own one, bro. I move heavy haul. Nigga, you know what I'm saying? We touch real money over here. So don't ever disrespect my profession. You can't afford anything I do, bro. You can't afford anything I do.
Y'all get paid by the amount. At the most of that money, 90 cents a month. I don't make no fucking money, bro.
I do heavy haul.
Money for you. It's money.
You want me to post numbers? I do heavy haul. I'm an owner-operator. I make way more than probably half this stage. And I'm money.
I want to work hard to make a little bit of change.
I'm just keeping it 100 with you. This ain't no little bit of change, baby. Look it up. And the number you see on Google gonna be wrong, but it's gonna be more than y'all's salary still. Let's keep it 100 here, man.
Make no money. Cause I've done contracts.
Talk about.
I've done a lot of contracts with a lot of these major fucking truck companies for whatever it is I do.
Okay, so how much you have you on trucks
I
for a week?
can tell you, even with us having to pay them, which would have been more, places like, give you an example, Old Dominion, 90 cents.
Do heavy haul.
90 cents a mile.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I do. You don't understand what I'm saying,
Bro.
I just came from a data center.
Not a big corporation.
No, but you're not on my level though.
That have.
No, Patty, you're not on my level. I'm trying to tell you respectfully.
Bro,
you're not.
We definitely not on the same level.
No. When it comes to trucking,
we're not on the.
When it comes to trucking, you're not on my level.
I'm not a trucker, bro.
Why did this even become
the contracts you're talking about is not on my level.
Why did this become
I'm not a trucker, but I've worked on a lot of government contracts with a lot of these trucking companies, not only in the United States, globally, white truck support.
But yeah, but you're talking 90 cents a mile.
Please, bro, I'm just telling you what I see on average, okay?
Yeah, but that's for drive-in and reefer. I'm on a different level. Yeah, but I'm on a different level.
It's like 60 cents a fucking mile, bro. So what are you talking about?
Okay, Patty. My truck does 15 to 25K a week. That's what I'm talking about.
Taxes and gas, bro.
Okay, it comes out to more than $500,000 a year
but
on one truck.
Break down what everything that has to be paid for with your truck.
You probably making a cool 10 racks a month after
you know what? You make more than the average American. How about that? It ain't enough for me to survive. I can tell you
that. You're talking about company drivers.
It ain't enough for me to survive.
Okay,
cool. I already know the business. I'm in logistics, nigga. I know the business. I'm in logistics.
Omar, you rich.
I'm a logistics officer, bro. I'm a logistics officer. I work in acquisitions. I work in logistics. I work with appropriation money, big money. Not only in this country, but I work with money in Africa. I work with money in Central
Okay, so what do you think fuel is? Hey, what do you think fuel is on an average 3,000 miles right now? Let me tell you.
Yeah, look, okay.
It's no more than $2,000 a week.
It's a lot of money to you, okay? It's not a lot of money. I can tell you that. I don't think it's that much money.
Ain't no way you're doing big numbers and
it's not enough money for me. I like money. I like men with a lot of money.
You're buying diesel.
That's not a lot of money.
Diesel in some places is $7 a gallon. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, 100% doing 100,000 in fuel. Of course.
That nigga turned you out, huh? You be on the truck about doing gay shit.
Insurance probably like
shout out to corporate.
Like after tax.
Fuck with this conversation.
That's for you. Just
it's
like
about $5,000 a month.
Just like the rest of them niggas. Hey, man, you niggas getting turned out.
Wages isn't even keeping up with inflation, and I really feel bad that most of Americans are making up to $59,000 a year. $100,000 is about $5,000 a month after you pay your taxes, after you pay your little $6 a week or whatever it is y'all pay a week, and I don't pay for insurance because my insurance is already I got really good insurance. But I really listen. I've been out of the civilian population so long, I never realized what all y'all been paying for. I've been out of that. You know what? What you probably think you making such great money? You talking about $100,000? I was making that fucking year.
$100,000. Who said they making $100 a year?
I said after expenses, he probably clearing net like 120 to 150.
Okay.
After taxes, no, that's still good, Brett. That's like 10K plus a month. I mean, but because he'll probably make gross like 3 to 4. Realistically, he'll probably pull like 250, 300, 400, depending on how good the contract is. But the better the contract, the more miles, the more fuel. And he's leaving that out.
Check this out. I have a cousin.
And insurance is like $6K a month. I know.
I have a cousin, and she has 6 trucks.
$6K a month per truck is crazy.
She has
what
6
you paying
trucks.
That's like progressive 2,300. What are you talking about?
2,300 a month on
you know
insurance?
Jackie has 6. So I have a cousin. She has 6 trucks. One of her trucks is what is it? She said the one that she makes the most money on is the one that does the car transports. She has 6 trucks, and even like listening to her, it's good that she's doing that. She does make decent money, but I've seen her overhead. That overhead is crazy. She tried to get me to invest and buy some trucks with her, and I was like, yeah, I'm not with that. Not with the way gas prices are. So like, bro, kudos to you. You got a truck. But I've seen my own cousin's little her fleet and all the shit she got to pay for, the drivers. Every time she gets a new driver, the wrong driver, something happened to the truck, she got to pay for it. That shit is a lot of fucking overhead, bro.
Okay, see, here's the thing. Now, where he was right when it comes to truth is that he did call you out to you came for money and you mismanaged the resources that you came from.
No, I didn't.
That's why you up here talking about white people and
Nigga,
and socialism.
listen, I don't like to talk about my money, but I'm a multi-millionaire in net worth. I'm literally.
No, you're not.
You want to see my backyard? You want to see my garage?
No, I don't need to see your backyard. If you're a multi-millionaire, you would not be on Clubhouse.
I don't work with
complaining about white people and complaining what other people have.
No, I said in net worth.
So I know for a fact you're not no damn multi-millionaire.
Not liquid, nigga. Not liquid. In net worth.
Nigga, I don't care liquid or non-liquid. You're not a multi-millionaire. You're up here complaining about your life.
600K, 200K.
You're up here complaining about your life just like all the other people on there.
August. What do you listen?
So I don't care what you have to say. You're a little rich dude. You're a little rich dude that failed.
Hey, why August? What why you say August? You buy every August?
Things I can get it.
Because that's
I'm not ready.
You a rich dude that failed, and now you up here complaining about your life. That's what you are, true.
Duplexes.
And as far as Patty, what you try to do, Patty, is you try to like trivialize people and I don't know, you don't. I'm instructing too. All right. I know what heavy haul is. I know heavy haul. They make astronomical money. So he has every right to come on here and castigate you guys because you guys are not on his level. You guys are not on his level at all.
I'm just talking about trucking. I ain't disrespecting nobody else's profession. I'm saying when it comes to the trucking space, that's what I talk about. I ain't disrespecting nobody else's hustle.
And you guys are not on Omar's level at all, period.
When it comes to trucking.
What the fuck?
Then he can't even afford a haircut. Or he can't afford Rogaine. I wouldn't even tell him to go to Turkey.
Because I got a head on? I got my full hairline. What y'all doing, man?
I wasn't talking to you.
I got one hairline.
Your profile, bitch, nigga.
This dude, his haircut got fucking plugs in. He got plugs on the side of his fucking head.
And rich niggas going to master cuts and shit. Hey, yo, let me give y'all let me give y'all a heads up, man. When they got the vacuum at the end of the clippers, stay away from that shit, bro.
This dude's hair was looking crazy and he swapped him out. What happened to my ace?
That shit was funny. I love how Trump supporters get so triggered, get emotional, and then just start spazzing out, bro. Every time.
Looking like Dusty Doolittle.
Y'all ain't gonna talk about my hairline now. I got a full hairline. What are you talking about? That's all I came on stage to talk about, that. My hairline. I got grades. I had grades since I was 19. But that's about it.
Okay.
Well, okay, cool, man. Nobody was talking to you.
That's all.
But if you want to take that personal, it is what it is, man. You came up here to defend a nigga, talk about grabbing dicks is weird.
Yo, I love how you caught that, bro.
This nigga was gonna grab some dicks.
He said so wild
shit. You came up here to defend that shit.
If you want your dick grabbed, that's all you gotta say. And he'll probably be more than willing to fucking do it for you.
No, man, I'm not.
Hello, Omar, man. Fuck what you talking about, man. Been there, done that, huh, Omar?
What? No, I don't do crazy stuff, man. I don't do that.
You came up here to defend it.
No, he wasn't doing a gay rant. Come on, yo. He was talking about. What did he say? What was the gay? No, he was just talking about like he just going hard for blacks, man.
That's going
How he go hard for black? How he go hard for black when he made a stupid?
I thought that was he was making support of y'all. I think.
Just pay attention. When he talked about a nonprofit infiltrating, paying, they've always done this. NAACP put people in certain positions so that they can collect data and information. How do you think that they got the information that they got? Not just because they were fucking, like, they had people in the KKK just to defend our own people. They were paying informants. What's going on here? You came to defend that? How we protect ourselves? How we find out data that's supposed to be some kind of their own secrets? What they've done to Meg Evans and all these other people, how they have to read them.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna follow the house. I'm gonna go back to the group, and I'm gonna listen.
No, you stay right there. Stay right there, Omar. You was the one defending the clown.
No, you're not gonna put me on. Y'all not gonna put me on this. Y'all not gonna put me on this.
Omar.
No.
Any of those, if you even looking at what happened to that young boy, what's his name? God damn it, from Chicago. Yeah, fucking beat the fuck up, and his mother had his casket open so they know what the fuck is going on.
Back in the day, talking about like 50 years ago.
Yeah, there was what is his name? Young ass kid. He died at fuck.
Emmett Till.
Emmett Till. If you read when they tried to go after this guy, they paid informants. They paid people to be at Klan meetings to hear what they needed to hear, so they could bring that shit back to court. You think that's a bad thing?
I know, but let me ask you: do you think that the white people of the day are still on that type time? The ones like
hell yes,
early in their 20s,
So check this out. Let me tell you, Omar. You know why I believe they are? Let me tell you something, because they don't see us. Now it's not like before, where it was just straight out in the open. Now they get us in other ways, like trying to take away DEI. Why? When is DEI? We've made DEI a bad word. If it wasn't for DEI, I wouldn't be able to have the job I have. If it wasn't for DEI, you wouldn't have had Jania Simmons, right? Since you got this military vehicle behind you. You wouldn't have Jania Simmons being the first black African-American female that went to Ranger School. If it wasn't for DEI, you wouldn't have, like, there's just, or civil rights. Like, they're trying to take away civil rights. Yeah, it's codified in law. But the things that they're doing, the small things that they are doing is saying that, oh, we're all still the same. You know we're not still the same. Not when we're still having our first black this, our first Hispanic this, our first Asian this. Why are we still having our first now? It's still not fair.
75% of the DEI. Hold on, watch this, Omar. 55% of the DEI recipients were white women. 75% of the DEI layoffs were black women. Make it make sense?
I mean, they definitely took advantage of it, for sure.
I mean, but regardless if it was white women or black women or pink women or orange women, we still were able to benefit out of it. Even if we were the small 10%.
I'm not saying we should have. I'm just saying, like, they say they
can't get rid of DEI because they get rid. Let me tell you what's going on that's so bad. And you should know this. I don't know why you got that military vehicle behind you, but you should know this. Right now, there's a fight with the women in the military versus what they want from them or what they're willing to give them or what they're trying to change when it comes to the rules for them. Do you know there's no front line anymore? A lot of people are complaining. These are civilians that have not fucking engaged in any type of fucking combat, the type of combat that a lot of these women have engaged in. We don't know what the front line looks like anymore. There is none. You get in a vehicle, you're going to get shot at. Or an IED. But you're saying that a woman cannot go out when they are out every fucking day. One of my best friends just lost her fucking leg. I could PTR a message, and I PTR'd this when this war started. She was overseas. She lost her fucking leg. Was she on the front line? DEI gave her the ability to be somebody's sergeant major and to be able to lead soldiers. If it wasn't for DEI, she'd be in the Woman Corps. But she is an amazing leader. She has led soldiers. She's been in the military for 22 years. 22 years of her fucking life. So imagine how many kids had to come across her to fucking become who they are or to even get their first home or to even fucking be able to learn some fucking discipline to go out into the world and do something better, to fucking get their fucking TA forms signed off on, because a lot of them don't even know what financial aid looks like or understand financial aid, and they were fucking eligible the whole time. And they probably don't owe a fucking dime because of the military and these amazing leaders that fucking help them fucking like, hey, fill this out. You know the government's gonna pay for you to go to school. Go to school. without having diversity in the military, not having the ability to like let women be in the military, this is stupid. Taking that away from you think all of us want to be infantry? You think she wants to be infantry? No, that's not our major dog. But Jania did. If anybody look up Jania Simmons and look at records that she's broke while she's been in the military, things that she has done, she's in stage 4 cancer right now. She just retired. She did a medical retirement because of what's going on in our fucking military. Look her up. She was a Patriot missile girl. She's only been in for fucking 14, going on her 15th year, and she is a fucking sergeant major. She was second place, not in women, second place doing the death march. And that's fucking the second place. First place for women, but second place overall. At Fort Jackson as a fucking drill sergeant, she was always in first place in their Army 10-miler to prepare to go to the Army 10-miler. She has done fucking marathons. She has fucking done shit. She did her last marathon a couple weeks ago, and she's in stage 4. So when you take away DEI, you're telling people that have the ability or have, like, whether it's physical, mental, they have the ability, and just telling them that, hey, it's not open for you because we're now changing the rules. DEI made it available, DEI, civil rights, all that made it available so that not only women, but black men or Asian men, just men that aren't just white, and women, even white women, the ability to be able to do certain things. And right now, people that voted for this or voted for this president are saying that all of us ain't worthy.
Now, I respect that for sure. Like, definitely when I saw DEI get removed, that was messed up. It's definitely helped me out a lot in my other career as well. But I just thought, I thought y'all was all with corporate. I thought he was, you know, he seemed like he was on the front line, ready to kill and die for the cause. Corporate. Maybe we should bring him back up to see what he maybe, you know what I mean?
Are you bugging?
Maybe he can express
You bugging, bro? All he did was rant for like literally 20 minutes straight, dropping hard R's, talking about he wanted to kill niggas. And
no, he was trying to kill the Republican black niggas.
Yeah, I think he just wanted an excuse to say he wanted to kill niggas.
He can come up if he raises his hand.
I like Patty. She gives second chances.
He don't want to hear, but he can come up. I just brought him down because I just couldn't hear anything. He
might be off his rocker, I gotta be honest.
He sounded like he was smoking a pack of cigarettes.
Corporate coming up.
I'm already here. It's a voice app I'm using. You know, I'm not off my rocker. And it's not a mimic or a gimmick to kill black people. You guys are so ignorant. But what you said about DEI with that colonel is correct. That was the only thing you said that was fucking insane. But the rest of that shit keeps white people in control. Period. DEI was deliberately destroyed because it keeps black people above white people. You don't understand the power we have as black people. As with a black woman or a black man, we come from nothing. The government doesn't design anything for us. There's not a single policy that protects black people specifically, like Asians, immigrants, and gays. Not one.
What policy specifically protects Asians?
What? Ain't that an Asian crime bill? Are you serious? Asian crime bill.
So they called it the Asian crime bill. Have you actually read the bill? Have you actually read the bill? I'm not talking about the preface of the bill.
You don't like the answer. You don't like the answer. That's your problem. But that is an Asian crime bill. That's on the books right now.
It's not for Asians specifically. That's against the Constitution.
Hear what you're talking about. It's called an Asian crime bill. Young ladies, you know what
Asian crime bill? Is it called Asian crime bill?
It's called an Asian crime bill.
He's talking Asian crime bill. The reason why, if you read the preface of the fucking bill, and that's every bill, even the civil rights bill, people are going to say it's only for black people. It's not. It's against the Constitution to write a bill for a specific race of people.
Mm-hmm.
The preface talks about what happened during COVID-19 because of the rhetoric that was coming out of the fucking administration. So that's why they call it the Asian crime bill. But if you actually read the bill, they're just adding to what was already hate crimes.
Yeah, the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act of 2021.
These people are crazy.
I wanted to ask, what bill is there to protect immigrants? I heard that a lot, but I don't know what bill. Marty, can you help me?
Odie, you told people to make it up shit.
I mean, I want to know. Anyways, how you guys doing? Good morning to everybody.
Good morning, my African brother.
I long now come on Spaces because everything I've predicted has happened, has come to pass. But I wanted to speak to Omar. I thought this was Omar, the guy in Philly, but it's not the same person. It's a different Omar. I wanted to tell him that I remember, and I don't want to start an agenda, but you know when I told Omar that, you see, you're supporting Trump and Republicans. Don't worry.
No, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me. Not you. It wasn't you.
You're really going back and forth like that at all.
It's not. You know, the Omar is not you. Don't worry. They know who the Omar I'm talking about.
We know who he's talking.
So I told him that when the GOP is finished with you guys, and I'm not saying I'm not clear here, but when the GOP is finished with, I didn't remember. I said when the GOP is finished with you guys, you will all become immigrants like us. And the guy was so. I said, the example is. They are taking off all your representatives to go in Alabama. What's her name? Terry Sewell is going to go. Jimmy Clyburn is going to go. Tennessee has gone. Louisiana has gone. So all the southern states that is originally yours, there would be no black. Mississippi is going to go. There's only one representative, Benny Thompson, is going to go. By the time they finished, you'll find that the only southern state you find black people, black representatives is in North Carolina, South and Georgia. They will reduce your number. But you guys thought that, I'm an immigrant. I shut up. This is easily predictable. But you know what? I am here to remind all of you that all my predictions, I go to Gary's room. I don't know if you know Gary Buchenchapa. He runs the Moderate Discourse. Anytime I go, I tell him, Gary, I told you before the elections. He will say, well, it's true. I said, because I did this in school. It's easily predictable. You can see where the signs are. So what's there to... I mean, if states like Louisiana, with how many percent black people are in Louisiana? Can you help me apart? Maybe 30 is there. Louisiana, Mississippi have the most concentration of black people. They are taking out your representatives. Are you about to shit? Anyway, thank you very much. I hope everybody's learning their lessons. Don't worry. Next election, vote for the Republicans. Vote for Trump. I wish you guys good luck. That's not my concern. I'm not hot. I'm just indifferent nowadays. Sorry, I hear people complaining about the. I don't. You hear me complain?
No.
I don't complain anymore. I don't. I
used to have your back, Odie, when people used to yell at you. I'm like,
I don't complain. Like, okay, you voted for Trump. What do you expecting? I see the people complaining right now, effectively, this is happening, this is happening. Okay. But I said this thing and everybody was insulting me, calling me all kinds of names. I said, it's not my opinion, it's easily predictable. All the southern states has gone. Yesterday, Governor Ivey, right? The governor of Alabama said they finished their session, they're going to draw new lines. There's only one representative in Alabama. Terry Sewell, she's black American. She's gone. She's gone. Tennessee's gone. A whole state, like a whole concentration of black people in Memphis will have no representative.
Oh, they about to get rid of their ass. Remember, Memphis went as soon as the Supreme Court ruled. They went right to working legislate.
Okay. I mean, I'm not arguing with anybody. I mean, I'm not arguing with Americans anymore. It's like I'm arguing with you. I don't. Those days have gone. America is not gone. You've lost your power. You've lost your soft power. Nobody respects you anymore. Iran is bullying you on the internet. Every country, Saudi Arabia, your major allies have seen your folly. Your European nation countries don't respect you. Everybody's finding other allies, and you think America is not gone. The next thing that will happen, I'm saying it here, is that the dollar will lose its luxury as the floating currency of the world. Then you guys realize by then America is gone. Are you?
God bless. He's right. Like, no president wanted to go into Iran. They knew what it looked like through operational plans, right? CENTCOM commander, a white man, a 4-star white man, decided to retire. Kruger retired. Kane, even though he explains everything during the briefings with Hegseth, if you pay attention, he only talks about the phases of the war, and then he gives his good news story or his sad story, saying we want to recognize these soldiers or recognize the soldier from 1954. He does not answer questions that has to do with, he'll refer back to Hegseth. You know why? He didn't agree with the war. If y'all Google it, he did not agree with going to Iran. The general that worked with him, General Casey, or not Casey, but General George, I used to work with him in Indo-Pacom. And I promise you, he is fired and gone because he fought back. Like like MAGA has really fucked it up. And he's right. Our allies are now, you got Canada talking to middle, what did he call it? Carney called it middle income GDP countries. We need to get together because we're the ones that provide most of these services. We're the ones that provide a lot. We provide a lot, and we can work together and help each other. That way we don't have foots on our necks.
Well, yeah, how many times did he threaten to invade Canada? That shit was so crazy. Got a sitting president threatening to invade an ally.
Not a secret anymore, right? Google Greenland's last exercise. Their last exercise was the European nations. Their last field exercise, or major field exercise, was the European nations in case the United States decides to invade.
Patty, I was going to bring that up. That's crazy, isn't it?
Like, when in the fuck? That's like your mom and dad planning on beating your ass in case you act up. We gonna beat the shit out of this motherfucker and get him the fuck around. Let me tell you something. Iran, and this was 2 weeks ago, and I talked about it in the room last week. Iran had a meeting in Turkey. Turkey is not friendly with freaking with Israel. They're amicable, but they don't fuck with Israel. They had a meeting in Turkey with the other GCC countries. This is Iran. Guess who was indirectly part of that meeting? China. The United States wasn't invited. Y'all better wake the fuck up.
Patty, I'm still reeling over the fact that this idiot lifted sanctions. I'm still blown away by that.
And you heard that dude GA up here talking about the Asian crime bill, which was nothing but just because, you know, and that's the thing that kills me with Americans. Y'all really don't understand how to read a crime bill, or any bill, not crime bill. Y'all don't know how to read bills. The preface of a bill explains what the issues. During COVID-19, there was a lot of Asian hate going on. But then if you actually read the body of the bill is for all Americans. All people, not Americans, because the Constitution talks about people. So if you're in the country, legal or illegal, it applies to you. It's not just for Asians. Stupid.
I just wonder whether people can read it all at this point.
We need to bring back civics. Because you got dumbass people like corporate coming on stage tomorrow. they ain't never make no bill for black people. There's no fucking bills for races. It's against the Constitution, dummy. And just come up here because I'm going to block you for life in a minute.
Damn, I see what you do, Patty. You bring motherfuckers on stage just to put them in their place. See, that's why I'm going back down. I've learned my lesson. I'm going back down, Patty.
Mm-hmm. You stand right up now.
No, I'm going down. I'll be in the room, though.
You start booty clapping. I'm a motherfucking, I'm not bouncing coins off that ass. I'm kicking you.
Oh boy, she said sit at the front of the class.
No,
I'm right at the chalkboard.
I'm in the goo. I fuck with you, all right.
These people are crazy, GA.
I don't know. I'm just like, wow. Just when you think, okay, it's gone as far as it can possibly go, because no one would let it go any further. Here we go.
And it makes you question education in the United States. You know what? Clubhouse has actually made me question